All right, what's up, everybody? Bottom right corner, please repost the space. Welcome. Should be a pretty interesting space tonight. Might get a little spicy given the subject matter, but we're going to discuss. I promised yesterday during our space because it started getting heated towards the end about this, um, about a section 224 in the current National Defense Authorization Act. That's also known as the NDAA. And this section of the bill is called, quote, United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative, right? And it is about combining, it is about combining core resources, military intelligence, technology resources with Israel, incorporating Israeli origined technology into U.S. systems. Now, for anybody with half any common sense whatsoever, having a foreign operated hardware in your core defense systems, regardless of the country, um, isn't exactly a good idea. I don't think for a lot of reasons. Right? I'm not saying uh, that some partnership isn't okay. Like, if they're helping us develop drones or whatever, they have good drone or a good missile prevention, right? There's some technologies, of course, are worth trading or exchanging or whatever, right? That's not what I'm saying. But when it comes to your core systems, the systems that are affected here are the most critical that you can think of in today's day and age, right? It's not just weapons or defense systems, it's artificial intelligence. It is quantum computing. Okay. It's biotechnology, right? At the highest levels. Um, Now, Israel, some people call it an enemy, some people call it an ally, right? I happen to just think it's a foreign country. And regardless of what your respective view on them might be, they don't always have America's best interest at heart, right? They have Israel's best interest at heart, and they have a track record of selling United States information or technology to our adversaries. For example, there was an Israeli that sold U.S. Technology to China. Right now, according to the Israeli government, he was a rogue actor, right, acting on his own when they found out about it. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. Right. The fact of the matter is that they agree that it happened. We agree that it happened. Right. And whenever we share critical infrastructure or critical national security information with a foreign state, you are always risking compromise. Even if it wasn't intentional on their side, the guy still was able to get away with it. Right. It still happened. So the more that you leverage your I'm sorry, you guys. I don't know what's going on with my spaces. People are getting booted out. YouTube is going. The more that you leverage your critical infrastructure and your critical security tech to foreign countries, the more vulnerable you are. Even if it's not intentional on their part, right? You have a higher chance of something bad happening, right? So I am not a fan of it, right? Not at this level. We'll get into it in just a minute. Let me get some music going while I get things set up, and we will go from there. Harmony, Harmony had some stuff she had to do. She's taking her car to the shop, so she might be joining us late. And Maze is sick, so because she wanted to be here too. Yeah, her voice is just gone. Praying for her to heal. But yeah, let's get some music going while we wait. Repost the space, everybody. Bottom right corner. Thank you so much.
He don't talk unless the proof is in the lines. Receipts in the photo-coded truth in these rhymes. Power play chess, moving pawns through the blind. But a diligent denizen sees designs in the signs. They disguise what they hide, he just shows how it's shaped. Every source double check, never roll with the fakes. In this world full of wolves, he's exposing the snakes. Document every whisper, got the quotes and the dates. He don't chase what they post, he investigates where it stems. Paper trails never lie, follows links to the end. Truth is power, it bends, but yet it always defends. What's verified never shakes, even lost in the trends. So when he speaks, it's a lens, not a rumor or a vibe. He cuts through the noise, pulls the proof from the lies. This is for the people trying to see through the disguise. Diligent denizen where the real can survive.
I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Somebody said something about bringing back the draft because of BB or whatever. The draft has never gone away. I don't know why people think that we haven't had a draft. The draft has been here since Vietnam. It just wasn't as enforced as it is now. And all they were doing is that they automated. I'm not saying that I agree with it, but this is the facts. Men, right, are legally required to register from for the draft. I believe it's 18 to 30, right, or 18 to 40, right? It's 18 to something, and you're legally required to register for the draft. Now they don't strictly enforce it because they haven't used the draft in so long, but usually it is in some states it's automated when you get your ID or your driver's license. Same thing that happens when you register to vote, right? Sometimes the whatever the agency is that does your identification in the various U.S. states, depending on their laws, you are automatically signed up for the draft, or you are given a checkbox where you can check for the draft, or you can claim exempt, right? And the same thing for voting, right? You can say, oh, I want to be registered to vote at the same time. The draft works like that. So all of these people saying, oh, they're restarting the draft. The draft is federally has been in effect this entire time. What they're doing is updating it so that instead of, because technically, if you don't check off or you don't specifically sign up for the draft, if you're a man and you're over 18, then you are technically breaking the law, right? And it's not strictly enforced because, right, they haven't used the draft in so long. What they're doing is automating the process so that they're saying whenever you are turn 18 as a man, you are automatically signed up for the draft. So I just want to add that there it does, the fact that they are choosing to update it now, it does like signal maybe some anticipation, right? So I'm not saying that, but to describe it as them restarting the draft is not accurate. The draft has been a thing this entire time. So I hope that answers your question over there in the YouTube chat. I will get into this. None of the people, you're welcome, Captain. None of the people who wanted to have this debate are here. So I don't know if they don't show up. That's on them. Uh, I would just carry on about this the whole time, I guess, if I have to, and read it to you guys. So yeah. Anyways, let me read you the section of the bill, and I wanted to do it. I'll give it a few more seconds. I guess I'll talk about some of the things that have happened. Last night after the space closed, they called a race, and this is on my profile if you go look at it. They called a race, and let's see. There it is. It is this it was confusing to me because sorry about the drama post, you guys. All right. So I said a non-APAC Republican candidate, Zach Lon, just beat a Trump-endorsed candidate in the Iowa gubernatorial primary. I don't like saying gubernatorial, so I just say governor. America First is catching on? Question mark. Right. What's interesting about this race, and that went viral. What's interesting about this race is that people kept tagging me saying, well, TPUSA, you'll see here's Erica Kirk. So Trump endorsed the opponent in this race, right? So we all know what happened with Thomas Massey a week and a half ago. He lost his primary to a candidate for his house seat that Trump endorsed, but also APAC spent like $16 million on, right? It was the most expensive House primary in US history, right? Over $30 million spent in that race, which obviously is a complete waste of money. It's incredible, right? How much money we spend on elections. But so the Trump endorsed candidate lost. Now, what's interesting about this is that Trump, okay, endorsed this guy's opponent like 6 days in, right? Like a week, the last week, there was just a few days left. Trump endorsed his opponent, and then with 4 days remaining, right? 4 days left in the election, TPUSA comes out and endorses this guy, the guy who won, right? So what's going on here? Because Erica Kirk claims victory, right? And she goes this, and I'm quoting now. Congratulations to Zach Lon on his victory. He will be a great governor for all Iowans. Iowa is one of the most important states in the nation. Proud of our team and TP Action and the work ahead to deliver a more MAGA and Maha wins for the president. What? So she is claiming victory over. She is claiming victory over, and I'm just killing time, you guys, while the people who wanted to have this debate show up. Um, she is claiming victory over the Trump, right? Like, how does that make sense? Trump endorsed the opponent. The opponent lost, and she's saying that she's delivering this victory for Trump. So how, like, those two things cannot be true at the same time, right? He endorsed the other guy. Trump lost this one. So is she saying that she beat Trump? What's going on here? Well, I'll tell you what's going on here. They jumped in at the very last minute, right? Erica Kirk jumped in at the very last minute, and one of the people who lived in Iowa, and she's got cancer, fighting cancer, showed up and went to bat for this guy to get him elected. And you'll see. Where does she say it? Here she goes. She says she's a moron. Quote, I'm quoting here, and I'm not trying to get you attacked, Midwest Millennial. She's a moron. TPUSA came out with support the last week. This has been a grassroots campaign from the jump with no help from them. She's a leech. Don't let their corruption fog Zach's victory. So what is she saying here? She's saying that TPUSA came out the last minute and endorsed this guy, right, in a tight race, and then is using the victory as some kind of clout, even though they're saying they did it on behalf of Trump, and Trump endorsed the other guy, right? So somebody here is lying. I would say it's probably not this voter here who is fighting cancer. I would say it's more than likely, the other people involved. So shout out to them. I looked at this guy and I couldn't find any evidence of corruption. Now, there was a guy who tagged me in some stuff that I didn't have time to look into. I get tagged in a lot of stuff during these elections. People are throwing dirt at the candidates on all sides. I can't always keep up with it. What I did see, there was some, I think it was one of the Koch brothers. This guy worked with at one point or time, or something like that. But I didn't see that he was funded by him now. So that doesn't mean that there's not a connection. It doesn't mean that there is. It just means something, right? Something at least keeping a lookout for. I looked for any stance on, like, see if he was a Zionist or pro-Israel or whatever. I did not see anything. I did not see anything in that regard. He didn't have any publicly available statements on geopolitics really at all, from what I could see. I didn't see any statements on Iran. I didn't see any statements on Israel. I didn't really see any statements there. Most of what I saw was all local based, which was good for for a governor, right? Don't get above your skis. I'd see other governors weigh in on shit they shouldn't be weighing in on, but this guy didn't. So it's not exactly a clean bill of health as far as whether or not he's going to be corrupt. But finding nothing is better than finding something, I think. Go ahead, Ronnie.
Hey, Dilly. Just in the spirit of killing time while we're waiting everybody to come in, I wanted to talk to you about your viral post because, you had that short spurt where you weren't going anywhere. None of your posts were actually
I don't
getting
want to talk about the
traction.
algorithm if that's what you want to have a conversation about
No,
here.
no, no. I just wanted to know, like, what do you see with the attacks on the people that were actually responding to you? And, like, how did all that come into effect just off of the one, this one post?
I promise. What do you mean on that post with the Iowa governor?
No, no, no. The one that I had
Yeah,
commented
I
on was,
promised that I wouldn't talk about drama in the space today, so I'm not going to do it.
all right, brother. Well, I won't raise it then.
Yeah, I said that I committed to not doing it last night. So, all right, so let me get this going. Um, I mean, if these guys don't show up for this debate after begging me to have it last night, I will sit here and read this thing off myself, offer my own opinion on it, rant, and then we'll close up shop and we'll have a conversation. Request if you have any thoughts on it. I guess I will just start reading it, and we can all think this is why we're here, right? Is about this bill. So if you don't know, okay, now there was markup day today, which is that's when a bill is going through committee to have either things written up or written down or struck off of it, either way, as it's going through the House of Representatives in our Congress, at the federal level. This bill, or the NDAA, is the National Defense Authorization Act. It is one of the largest pieces of legislation that we pass every year, right? We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. And so it is a crucial piece of legislation. It decides how much money is going to our military, right? It decides how much money is going into defense, homeland security, intelligence, all of the government programs, artificial intelligence, anything that's adjacent to military or defense gets funded through this bill. It's a massive omnibus bill that gets packed full of all kinds of shit, right? So, Maze, I hope your voice is good tonight because, you know, but I'm glad you showed up. I was just talking trash because you weren't here. Hi,
Bro,
Maze.
I'm sorry, I'm driving right now.
Okay, it's
I didn't.
okay.
I lost track of time. You can't text me the
Did you
freaking
just
link or
blame
something.
me that you lost track of time?
Of
You
course,
just
I gotta
blame me.
blame you for that. Who else am I gonna blame?
She's blaming me. All right, I'm getting used to anyways. These women blaming me for the shit they do. All right, so
No,
here we
I'm
go.
Persian, okay, and we show up fashionably late.
I'm not
Persians
sure
do
if the
it
Persian
every
thing. I think
time.
it's a. All right, so I'm going to read this bill and then we'll go from there. Let me send the invite out to some of the people who said they wanted to have this debate. Not in my frequent list here. Anyways, let me. Where are they? Oh, here they are. All right, two of our favorites. You guys are going to be really happy with me. I'm inviting Mitch. He said he was inviting some people. I'm sending AB an invite to. We'll see if they show up, but they're strong personalities to say the least. But they are two of the more outspoken Zionists I know in spaces that I get along with. So, all right. So, well, as best we can, anyways, right? All right. So, quote. And now I had Grok pull the verbatim text from the bill, and I already read through it once. We'll go through this, right? And then I'll cover the domains and when I say domains, that means AI, quantum computing, biotechnology, etc. It's pretty extensive, the systems they want to integrate into our federal government. So, Section 224, United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. Establishment, the Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent as such term is defined in the Defense Directive 5101.01. Okay. They will be responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts between the United States and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology, research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation. Sorry. By one, identifying jointly developed or Israeli origin technologies with operational utility for potential integration into United States systems and programs of record. So I want you to think about that again, right? This is the problem. This is the part that I have the biggest problem with. It's right at the beginning of it. Okay. Israeli technologies with operational utility for potential integration into United States systems and programs of record, which means all of our data records. That could be your health records, your social security records, your anything, your criminal record, anything, your voting record. I mean, literally anything that the government tracks, they're eyeballing to include Israeli origin. It literally says Israeli origin technologies, right? Where does it say identifying American origin technologies to integrate into Israel systems? This is the problem I have here, right? If we're creating a legislative bill, right, why doesn't it say that there's an exchange of technologies? No, what are they saying? They're looking for Israeli origin, specifically technologies to integrate into our government at the highest, most critical levels, right? This should again, some people think Israel's an enemy. Some people think they're an ally. I don't really feel either way about it. I think that our country is way too co-opted by this other country. At the very least, this bill is evidence of it. If this said any other country, people would be losing their shit. If that said China, people would be losing their shit, right? If that said Korea, people would be losing their shit, right? If it said Kuwait or Qatar or any other country over there, people would be losing their shit. But because it says Israel, they're okay with it. Not only okay with it, this is likely going to go pass. It has more of a chance of getting through than it doesn't, because the Democrats and the Republicans, they agree on this. This is a bipartisan bill, right? The committee, the markup committee that was digging through this bill today, it's ran by a Democrat, right? And it was going through. It's going to go to the floor soon, right? So they are all pro-Israel in this committee. So it's except for da, 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 Thomas Massey, right? And so if that's the case, the Thomas Massey was already being criticized. They were calling an anti-Semite for opposing this, right? How they're calling him a racist. They're calling him a racist for opposing having foreign-based technology integrated into the United States' most critical infrastructure, right? And people say, "Oh, they're already here." Well, if they're already here, why do they need this bill? I would argue they are looking to make it official, make it legal, right? So that you can't call it out or resist it, and fund it, right? This is law. They're trying to make it into law, right? This is an incestuous relationship. Our founders warned us about foreign entanglement. Okay, literally foreign entanglement. And this is exactly what this is. This is foreign entanglement. Let me continue. This is my opinion. I'm willing to hear both sides of this. Both sides of this. If anybody has, they can sell me on all the pros and tell me why we absolutely have to have this. I'm willing to listen. And if you bring enough compelling evidence, or your arguments are compelling enough, then I might change my position. But right now, I'm not on board with what I just read. All right, let's continue. Two, ensuring collaborative research initiatives involving government, private sector, and academic instruction institutions in the United States and Israel is done in a manner that protects sensitive technology and information and the national security interests of the United States and Israel. Three, facilitating the transition of technologies from research and development into procurement and acquisition pathways. Four, establishing frameworks for joint ventures, licensing agreements, and United States based co production or manufacturing partnerships with Israeli industry. What does that mean? That means they're gonna have Israel develop weapons here. That's what that means. Five, according to relevant Department of Defense components, including the Irregular Warfare Technical Support Directorate, Capability Development and Innovation Divisions, the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the Defense Innovation Unit. I realize there's a lot of jargon here, but I said I was going to read it verbatim, and I am. The Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, the Defense Innovation Unit, the United States Israel Operations Technology Working Group, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the Missile Defense Agency, the United States Space Command, the military departments, and other Department of Defense entities as appropriate to align efforts and avoid duplication. And six, promoting joint training exercises and information sharing mechanisms to enhance operational readiness to deploy jointly developed technologies. Cooperative efforts. The synchronized cooperative efforts under subsection A may be carried out through the following domains. Okay. Counter unmanned systems, including aerial, maritime, and ground platforms. What does that mean? Drones. We're talking about drones. Okay, that's what that means. Two, anti tunneling and subterranean threats. Three, missile and air defense technologies. Four, artificial intelligence, quantum, machine learning, and autonomous systems. Okay. That's the tip of the spear in technology, right? That's what they want to use Israeli based technology for the highest level, the most critical, the most advanced, sophisticated infrastructure that the United States has to offer. They want Israel to develop it, and they want Israel to create it, and they want us to use it. Why? Why is that? We bring scientists over here and we keep them when we want them to develop our shit. We don't let it come from another country. We bring them here, we keep them here, we develop it, we don't send them back, right? We've been doing it for decades. Why is this different? I'm not a fan of this shit. All right, let's continue. Five, directed energy and advanced sensing. Let me read that to you again. You know, you've been hearing about Havana syndrome and directed energy weapons and that woman that was freaking out because she had a rash not too long ago. Her hands were burning. She said her head was hurting, and then she died. Right? She committed suicide like just afterwards. They're saying it out loud. Okay, they want to incorporate directed energy weapons from Israel into the United States. What the fuck is going on here? I'll continue. Five or six, cyber defense, electronic warfare, and digital resilience, which pretty much means that they are going to contribute or control our cyber defense systems that keep your information safe, keep your banks safe, keep your records safe, your tax information safe, right? Anything that the government regulates that you sign up for is stored somewhere in a database in the government database, either state or federal. Seven, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, and medical defense. What does that mean? COVID, vaccines, potential bioweapons. That's what that means. It's exactly what that means, right? The jab, right? All of that. That's what that means. Why would we? Why would we want? Like, do you see this list? This list is crazy. This list is absolutely crazy. 8, network integration. data fusion, contested logistics, defense industrial base cooperation, manufacturing, and co production. Okay. And last but not least, other emerging technologies as jointly agreed by the United States and Israel. Activities in coordination with other federal departments and agencies. The Secretary of Defense shall coordinate activities as appropriate with the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Commerce, and the heads of the relevant federal departments and agencies to ensure consistency with existing laws and regulations. So, anyways, the rest of this is really just more like about the funding of it, and I guess that should be important, right? Let's see. So this is how they get oversight. So I read that part. Interim progress update: no later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this bill, the Secretary of Defense shall provide the Congressional Defense Committee an interim briefing on one, the executive agent designated pursuant to the subsection A, and efforts that are being undertaken by such executive agent to lead the Department of Defense implementation of a synchronized cooperative efforts described in each subsection. So all of the shit that I listed off, what they're saying is they got a half a year. They get rid of them 6 months to have cooperative efforts, at least starting right underway with drones, anti-tunneling, anti-subterranean threats, missile and defense and air defense technologies, AI, quantum computing, machine learning, autonomous systems. That's robots, drones, robotic, fucking weaponized drones, all the shit you could think of. Terminator 2 type shit, directed energy weapons, advanced sensing, right? And when they say advanced sensing, they mean, the technology where they're mapping Wi-Fi and all of the crazy shit that you hear about they use to surveil, right? That's what they mean, right? All of this shit in 6 months they want it underway after they pass this bill. Now, let's see. This doesn't get funded until next year, right? This is fiscal year 2027. So they do these bills the year before, right? And the fiscal year does not line up with the end of the calendar year, right? They're a little bit off. Um, so if they pass this, it won't go in, they'll start prepping for it. They might allocate funds because it's legitimate. They could start it right away if they wanted to. If they wanted to like pull funds from something else and funnel it here, they 100% could. Uh, let's go. Okay, so the bullet points, numbered lists, um, the domains for cooperative efforts. I'm going to go through them one more time. Counter unmanned systems, aerial, maritime, and ground platforms, drones for air, ground, and sea. Okay. Anti tunneling and subsystems, missile and air defense, artificial intelligence, quantum technology, machine learning, and autonomous systems, AI, quantum, directed energy and advanced sensing, cyber defense, electronic warfare, digital resilience, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, and medical defense, network integration, data fusion, contested logistics, defense industrial base. Contested logistics means supply chain, right? That are you have to defend. Uh, Contested logistics, defense industrial base cooperation, manufacturing and co-production, and other emerging technologies that are not included in this list, which means that they're giving it a broad scope to include things later on, right? That's what that means. Okay, Maze, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Did you hear all of that?
I heard parts of it. I was going in and out. Sorry, I'm driving, but I'll be situated in like 20 minutes.
All right, Mitch, go ahead.
I find it interesting that you see these things as a negative. Israel happens to have great advancements in all of these fields. They have a allyship and loyalty to the United States of America more than any other country. And if you want to care about the defense of the United States, its military, etc., and I brought up the other day things like the Zenith system that controls drones and stuff that they use as an Israeli platform. Trophy defense system, the helmet system for the F-35, as well as much of the technology of the F-35. All key aspects of the U.S. military have sources with the Israeli technology. So if they're good at biotechnology, they're good at missile defense, at tunnel defense, at all of these things, you should want to have them, you know, share their knowledge, share their abilities with the United States of America. To me, you're looking at it somehow as a negative, and I just don't understand that. When, in my view, having a partnership with a country that is your ally that happens to be advanced in these fields, and let's not forget, they're next to the United States, they are in the top three to top five of AI in the world. You should want to have that because the future is AI, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, but is does China have advanced AI?
Yes, and that's
Are
a
they
good
our
reason why you
are
want to.
they one of our most critical trade partners?
They're one of our not our your most critical adversaries. They're not.
But
You
are
trade
they
with them
also our most favored trade partner?
for physical
Don't
goods,
they actually
not net
literally have most
technology.
favored nation status as a trade partner?
I don't know that. I can't answer
Okay,
that
so I can
question. I
tell you
don't
that
know.
they do. I can tell you that they
They
do.
do. They do. But does
Okay.
that relate to technology sharing,
Well, I
or does
mean,
that
well, we're calling
relate
them a
to?
partner,
Well, no,
right?
no. There's different aspects to it. Like if you're talking about producing brooms
I
and
don't know why
washing
everybody keeps getting
machines,
booted from the space or on the stage. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm not doing it. It's glitchy.
if that's
Repost the
regarding
space,
trade
everybody.
status
Bottom right corner.
regarding
Continue.
appliances and iPhones and other things, that's one thing. Is that true with regards to advanced weaponry,
Well,
advanced
I'm just
technology? I
saying,
don't
just
think that that is.
because somebody is an ally or a partner in one way doesn't necessarily mean that they are your best ally ever.
I don't disagree with that. The relationship is complicated. My relationship with those who are closest in our lives can be complicated. You always agree with your mother, your father, your spouse, your best friend, but you trust those people that you happen to have a close relationship with them. That doesn't mean that the relationship is always smooth, but there is. Listen to your Secretary of War and people in the Pentagon that have said that in this current war they have had no better partner, and so I think that that is part of it.
Go ahead, Joe. You want to respond?
Yeah, and you know that saying like "fool me once, shame on me; fool me twice, shame on you." Um, so the Lavi fighter jet, which was a project from U.S. that Israel sold to China, the Python 3 also sold to China. Israel did the Falcon radar crisis. Israel was caught trying to sell to China. Luckily, the United States was able to stop them. The Harpy drone upgrade crisis, which was not even that long ago, the Recon psychogenic cooling leak that they also sold to China, which was also U.S. tech. I don't know how many times, when your ally sells American secrets 5 times, one of them unsuccessfully, the other successfully, do you consider that you want to merge your military technology because it's a good thing? You tell me, Mitch, that what is an ally that keeps selling your secrets? Is that an ally? Is that someone you
Well,
should trust? If it was
so
Russia
first
that
of
was
all,
selling our military tech to
oh, your
China,
question's long
would
enough.
you
I
be in
love your question.
favor?
So
You
the
know,
Levy was an Israeli project, and these are issues
no,
from the '90s. There's no
Lavi
question
was
about
American,
why do you
Israeli,
ask
mostly done
questions,
by America.
man, man, man. If you ask someone a question, you let them answer it. If you want a monologue,
Yeah,
monologue.
but just
I'll go
answer
back and forth.
honestly because the Lavi jet is very well
You know what?
documented.
If you want an answer, I'll answer it. If you want to overtalk, that's not how normal people behave.
No, no, but if
There's
So,
you
no.
bring
Joey, you asked
something
him.
up, okay. If you bring something up and you're like, Lavi is an
I
American,
didn't bring
it was
anything up. You started. You
1.3.
started. You asked me a
You
question.
did. You
Let
said,
yeah, let him answer you, man. You did
dude,
ask him.
I
he
didn't
said the
say
Lavi jet
anything.
was Israeli. It was $1.3 billion funded by America with
You
American
can.
scientists in
I haven't
Israel
even
with
finished the
some
first
So
sentence,
Israeli.
and
maybe
you're like,
there's nuance
"This is
here.
strange behavior."
Hold on. You guys are Mitch.
Yeah,
Let me moderate. Otherwise, it's going to be
sure.
hard for me to have us to have this conversation. So did you articulate your response? You're claiming that it was Israeli, not American. American didn't have anything to do with it.
I have more to say if you let me finish without
Okay,
the
land your
over
plane.
talking. Right. So the Levy was an Israeli project. It didn't have American funding, of course. These are issues from the '90s, no question. And there was congressional committees, I believe, that were formed over this, and Israel formed committees to address this, changed laws, and the relationship changed. But definitely there were issues. Like I said, you could have a close allyship and have bumps along the road, and there's no question with the Harpy, with the I forget the name of the missile he mentioned. That's all true. I'm not denying these facts. But the Lavi was
Wait, are
definitely
you
an
saying
Israeli
close
project.
allies sell national security
Well,
technology
the
to
Lviv
our
was an
enemies?
Israeli project, and they didn't sell the entirety of the project. There's allegations. It's not clear that they sold the design for the airframe, not for the entire jet, not the technology itself. But it doesn't change the fact that, yes, there are errors and bumps along the way, right? Like, you know, that
Does that sound
happens.
like an error? That sounds
Yeah,
like
I
a
think that is.
betrayal.
You can picture it how you want. I see it as a mistake, a foolishness. This is from the 1990s. This is 30 years ago. You could choose to view it as not overcomable, or you can view that they responded to congressional concerns, changed laws in Israel, and changed oversight, and they dealt with the issue.
Joey, you can respond, and then we'll go to Mace.
Yeah, look, James Woolsey, which was the ex CIA director, stated in front of Congress that Israel has been for decades selling technology to China that was American. Okay. And then even after that, which that was in the 90s, he's correct. The Lavi jet was in the 80s and it was an American project that was done in Israel, by the way. It was not an Israeli project. Uh,
Completely
we
Israeli. There's
we
nothing
then
American about it.
You didn't want
uh,
him over talking you. Please don't over talk him. Continue, Joe.
Yeah. Then we had the Falcon radar crisis where they were trying to sell to China $1 billion deal of US tech. Clinton was able to intervene and found out early that they were trying to sell it. Then you had Harpy drone. Then you had the recurve cryogenic cooling thing. It hasn't stopped. It's been going
How
on
did they
for
get
decades.
nukes?
Yeah, look, I personally think Israel's a forwarding military base of America, and America wanted a nuke near Russia um, as a deterrent. That's
Yeah,
honestly
that
what I
was
think at
my.
the
I
time.
believe that it was. I also believed that it was an outpost of the United States for the region, but I don't think that is the case anymore. I believe that's
I
what it was probably established as when
Yeah,
we first started partnering with them or working with them in regards. But as it has progressed over the decades, I believe that it has grown independent, and then it's got its own ideology that supports it.
com- com-
That's
completely
Zionism
agree.
is pervasive in the United States government. It's all over the place
Completely
as an
agree.
ideology.
And you have
But
precedents
Israel
for
didn't have its
diligent.
special relation.
Mitch, let me
Diligent. They
just.
didn't
He
have the
was
special
talking to me,
relationship.
Mitch. He was talking to me. One
I was
second.
I
Mitch. You
thought it
can
was
chime back in a
openly
second though.
saying.
I'll let you respond, Mitch.
Yeah.
But let him respond to me.
Yeah, you have precedent for it, right? Like what America does and did was very much what Britain did, right? They would go into a country, they would invade, and then they would befriend a certain local population, a tribe, or whatever it may be, in order to take control of the area and then make it seem like they're the ones in control when Britain was. And then eventually, those people would rise up against their ally and kind of take it over. That's what happened in India. That's what happened in Hong Kong. It happens all the time. It happened a lot, right? And this is just exactly what happened. Israelis have their own will and their own mission. Let's say, I think they're fighting more on God is my real estate broker and promised me this land 3 years ago. And America is, for me, it's the oil and gas and the petrodollar. And while they were aligned for a long time, it was fine. But now, they're going off the rails. You see a population that has been completely radicalized, where 63% of people say that even if it was a genocide, I'd support it. And they're getting extremely radical. But this is what's happened historically all the time, that the people you use wind up becoming your enemy eventually, just like we did with Saddam Hussein, just like we did with bin Laden, just like we've done all over the place. And that goes back for 500 years that constantly happens. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
Diligent. The relationship was very ambivalent, until the 70s, until JFK established the special relationship with Israel. Prior to that, they were
Wasn't
sort
he
of.
investigating Israel before he died?
No, no, no. This is like the whole conspiracy that he was trying to prevent them from having nuclear weapons and blah blah blah. They had
I
already
know
developed
it
it.
is public knowledge that he was concerned about them and our nuclear weapons program.
Yeah. Because that's no different than any country, right? Every nuclear power wants to prevent every other country in the world from having nuclear weapons because they want to have an exclusive
Okay, so
club.
then it wasn't a
But
conspiracy
Israel
theory; it
developed
actually
its nuclear
happened.
weapons in partnership with France. Even at one point, they were more advanced than the U.S. in plutonium development, right? So this idea that they stole it from the United States is literally crazy stories. Like it's just nonsense. There is true that Arnold Milchan, did take switches, certain trigger switches from the United States, and he did sell them to the U.S. To Israel. But the idea that they developed their nuclear weapons by stealing from the U.S. is just silly. They had already developed it, and they were in close partnership with France at the time. That's who it is, their major weapons supplier until the 70s. And then the Americans became their partner. And, listen, the relationship, like I said, has had bumps, has had mistakes and misfalls. It is not always aligned interest. Each country has their own interests. It's not religious. Israel is a very
Okay, so
moderate society.
you're making my point for me. If there's problems, hiccups, and not always aligned interest, why would we want to invest totally in our infrastructure with these
Well, I
people?
think you're overstating it.
You
Is
just said the
totally.
problem.
No. I agree with you. Listen, on the one hand, said to you the other day, I see it as a double-edged sword. I see it as a golden handcuff on Israel, where Israel wants to develop its own military-industrial complex and sell to whoever they wants to sell to. And having this partnership will have America claiming, "Oh no, that's our joint technology. That's joint. That's joint. That's joint." So I'm not personally in favor of it. I do see it a problem, but the idea that it's going to be a complete, meshing of everything is, I think, an overstatement. There will be guardrails and safeguards. At least that's what I believe the Congress is talking about, as well as the Pentagon. Not everything will be shared. But if you have a ally who is advanced in these areas, and they are, then you want to partner with them because, like you said, China is advancing in these areas. One thing you have a problem in the United States is you need massive data centers. You have many, you have thousands, but you have smaller ones. While China has the massive, terawatt, terabyte ones, much more than the U.S. And this whole issue with private companies building them, I think that's a mistake. I think they should be treated like U.S. bases as national security assets, and the U.S. government should build them and control them. And they could lease them to Google. They could lease them to contractors. But I think AI centers should be the property and should be the sole domain of the U.S. government. So if you have a country that's advanced in AI, you want to partner with them, and they're your ally because your adversary China is advancing at the same time. And if the winner of AI will be the most powerful country in the world, and that should be the United States.
So it sounds like you're agreeing with me that we should not have this incestuous integration of technology. Because when you first came up here, you were telling me that we should, and
I
why
think you should have
you're
it.
like,
I think,
why
but it
wouldn't you? Let me
requires
finish.
guardrails.
You said, why would you not want all of this great technology from Israel? And then you just agreed with all of the reasons why.
I agree you should have the partnership, but I also agree that there to pretend it's a riskless relationship with any country is foolish. I don't. I agree. It is risk for Israel. It is a risk for America to integrate overly without having guardrails and safeguards. Just because I think that it's smart for America to benefit from the advancements that Israel has, and they are advanced in these areas. They have experience in missile defense that America will benefit from, tunnel warfare and other things, then yeah, it's a good thing to partner with them. But to just blindly plunge into the depths without guardrails and safety measures to protect America and for Israel to protect itself would be foolish. So I think it's a good thing, but I don't think that it should be done blindly.
Go ahead, Mace.
Okay, thank you. I also invited Tara, so be on the lookout for her. I think she would be great in this discussion. So, look, here's the three things that I think is a very bad idea. Okay, and yes, I may have some bias because I think that if there's ever a military, we don't want to marry because that's essentially what this is doing. This is kind of creating the infrastructure in which you can't really moonwalk out of, right? And it would be like the last one on the planet. I'd rather do it with Nigeria. All right, but not to say that it's ever a good idea, but I would say that there's reasons why we've been We've been backstabbed, okay, several times. And I think that this would be very dangerous. And here's the problem. So, across all the areas that you named off earlier, I don't have to rename them. There's going to be also a centralized point in which a lot of this merging and the decision making is happening. And I think that that also, too, is very dangerous. It also moves the relationship completely out of the transparent annual aid, like where we would have Congress be able to vote on this. They can debate, they can put caps on the amount, and they can put conditions on whatever the level of support is. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're the best. Bye, guys. Bye. I love you too. And I think that it's important to understand that, like, we this takes it completely out of our visibility. And so another thing about that is that, we saw how the Israel lobby has effectively hijacked our government, and this is my, I guess, my way of saying it is hijack. Like, we can't even keep somebody like Massey, who has proven to be voting for America first, in his seat, right? And so that just lets you know that right now the move that's being made to push this through is it's a very vulnerable time.
We lose her. Yep, we lose
Yeah,
her.
I
we
think
lost her.
so, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she makes a point, right? Another consideration here, Mitch, is that Israel, to many Americans believe, you can, it's debatable, depends on who you ask, has an outsized influence on our politics already, right? It's like, where do you draw the line? It's a boundary problem, right? This is a boundary problem. Like, it is. This is like a toxic relationship. I firmly agree, and I want to confirm here because I want to look it up. Let's get Grok working here. Grok's been being weird. You guys can see it's not loading. Try it
I
again.
looked up a bunch of stuff too.
Um, there we go. Grok, I want you to tell me all of the times that Israel has sold or stolen U.S. technology, all the way back from Israel's creation until now.
The main verified cases center on espionage and unauthorized transfers, especially in the 1980s. The most documented espionage incident is Jonathan Pollard, a U.S. Navy intelligence analyst. From 1984 to 1985, he passed over 800 classified documents, more than 1 million pages, to Israel, including NSA signals intelligence manuals, satellite reconnaissance data, and information on Arab states, Soviet systems, and Pakistan's nuclear program. He was caught in 1985, pleaded guilty, and served 30 years. Israel initially denied involvement, but later acknowledged it and granted him citizenship. A parallel case involved Ben-Ami Kadish, who from 1979 to 1985 gave classified documents on U.S. missile defense systems, nuclear weapons, and the F-15 fighter to the same Israeli handler who managed Pollard. He pleaded guilty in 2008 at age 85 and received only a fine. In the late 1970s, early 1980s, Israel used front companies, including one tied to Hollywood producer Arnon Milchan, to illegally acquire about 800 Krytron switches, specialized electronic components usable in nuclear weapons, from a California firm. The U.S. indicted the company owner, but he fled to Israel. On sales and transfers to third parties, multiple U.S. reports from the 1990s, including GAO and Pentagon assessments, stated Israel conducted the most aggressive espionage among U.S. allies, targeting classified military tech and sensitive military technology. Some of this ended up aiding Israel's arms industry and was allegedly retransferred. Israel sold military technology to China starting in the 1980s, including upgrades for tanks, missiles, radars, and electronic warfare systems. The U.S. blocked major deals like the Falcon airborne early warning system in 2000 and upgrades to Harpy drones in 2005, which strained relations and led to resignations in Israel's defense ministry. Reports also noted transfers of U.S. origin tech from the canceled Lavi fighter program to China. U.S. officials expressed concern that this could indirectly benefit Iran. Other historical notes include cooperation with apartheid era South Africa on arms and possible nuclear related tech in the 1970s 1980s, though details remain murky. U.S. government reports, like those from the GAO, describe a pattern of Israel targeting U.S. proprietary tech for its defense industry since 1948, sometimes reselling or trading it. However, comprehensive public lists of every incident don't exist. Many cases stay classified, and sources often disagree on severity or intent. Claims of widespread theft appear in critical analyses, but primary convictions remain limited to the Pollard era cluster. This is drawn from declassified assessments, court records, and investigative reports. The full picture has gaps because governments withhold details on both sides. What specific part or era do you want to dig deeper into?
She's saying that there's probably a lot more that we don't know about, but they don't tell us about it because they don't want us to be
Diligent.
mad.
Can you ask about the 2013 selling top secret military equipment for missiles to China?
Grok, look for an instance of 2013 selling missiles to China.
It was missile parts.
She'll find it.
Yeah, that 2013 incident is real. Israel authorized the sale of a miniature cooling system, a cryocooler, made by Recor, used in missiles and electro optic equipment, and it ended up in China. The U.S. saw it as a violation of defense agreements between the two countries. Israel said it was sold to a European company first, but the Americans weren't buying that excuse once it reached China. This led to the resignation of Meir Shalit, Israel's head of defense export control. He took responsibility, apologized to U.S. officials in person, and stepped down. The U.S. was furious because they worried the tech could eventually help places like Iran. It's a classic example of the exact tension you're talking about. Israel pushing defense exports, the U.S. getting pissed when sensitive stuff goes to China. You're right that there's almost certainly more we don't know. Governments on all sides classify a lot of this stuff, so public cases are just the ones that leaked or got caught. The pattern of friction over Israel China tech transfers goes back decades, but specific details often stay buried.
Can I ask a question to Grok,
That's
Diligent?
not in 1980. that
I
was
have a
just 10
question.
years
I have
ago.
a question for Grok.
If
Grok.
if she can hear you, usually she can only hear me. Do you want to?
Okay, then you ask the question. I'll tell you the
Okay,
question. You can ask it. Ask Grok to talk about the level of
The
espionage by
2013
the United.
incident I just
oh, sorry.
mentioned.
Go ahead.
ask ask the Grok to talk about the level of espionage by the United States against its allies.
Grok,
1980s.
give me
That's
every
the
listed known occurrence of the United States committing espionage or stealing and selling Israeli technology.
Not Israel. Its allies, various allies.
There aren't any well documented public cases of the U.S. committing espionage specifically to steal or sell Israeli technology. The U.S. and Israel have a formal 1951 agreement not to spy on each other, and they share a very close intelligence relationship. Public records,
Grok,
court
as best
cases,
you
and official
can, considering all of the cases that you just alluded to or mentioned, as best you can, count how many times Israel has violated that said treaty.
It's impossible to give an exact number. The 1951
Do the
US
best that
Israel
you can,
Agreement.
Grok.
It's impossible to give an exact count. The
Fucking
1951 informal agreement between the CIA and Mossad was a gentleman's agreement not to spy on each other.
Grok,
US
okay.
counterintelligence has
Grok, how many times has Israel been caught stealing or trying to steal or selling or spying on the United States? Never mind the treaty. Just give me a count of how many times that you can confirm.
It's tough to give a clean single number because caught means different things.
She
Some
she
led to arrest.
refuses to answer the question.
Your
She
Grok is
just
Israeli. Your
she
Grok is
she
Israeli.
she well, I mean it is a the anti-Zionists are screaming that Grok is corrupted right now
But that
100% you
wasn't the
can bet
question
you.
I asked, Diligent. I wanted to
I'm
talk about.
asking the question though, right?
No, no, but
Because you
you said
wouldn't
I could
answer
ask a
it.
question to Grok, and
But
my
you
question was,
because what
yeah,
a United States does to other countries or what Israel does to other countries is not the question here. If we were having a discussion on how we treat our neighbors or our friends in general, it
right.
wouldn't say USA Israel in the title, right?
You know, you're missing my point, though. I'm just talking about the fact that intelligence services spy on their allies significantly. And we have the very well known case of the listening devices put into all the European leaders at one point. Like spying on your allies,
Merkel
whether it's
only.
distasteful or not, is a reality within the intelligence community. And that's what I wanted
But
Grok
you
to
just
talk about.
said that they were our greatest ally.
I didn't say that.
And
You said that.
he's
You did
diverting the
too.
conversation away
You
from
I
did
didn't say,
selling
too.
I never used this
secrets.
term greatest
You
ally.
said
That's,
our best ally. Literally, it's a recorded space.
I don't see it
But
that way. I
Mitch,
don't see them as the best ally or
I
opponents.
don't see a problem with people like America. Of course, you want to know what your allies and your enemies are doing.
Right.
100%.
So
That's not
there
what
you
we
go.
were talking about. You were changing the subject from
I'm
we don't
not.
go around and sell military secrets to our allies' enemies. Right? That's what we're
America
talking about. So
engages in
don't
mass
change
scale
the
industrial
conversation.
espionage against allies, against enemies. This is not, I'm not pejoratively saying this. This is part of what intelligence services do. The intelligence world acts in this way, right? So I'm just
Yeah, but
saying,
you
be
don't
goose for the good,
sell
good for the
top
goose, good for the
secret
gander.
intel. You don't sell top secret military equipment to our allies' enemies. America has never
Okay.
done that.
You definitely take technology of your allies.
You take it, but you don't
You
sell
take
it to an
wait,
enemy.
wait, wait, wait.
No, no, no,
You
no. I mean,
take hold
not what
on,
you
yeah, well,
paid for
hold
it,
on. I'm
not what
gonna
you paid
you
for it.
said
You
it.
stole
You
it.
said you take. Okay.
Take,
You
yeah,
take technology of your allies. Take.
yeah, yes.
You don't have a
You,
problem. You don't see the problem with that?
I'm saying America does that. I'm
We
just
take
saying,
technology of Israel.
of Britain, of France, of
You are giving
Germany.
so this is the problem here.
I
You
don't
are
know what the problem is.
rationalizing Israel's behavior based on how we treat other countries. Again, how many times has the United States taken taken
I'm making
anything
the
from
point.
Israel?
I'm making the point plenty of times. There's no question. They have tremendous espionage on Israel. There's no question about that. My only point is that this is distasteful as it is part of the game of the intelligence world. They're all allies are spying on one another. That's just part of the reality.
And so is it your position that we've stolen technology from Israel and then sold it to Israel's enemies? Have we ever done that?
I don't know the answer to that question.
You don't know, right?
You've definitely acted to help our enemies in various cases, which for in the Arab world, we had to deal with that, and that's part of it. Like America is always going to serve its interest. Our interest as Israel don't always align the same way that the interest of America don't always align with Britain or Germany or other allies, right? Like that's just the relationship of all allyship is complicated. And I don't have a problem with that.
Hmm. Prescient, do you have a problem with that?
Yes, I do have a problem with that, Diligent. Thank you. I took a few notes. I've only been in here for a short time, but I want to comment on a few of the things Mitch said. But first, I'll just say flat out, I want no merger, zero merger with the Israeli military and the U.S. military. None. Zero.
Why?
Israel is not. Why?
Yeah,
I'll tell
why?
you why. I was about to tell you why. Israel is not my or my country's ally. Period. End of story. Israel is my and my country's mortal enemy. People are dying in my country because of Israel. Wasted money on wasted wars, war crimes. People are dying in our streets, homeless, dying, no food, because we give billions of dollars to these devils in Israel. That's why they're my mortal enemy. They're not my ally. And I'll go on to say that the vast majority of people in my government right now are my mortal enemy. Trump is my mortal enemy. 90% of Congress, or maybe 80% of Congress, is my mortal enemy. Let's just get real here. Anybody to say that is, and the only reason that people in this country uh, are believing that Israel is our ally is because they're lied to. The United States is the most lied to population on the planet. So let's talk truth here and quit with the Mossad, this, clouding up of the reality that we're in, because
I
that's what
believe they
makes
call it
problems.
Hasbro.
Yeah, Hasbro. Okay, Hasbro. Fine. So that's my thoughts. I'll stop for there for now.
Okay. Well, I mean, you didn't say why Israel is your enemy. Why is Israel your enemy?
No, I did. Maybe you weren't listening. People are dying. My fellow citizens are dying because we give billions of dollars to Israel, where we should be spending those billions of dollars on our agriculture, on our food system.
So because we're
People,
funding Israel, that's why you say they're your enemy?
absolutely, because we're funding them, and also because how many of our soldiers have died fighting wars for Israel? How many billions do we waste on our military fighting wars for Israel? Countless billions, probably in the trillions. Israel is my mortal enemy. Now, do you understand why I say they're my mortal enemy?
I understand. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Thank you, Prescient. Mike, go ahead. Cos Mike.
Hey, what's up? I wasn't expecting to get called on so soon, but yeah, I mean, I don't. I think this thing needs to be looked at a little more carefully. I mean, um, I look at it a little bit, and uh, I get why there is an argument on the whole thing, meaning that this particular measure or provision is pretty loosely written. It's not very specific. And anytime you have something that's written in a very general fashion, there's an opportunity for that to be abused. So, I think it's fine for us to share technology, quote unquote, because, Israel does have some technology that's useful to us, but at the same time, we can't give away the farm either, right? I mean, there has to be some sort of measures in place to ensure we protect our IP. And that's just kind of the name of the game. I think as long as we're careful about it, I think it could be a mutually beneficial situation.
And did you I don't know if you were listening. Did you hear all of what it entails? How much of our infrastructure?
Well, I mean, I think that that's what some people are interpreting, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily the
I read the
case.
text of
Um,
the I read the text of the bill verbatim. There was no interpretation. I literally read
right,
it.
right. So you read the text, but then how people interpret that, right? Uh, Different people listening to what you had to say or reading that are going to take away different understandings as to what those things mean. And what
It
I'm
boils
telling you
down
is
to
my interpretation.
Israeli origin technology being installed in the domains that I listed. That's just it. It's really simple, right? And
Okay, so if we installed American originated technologies for some other country's defense system, whatever, so does
we do
that
that all the
immediately
time.
make us, yeah, exactly. So does that immediately make us some sort of, you know, evil empire that we're going
But
to
there,
control these
well, so
people,
you
etc.?
are. Who said there was an evil empire? Did I say that?
I'm just saying, I know how people talk in this
You're
space,
making
so
assertions.
I'm
You
just
just
going
made a
straight to
huge
what it
leap.
is.
You just made a huge leap from a logical, fact-based conversation to make believe.
Okay, but you could say that if you want, but I know what people are thinking here.
I
So
know what
it's like
people are
why?
thinking.
So why even
So
pretend? I'm not
that's
going to
not a good
pretend.
faith argument. Like I can't. There's
It
no
is good
discussion to
faith
be
if you
had.
understand what people if
I
people
don't
are
know what people
being
are thinking. I'm
real.
not a mind reader. How can I argue against that?
I've heard people in this space enough times to know what's on their minds. Let's put it
People
that way.
in this space. You've heard me say it.
Come on,
Did I
quit
say
playing.
that Israel's? Have I ever said
I
in
didn't I
my
didn't call
career on
I didn't say
spaces?
diligent believes X
You
Y
said
Z.
this
I'm just
space. That's
saying
my whose
there's
space is
people
this?
in this space. You're not the whole space. You're the person that runs the space. That's
That's
different.
right. Okay, so you're making a generalized statement, an assertion that can't be proven or disproven because you're saying psycho tel- tel- telepathically what everybody's thinking, right? You said yourself that there's valid concerns here. It's the most sophisticated,
Right, that's
advanced.
right.
most sophisticated, advanced technology from a country that has a track record over decades of stealing, trying to steal, and selling our technology to our adversaries. You think that because people have a problem with that, they think it's an evil empire and they're not just really worried about their own
Well, let's
country?
listen to what you just said, though, right? I mean,
What did I just say that wasn't true?
It's
you're just saying
proven
that
with
they have a
facts.
track record and that they were doing X, Y, and Z, and
Mitch
it's
is a
also the tone of
Zionist
your
and he just
voice,
gave me half of the points that we were talking about. What do you
right?
mean?
The
Because
tone of your
these things are
voice.
not unusual. These things are not unusual. I mean, in other words, as Mitch had pointed out, this kind of espionage and stealing of
Oh,
secrets,
okay, so I'll
etc.,
ask
is
you the
not
same
unusual.
question I asked him. How many times has the United States stolen and sold Israeli technology? Can you give me one example?
I don't know.
You
But I'm
don't
sure they
know.
have. I'm sure
But
they
you're
have,
sure
though.
again, so another unprovable, unarguable
Well, you can't
point.
prove your points either.
Yes, I can. These are historical record. What do you mean? There's a
Well, I mean,
consensus that this
that's
happened.
a historical record according to who, though?
According to Zionists, Israelis, and Americans. I don't know where Mitch is, but
Well, I
he's
don't
the
know if
one that
we can
agreed.
believe any of that stuff, can we?
Yes, you can. Like Jonathan Pollard went to prison for this
He sat in prison for
cosmic.
30 years.
Yeah, like this is documented. These are actual primary sources that could prove this.
So if it's something that it fits the framing of what you believe, then it's believable. But if
What
it
are you
doesn't fit
I
your
don't
talking
framing,
like
then it's
what
not
about?
he's not
believable.
even. This isn't a real
Yeah, this
discussion.
is
Like
you're
you're
not
not having
having a
a.
good faith argument. I'm not going to sit here and argue about beliefs, right? I'm talking about primary evidence backed records that everybody else agrees on all sides, and you're gaslighting me. I'm not doing that.
Our
You're
own
making that assertion,
CIA.
but I haven't seen that proved.
Our CIA has come out and said it, Mike. It's not like it's fake evidence. Our CIA came out and said it, and
It's
the
fucking insane.
minister of defense in Israel
Grok,
had to
hold on. Grok, I
resign.
want you to list off all of the occurrences that we've discussed of Israel stealing, trying to steal, selling, or trying to steal United States technology from 1950 until now. And I want you to cite it with primary sources.
Here's a list of the main documented occurrences we've discussed in this space. 1. NUMEC Apollo Affair, 1960s 1970s. Suspected diversion of 200 to 600 pounds of highly enriched uranium from a Pennsylvania nuclear facility to Israel's nuclear program. Investigated by FBI, CIA, and others. Strong suspicions but never conclusively proven in court. 2. Krytron smuggling, 1979 to 1985. Richard Smith and Milco illegally exported over 800 Krytron switches, nuclear trigger devices, to Israel without proper licenses. Smith was indicted, fled, later returned, and was convicted. 3. Jonathan Pollard espionage, 1984 to 1985. U.S. Navy analyst passed over 800 classified documents, more than 1,000,000 pages, to Israel, including NSA SIGINT manuals and satellite data. Convicted, sentenced to life, served 30 years. 4. Ben-Ami Kaddish case, 1980 to 1985, charged 2008. U.S. Army engineer gave classified documents on missile defense and nuclear weapons to the same Israeli handler as Pollard, pleaded guilty to acting as an unregistered agent of Israel, fined $50,000. 5. Technology transfers to China, multiple instances, especially 1980s to 2000s, including Lavi fighter program tech and the 2013 case where Israel sold a miniature cooling system, cryocooler, made by Recor, that ended up in China. This led to the resignation of Israel's head of defense export control. Additional notable one mentioned earlier, the 2004 to 2005 Larry Franklin AIPAC case, where a Pentagon official passed classified Iran policy information that reached Israel. Primary sources for these include court records and DOJ announcements, Pollard, Kaddish, Smith, declassified CIA damage assessments and National Security Archive releases, 1996 GAO report on defense industrial security, explicitly called out Israel as conducting the most aggressive espionage operation against the United States of any U.S. ally. These are the main verified public cases we've covered. There are more allegations and classified incidents, but these are the ones with primary
primary evidence that are government backed, our own government. It's a DOJ
Well,
website.
why don't you ask the question the other way? Ask how many times has the U.S. stolen
I
secrets
did.
from Israel?
There was none. Grok, how many times since its existence has the U.S. been caught stealing, trying to steal, selling any of Israelis' classified technology in any capacity?
Zero. There is no documented case on the public record from DOJ, FBI, court documents, declassified reports, or any other U.S. government source where the United States has been caught stealing, trying to steal, or selling Israel's classified technology. The only notable case that goes the other way is Yosef Amit, an Israeli military intelligence officer who was convicted in Israel in 1987 of spying for the United States. He passed information on Israeli troop movements in Lebanon and the Palestinian territories to the CIA. He served about 7 years of a 12-year sentence. That's political military intelligence, not technology theft. Every other major documented case we've discussed in this space, Pollard, Kaddish, Krytrons, Numek, transfers to China, etc., involves Israel or Israeli agents acquiring U.S. technology. The U.S. government has repeatedly stated in reports, including a 1996 GAO report, that Israel runs some of the most aggressive espionage against the U.S. among all allies. So, to answer your direct question, none. There is no equivalent record of the U.S. doing to Israel what Israel has been caught doing to the U.S. on multiple occasions.
Hey,
What would it
Dilly.
matter though, Diligent?
Dilly, can you?
But
Like,
that's
Okay,
they keep
based on
flipping
hold
it.
that's
on.
based on
Everybody,
you
calm
on the
down.
U.S. That's
Okay,
based
we're all,
on
I
the
know we're all
U.S. right?
excited based on those results. Okay, everybody, just calm down. We can only hear one person at a time. I was talking to Cause Mike, so let's let him respond. But I just want to add, right? Did you hear? There's no comparison, zero comparison. So we have a country who is a quote unquote our greatest ally, which has stolen and sold our technology for decades. Just what we know about, right?
Really, what would it matter
That's
if they
not
did though?
including. Let me finish, please. That's not including all of the shit that we don't know about. How much do we not know about? Did you hear that guy committed treason? Treason, and he got a $50,000 fine. No jail time. Our one of our own military guys got caught selling classified information to a foreign state, and he got $50,000 fine. No fucking jail. That's treason. Absolutely fucking treason.
That's true. But the sources that Grok was citing are all American sources. So of course we're not going to tell on ourselves.
Because Mike, this is the thing about it. Why does it matter? Everybody keeps
What
doing
is
that
going
opposite,
on here?
like. But I know you are. But what
You
am I
said
saying?
FBI, CIA, American sources, right?
But what does it matter if they do? Like we're good. We're in America. I don't give a shit what we do, right?
Israel
Like,
has its own
I'm
internet.
just saying it happens both ways.
It does not happen both ways.
we're not equal to them. We're
Grok,
above them.
watch this. Watch this. Grok, I want you to search all of the Hebrew sites and Israeli websites and find me one example of primary evidence of the United States stealing, trying to steal, or selling any kind of Israeli technology at all ever.
I searched extensively, including Hebrew and Israeli sources like you asked. I could not find a single documented case with primary evidence, court records, DOJ statements, official Israeli government admissions, or declassified reports of the United States stealing, trying to steal, or selling Israeli classified technology. The only related case is Yosef Amit, an Israeli military intelligence major convicted in Israel in 1987 for spying for the United States. He passed information on Israeli troop movements in Lebanon and the Palestinian territories to the CIA. He was sentenced to 12 years and served about 8. This was political military intelligence, not technology theft. That's it. No equivalent to Pollard, Kaddish, the Krytrons, or the other cases we've discussed, but with the roles reversed. You're correct that there is no comparison in the public record. The documented cases of technology related espionage go overwhelmingly one way.
There's a lot of all of the people who don't like Zionists are like, are you guys? Is Grok being fair? You know, you guys cannot say she's completely co-opted by APAC. Um, this is this is a problem when we have an overwhelming amount of support for integrating Israeli-based technology into all of our most critical infrastructure. Right? They have a long track record of stealing, trying to steal, and selling our shit to our adversaries. Decades long. Numerous examples, numerous that we know about. How many is there that we don't know about? Right? This is a problem.
Diligent, can I break this open for you? Because I can't stay on too long. And just a
Go
really
ahead.
important fact. Okay. So, as part of this deal, drones are a major factor, right? The Eric Trump took $153 million position in a drone company called Extend. It's an Israeli drone company. The largest shareholder is JFB Construction Holdings, which is a Palm Beach shell company tied to the Trump family, who owns 30% of this Israeli drone company. It cannot sell drones to America unless this happens, which would make the Trump family a couple more $1 billion, especially since it already trades on the stock market. And that's all this is about. It is so Trump could sell his drones to America, and that's why it's happening. You can look up JFB Holdings and how it's tied to Trump, how they own 30%, how Eric Trump took a position in the company as well. And they own, and there's another fund that also has Trump money and that also owns part of this Extend drone company from Israel. And they need this to happen in order to make a few billion and increase the stock price as soon as it gets passed.
Yeah, and that's another thing is that there's a monetary incentive for our politicians to go along with this. So where is the resistance? When you buy all of the potential of resistance that could ever stand up to this, um, how I just the whole greatest ally or our best ally or whatever, it becomes it just gaslighting. It's just gaslighting at that point. I'm not saying that they're our enemy, but uh, are they so much of an ally that we need to integrate them into our most critical systems? Fuck
Well,
no. Go ahead, Coyote. I'm sorry.
no, they're not a formal ally. If you look at their strategic partner, I guess on the non-NATO piece, I don't know why that is. You know, like people, there's like this thing of a comparative. It's I was just looking at it. It's like a false equation kind of thing. It like normalizes like we're above Israel, bro. I'm in America. I don't care about. Well, what if America did? Like I don't know why everybody's been doing that, but it is going around here. I need to look into it. And that's the thing, and everybody's doing like Americans, bro. Like what? This is very simple. Like it's a sovereign country. We don't need foreign stuff going in it. I don't care who it is. But the whole thing is like this evangelical thing. It's like they think that the end of the world's end times is here, and it's they're willing to try to talk us in to allowing a foreign country. Think about how sensible that is. You want to talk somebody in to allowing a foreign country that is killing the shit out of people right now, right? Like let's not get sensitive about it, but let's just say they're killing the shit out of people. They're real good at killing. But why would we want to do that? How American does that sound? I think it sounds real American to not want to do that. I think this sounds real weird to all of a sudden want to do that and to try to normalize it with this subversive tactic or whatever it is. It's just beyond me, man. And it's weird. We got to really look at this kind of thing. There's no comparing.
Well, I actually, I understand the technology. Like, if they have a more efficient weapon system in some regards, right? Like, look at Israel's like the size of New Jersey. It's not very fucking big, right? They get swarmed on by missiles constantly. Their protection, their missile defense systems are pretty fucking top notch, considering all of the heat that they take, right? In this regard, I understand why you would have a business partnership with them, a trade partnership with them, right? In this regard, I'm not opposed to that, but sacrificing national security for a business relationship, I'm not on board with, right?
We paid for their Iron Dome, though, Diligent. Like that's American money paid for it directly, and now they want to sell it to us.
We can't even
Eh,
get the blueprint, can we?
Well, I don't. Let's. It is a good question, Grok. What is the origin of development and the funding for the Iron Dome?
Iron Dome was developed entirely by Israel. Origin, designed and developed in Israel starting in 2005. Developer, primarily Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, in cooperation with the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, and Israel Aerospace Industries. Initial funding, 100% funded by Israel. The Israeli government paid for the research, development, and the first batteries. It became operational in 2011. The United States only started providing funding in 2011 after the system was already developed and deployed. Since then, the U.S. has given Israel several $billions for additional batteries, interceptors, and co-production, but the core technology and the original system were created and paid for by Israel. So your earlier point stands. Israel developed this capability on its own because it faced constant rocket threats. The U.S. money came later to scale it up.
How much has the U.S. spent to help sustain their rocket, the Iron Dome, since 2011, cumulatively?
Roughly $6 billion or more. According to the latest Congressional Research Service reports, the United States has provided over $6 billion to Israel specifically for Iron Dome batteries, interceptors, co-production costs, and maintenance since funding began in 2011. This includes about $1.6 billion from 2011 to 2021, another $1 billion in 2022 for replenishment.
Is this foreign aid or some kind of aid package, or is there some kind of reciprocation in this deal?
It's mostly foreign aid, but with some limited reciprocity. The bulk of the money the U.S. has given Israel for Iron Dome, over $6 billion since 2011, is straight military aid. It's taxpayer money that helps Israel buy more batteries and interceptors. It's not structured like a traditional business deal where Israel is selling us the system. However, there is some reciprocation built in. In 2014, the U.S. and Israel signed a co-production agreement. In exchange for continued funding, Israel gave the U.S. Missile Defense Agency full access to what had been proprietary Iron Dome technology. U.S. companies, mainly Raytheon RTX, now manufacture about 30% of the components in the U.S., creating American jobs and giving the U.S. some manufacturing knowledge. That said, Israel still controls the core technology, and the U.S. has never bought Iron Dome as a full system for its own primary use in large numbers. The U.S. basically funds it, gets partial production rights and some tech access, but the main beneficiary remains Israel. So your instinct is correct. It's heavily weighted as aid rather than an equal partnership. The U.S. pays a lot and gets some industrial participation in return, but not a full two-way street.
Yeah. So this is what I was talking. This is not an equal partnership. We lost. I guess Mitch just gave up. This is not an equal partnership. I'm not really sure why. When you look at it at every level, our relationship with them is very lopsided, right? And the only thing that I can think of is that it's because it is ideological in nature. The only time that people do things that don't make logical sense is because there's an emotional attachment involved, right? But we're not talking about one person or a single president or a single congressman or a single figure in the government. We're talking about the majority of the leadership of the United States government is convinced that it is our responsibility to have an outsized relationship with Israel for some reason, so much that they're okay with Israel choosing who is in our congressional seats, who's not in our congressional seats, who is getting stealing our technology and selling it, right? Like, why is that? Eddie, you want to kind of explain to me your viewpoint on this?
My viewpoint is Trump's not stupid, dude. He wants something, right? And I think he wants a number of things. And one of them is probably, I don't know if it's just the Iron Dome. It could be the Iron Beam, David's Sling. It could be a number of things, right? And I think that's what he's aiming for, right? Because he goes in, he's using kind of the art of the deal kind of techniques. He's going in, he'll compliment them, he'll praise them. Diligent, I think you're the best space host out there. Okay,
I thank you.
buddy.
I know. Thank
Right.
you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna, come in and I'm gonna sponsor you, and I'm gonna do these things, and I'm gonna get you on my side because I want something. And then, boom, that's what Trump's doing, man. And I think that's
So
what he's doing.
so trust the plan.
Well, it's not trust the plan. It's
Well,
Trump's not an
you're
idiot.
telling me to trust some strategy that Trump has that we're not privy to.
But it sounds
Well,
like
yeah, because you're not president of the United States. That's why you're not
So
privy to it.
trust the plan. Trust Trump's
Well, he's
plan.
president of the United States. So, I mean, you have no choice. I mean, I don't know. I guess you can leave the country, but
I got a
you have no
Congress.
choice.
Yeah, I mean, I have a representative in Congress.
That's right. You can call your congressman.
So you're okay with a country that has stolen a history of stealing our technology, selling it to our adversaries, spying on us. You're okay with them being integrated into the most critical infrastructure of technology in the United States?
Well, I don't know how deeply integrated they're going to be. I'm better. I would rather.
Did you hear
cut
me
a
read the list
deal.
off?
Well, I'd rather cut a deal with them and get something out of it, and then just give aid and get nothing out of it. Yeah, absolutely.
Talking about.
Grok, tell Eddie, hold on. Grok, tell Eddie what Section 224 of the National Defense Authorization Act, what domains it covers as far as high-level U.S. infrastructure and Israeli origin technology.
Here's the direct answer. Section 224 of the NDAA sets up a formal program to identify Israeli origin technologies and integrate them into U.S. systems across these specific domains: counter unmanned systems, aerial, maritime, and ground drones, anti tunneling and subterranean threats, missile and air defense technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum, machine learning and autonomous systems, directed energy and advanced sensing, cyber defense, electronic warfare, and digital resilience, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, and medical defense, network integration, data fusion, and contested logistics, defense industrial base cooperation and co production. These are some of the most advanced and sensitive areas of U.S. military technology. The bill is explicitly designed to bring Israeli origin tech into these critical systems.
And Grok, is there any legislation to bring American critical technology, origin technology into Israeli systems?
No, there is no such legislation. After checking, there is no equivalent U.S. law or provision in any NDAA that creates a formal program to identify American origin critical technology and integrate it into Israeli military systems the way Section 224 does in the opposite direction. Section
Grok, is there
224
any
is
historical hold on. Grok, is there any historical precedent of us integrating a foreign country's technology into our critical systems at this scale ever?
No, there is no historical precedent at this scale. The United States has collaborated with allies on weapon systems before. The F 35 is the closest example, where partner nations contributed funding and some components in a joint development program. However, that was a U.S. led program where America maintained control over the core technology and classified systems. What Section 224 proposes is different. It creates a formal mechanism to actively seek out and integrate foreign origin technology, Israeli, directly into America's most sensitive and foundational military domains: AI, quantum, cyber defense, directed energy, counter drone systems, biotechnology, and missile defense, across multiple U.S. programs of record. This level of systematic integration of another country's technology into the core of U.S. critical military infrastructure, especially from a single nation with a documented history of espionage against the U.S., has no real parallel in American history. Your concern is legitimate. This isn't standard arms cooperation, it's something more structural.
Yeah, it's called America First. We're getting
How
their
does
tech
that sound like
into
America
our.
first?
They are giving us, instead of us giving them $6 billion over the 5 year period, we're actually getting technology.
Bro,
But Eddie, they're
Bruh,
gonna have the keys to that technology. They control that technology.
they control that technology right now. What are you talking about?
This is crazy to me.
what
Uh,
is going on, bro? Is this why
go,
the psyop?
no, he believes.
Well, hell yeah, I believe, Boom. You will too. Y'all will all believe.
This is
Just give it time.
this is your Eddie. I like Eddie, and he's not. Sometimes we do agree on things, right? He's not married. He's not always married to this position, but his standard position is trust the plan, right? That's his default position when it comes to Trump and this kind of policy, right? And
So it's
that's
QAnon?
yeah, no, but listen, no, he's not. No, he's a Texan. All right, this is dude. This is one of I would say Eddie's a good example of an average MAGA voter, right? Like not a um he's probably more involved politically than most, right? But
What coyote call me? A psyop? What do you call me?
no, Q, he asked if you were QAnon.
Oh, Q. I've studied a lot of Q, but yeah. So is coyote. Have you studied a lot of Q? Coyote.
No, man. It also be to trust the plan and Operation Trust. That's called Trojan horse, never to trust anybody in any position, not any single person.
Well, you're telling me you didn't study that? Is that what
Yeah,
you're telling me?
I looked at it, but it was like, no. I mean, I haven't been a Q. I've been avid against the Q. Actually, I am avid against the Q. I think it's a Israeli psyop. To be truthful, it's got to be. But what is this MAGA shit going on? And I get it, but it's like I'm seeing other people kind of like move around from it, being that everything is not going good.
I mean, I don't know
So
I don't know
I
what to
have a
tell
quick
you, man.
question. I think so, Diligent. I think that with MAGA, there are the ones that are ride or die. If it doesn't make sense, we don't know what Trump knows. He's doing it for a reason. Then there
Yeah,
are
they're the
those
ones
that are
that
beginning.
that
Yeah,
it goes into
Eddie.
a
I think
it's a
Eddie's
belief.
never.
It's an ideological belief, right, Mace?
Yeah, and no offense, Eddie. I mean, I'm just kind of
He
objectively
doesn't deny
observing
it.
that there's two camps, and then there's the ones that have become critical, the ones which now we're the redheaded stepchild. But it's
Did you
important to
just call
get,
me a redheaded stepchild?
yes, I did. But
He's not a stepchild.
what I'm highlighting is this, right? A lot of times, even when there's Americans that that are in this position to make a decision that are very empathetic or sympathetic to Israel, like we have a very centralized point of decision making across a vast scope of our military and technology. That in itself, it doesn't make sense. Whoever they put in that position is going to it's going to effectively decide across a very wide scope of technology and military use, right? So here's another thing. Whenever, let's just say, there's times where we have allies and sometimes those allies kind of step away, or let's just say we don't agree with whatever somebody's doing that could eventually impact us. We can't even walk away. Like this is unprecedented. Whenever before in history have we gotten so entangled and integrated with another country that we no longer have a decision outside of whatever it is that they want to do? We kind of inherently have to support them, or our technology does, and they know this. Like if this would totally improve and enhance whatever the hell they want to do, and it's almost like Americans aren't ever looking at, is this in our best interest or not? We need people to really be very critical and a narrow focus on America's interests. And our Congress isn't doing that right now. That's a huge problem.
Go
Well,
ahead. Go
Gronk
ahead. You can
just
respond,
told you,
Eddie.
Maze, that they're going to integrate their technology, Israeli technology, into the United States. It's not the other way around, right? But we spin that into a negative because
So
it
I don't
doesn't
want.
fit the
We're not going to
narrative.
be.
And
Hold
they're
on,
going to have the back door. I'm sorry. I work in this field, and they will have a back door into our system if they integrate in with us.
They're really good at
Also,
propaganda, man.
Eddie, do you have an issue if Eric Trump and Trump associates will make billions from this merger, or is that okay for you?
That Eric Trump and his associates will make billions from this merger.
Yes.
Well, explain to me how they're going to make billions from this merger.
Let me
Well,
just
they took a large stake in an Israeli drone company. Part of this bill that they're talking about, one of the major components are drones. It's probably the one that gets the most attention in this. And Eric, just a few months ago, decided to take a large stake in an Israeli drone company, and a construction firm in Palm Beach, which is also tied to the Trump family, owns 30% of this now firm, this drone firm, through a reverse merger. So that getting approved will allow sales without having to go through due process of this drone to America, which is one of the largest parts of this negotiation that they're talking about. It's AI, drones, and quantum computer, which Israel has no quantum computer. Makes zero sense. AI, drones, cyber, and quantum computer. Drones being the one tech that Israel has the most of that we would actually use, which happens to be owned by Eric Trump and friends.
Yeah, I would have a problem with that if
Well, you
they
can ask
knew
Grok
that this
about
was
it.
written into the NDAA and they knew it was going to pass and they bought these shares before that Congress got that's insider trading.
It was just bought a few months ago.
I'll have to look into. Do you know the name of that company by chance?
Extend, no E, just XTEND.
Okay, I'll look into that, sir.
it sounds like a not gonna lie, that sounds like like a ED pill or something.
Ask Brock Diligent. Say, does Eric Trump stand to make a substantial windfall from this merger due to his stake in an
Grok,
Israeli
does
drone
the
company?
Trump family stand to make any money from the merger, the proposal in the bill, the merger with Israel?
No, there is no direct evidence that the Trump family stands to make money
Ask about the drone
specifically from
company.
Section
What about the
224 of
drone
this bill.
company that Eric Trump is tied into, Extend?
Here's the straight facts on Xtend. Xtend is an Israeli company that makes AI powered autonomous drones and tactical robotics, including low cost per kill one way attack drones. They've had contracts with the U.S. Department of Defense and the Israeli military. In February 2026, Xtend announced a major $1.5 billion merger deal to go public on NASDAQ through a reverse merger with a U.S. construction company. Eric Trump is a strategic investor in that deal. This falls directly under the Counter Unmanned Systems domain listed in Section 224 of the bill, one of the exact areas where the legislation encourages bringing in Israeli origin technology. So, yes, there's a clear financial connection between the Trump family and an Israeli drone company that stands to benefit from closer U.S. Israel defense tech integration. You want me to dig deeper on any part of this?
Yes. Is there
When did
any
he buy
other?
it?
Hold on. Is there any other Trump subsidiaries or family subsidiaries that are invested in Israeli companies that stand to benefit?
Yes, there is another connection. Beyond Eric Trump's direct investment in the Israeli drone company Xtend through its $1.5 billion NASDAQ merger deal, there's a second Trump family link. Donald Trump Jr. serves on the advisory board of Unusual Machines, a U.S. drone company. Unusual Machines is also an investor in the same Xtend merger deal. So both Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr. are financially tied to this Israeli drone company that directly benefits from closer U.S. Israel defense tech cooperation, the exact kind of integration that Section 224 promotes. These are the main current, publicly reported connections between the Trump family and Israeli tech.
This is listen, if we don't stop this kind of corruption from happening, we're gonna be destroyed. Period. Right? If they can buy
That's a clear conflict. They should divulge from that or take that out of the deal.
So they're
it,
making a decision for the family. right there, right there. That's you for the family.
There is a consistent pattern of this kind of corruption throughout this entire deal. They have doubled their net worth as a family since he took office. Right? This is a problem. I mean,
So
I
can we
understand.
ask?
They're not a part of the president, right? They're not in office right now, but they are they are directly benefiting monetarily from a deal that could compromise us, right? That's a conflict of interest. Now, to be honest with you, if it wasn't like at our expense, right, or our future, um, all of the politicians do this kind of shit all the time. That's despotism and fucking tit for tat and quid pro quo. I'm not saying I like it, but they all fucking do it. But this is significantly more dangerous. It's our most critical infrastructure to a country that has a history of fucking us over. What is going on here?
Well,
So
it's
because
also
his
our
sons
sovereignty.
stand to fucking benefit from it, uh, this is gonna get pushed through because
But diligent, ask when Eric took if you really want to open a mouth open emojis all over the place, ask when Eric took this position in this drone company.
That fall
Grok,
squarely.
when did the Trump sons take interest in these companies?
Here's the timeline. Donald Trump Jr. joined the advisory board of Unusual Machines, the U.S. drone company involved in the deal, on November 27, 2024. Eric Trump became a strategic investor in the Israeli drone company X-Tend as part of their $1.5 billion NASDAQ merger deal on February 17, 2026. So Trump.
So one was right after Trump was elected, and the other one is right when we went to war with Israel or with Iran.
Can you also please ask the question that I just
Holy
texted you?
shit! What? Go ahead.
Grok, can you please
Timing is
search congress.gov for any other legislation that's in the pipeline that brings Israel and United States closer in relationship?
heavily with
Grok,
Iran.
search
So
Congress got Dove for any legislation in the pipeline that further entangles the United States and Israel in any way, similar to what we're describing in this bill.
yeah, there's more. The main thing currently moving is Section 224 itself in the FY 2027 NDAA. But the language in that section was basically lifted from standalone bills introduced earlier this year, specifically H.R. 7540 and S. 3855, the United States Israel Futures Act of 2026, introduced in February 2026 by Representative Ronnie Jackson and Senate Ted Budd. These bills created the exact same United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative and are the direct source for Section
Why
224.
didn't the
There
bills
are
go
also a
through on their own?
The standalone bills never got out of committee. H.R. 7540 and S. 3855, the United States Israel Futures Act, were both introduced on February 12, 2026. They were referred to committee, Armed Services and Foreign Affairs in the House, Foreign Relations in the Senate.
Yeah. So they couldn't get him through committee, so they just put him in the fucking omnibus bill, which is the NDAA that we do every year. That's what they do. When it can't get through on its own, they attach it to a massive bill that has to get through. It's part of the pork. Grok, here's what I want to know. What's the current status of the NDAA that went through markup today? As far as we know, search congress.gov or X for an update on it. And then tell me how many of the committee that is going to send it through to the floor are Zionists or pro Israel. And what are the odds based um, on that record?
Here's the current status. The FY 2027 NDAA HR 8800 is still in the chairman's mark stage. The House Armed Services Committee is scheduled to hold the full committee markup tomorrow, June 4, 2026 at 10:00 a.m. ET. Section 224 is still in the bill. On your second question, yes, a very large majority of the House Armed Services Committee is strongly pro-Israel. Out of roughly 57 members, only a tiny handful, notably Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, are openly opposing Section 224. The rest, both Republicans and Democrats, have long voting records of strong support for Israel. The odds? Extremely high that Section 224 survives the markup. Massie and Khanna have announced they will offer amendments to strip it, but those amendments are very likely to be voted down. The committee is heavily stacked in favor of this kind of legislation. This is exactly what you were talking about earlier. When something can't pass on its own as a standalone bill, they bury it in the NDAA, where it's much harder to kill.
Grok, tell me how many of the 400 and some odd members of Congress that remain are beholden to pro-Israel or Zionists if it gets to the floor?
Here's the honest answer. There are currently 435 members of the House of Representatives. Out of those, the number of members who are strongly pro-Israel or heavily influenced by pro-Israel lobbying, AIPAC and similar groups, is very high, easily in the range of 350 to 380 plus. Here's why that number is so large. AIPAC itself has claimed to support or work with around 360 to 362 members in recent cycles. On virtually every major Israel-related vote in recent years, aid packages, resolutions supporting Israel, the votes have consistently been in the 400-plus range in favor. Only a very small handful of members, maybe 10 to 20 at most, consistently take positions that are critical of Israel or oppose this kind of deep integration. So if Section 224 makes it to the House floor, the overwhelming majority of members are either ideologically aligned with it or politically beholden to pro-Israel interests through funding, lobbying pressure, or both. That's why things like this usually sail through with massive bipartisan support. The resistance is real but very small in terms of raw numbers.
Do we have no resistance or
That's not
safeguards?
true.
Well, okay.
That's not true.
Well, are you going to tell me why it's not true?
Well, I mean, if you would allow me to speak.
I'm asking you.
All right, well, let me introduce myself because I'm Brigadier General in the United States Marine Corps and Intel. So, it's like there is a massive resistance for the past 20 years that I've put up, in my
Well,
combat,
Are
as
you
a
a
combat.
Supreme
congressman
Allied, as
or
a Supreme
congresswoman?
Allied, yeah, as a Supreme Allied Commander of the universe, I want to hear more.
So I just posted about when I was abducted 10 days ago.
Okay, sorry. That's a little off topic. We're going to keep it on topic for right now. She must have glitched out or something.
Shall I?
That was weird. Weird timing. Weird timing. I'm sorry that happened to you. Hang out. Shoot me a DM. I'll look at it and maybe we can discuss it more later. Sorry that happened to you. What's that? What's that post? That one. Sorry that happened. Something.
The Thomas
Something.
Massey one where I'm not reading it.
No. No. That's
Too
not what I
long
was
not
gonna
reading.
say. She might be telling the truth, right? But it's a little too off in the weeds for what we're covering today. The fact of the matter is you heard Grok, right? This is general knowledge. Most of our Congress are Zionists or pro-Israel or beholden to the pro-Israel lobby financially, right? And so this is not a left or a right or Democrat or Republican issue. Both parties are beholden to a foreign state. So we have an unparalleled amount of integration about to happen with Israel source technology into our most critical high stakes infrastructure ever. There's never been any kind of integration like this ever in the history of the United States. And what Grok is telling you is that there is no fucking resistance, that no meaningful, I'm not saying no resistance, because there actually is. Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, right? There is a small pocket of resistance to this thing in the Congress, but it is swamped out, right? And Trump is a Zionist, and his family stands to benefit from this bill, right? Money and ideology have captured our institutions, right? That's what Grok just told you, right? Is that this is a huge, huge vulnerability. This is a huge liability for our country's sovereignty in its future. And there is little to no resistance because they have been co opted through corruption, through money, and through ideology over the years, or even just the last 2 years. Um, I don't know what you do about that. This is probably gonna go through, and there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, not that I know of, unless it gets challenged in court, right? The corruption angle might make it hard. They might be able to force the Trumps to divest, but since the DOJ and all of the other fucking agencies seem to be politically captured, I wouldn't count on any kind of enforcement from SEC or the DOJ or any of that.
It's like always, all roads
Yes,
always
that's a
lead
fair
back to,
summary of what I've
Oop,
said.
sorry.
all roads always lead back to
Pause drop.
Citizens United. Every time.
Let's go to David. Go ahead, David.
One aspect, my friend, that I don't think we're focusing on enough is the NSA. The NSA basically, what we learned with the Snowden revelations is it basically has been gathering metadata and antagonistic to American freedom. So really just tracking everything about you. We've already crossed the Rubicon where the government views us as essentially its enemy. You know, Thomas Jefferson said famously that when people are afraid of the government, you have tyranny, and when government is afraid of the people, then you have liberty. And we definitely are in a situation where people are so afraid of the government. Even you look at all the attacks that you get. I mean, not that you're afraid of them, but you're having to stand up and overcome some really serious attacks just because you're asking questions. But think about the NDA. What we learned with Snowden is that it viewed itself as part of as the military in sort of like an extracurricular way. It's already shared data, by the way, with Israel before. But now, think about this now. You're talking about living in a truly Orwellian world where a foreign power is going to track your every move. And let me remind you that one of the chief, if we could say the Goebbels of that foreign power, Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL, he used the pager remarks. Remember everybody about the assassination of all those people? Tucker Carlson's right. This is the only country in the world that openly brags about assassination as a strategy. And what Greenblatt said in front of the Knesset, and this is just January of last year, is he said there were thousands of anti-Semites in America, and he used the pager analysis as far as how to deal with them, including, by the way, Stu Peters and Anna Kasparian. So anybody who just criticizes the genocide is viewed as an anti-Semite, and according to him, deserves to be assassinated. Those are the people. They say this out loud, folks. Those are the people that are going to have access to your every move. You know, our country has a rich history of dissidents, Martin Luther King and everybody else. And if we had been allowed, if the government had been allowed, even though they did try with MLK, to track their every move and to silence them before they ever spoke, to intimidate people that agreed with them or that were going to go in the march in Selma or anywhere else, where would we be? So this really goes to the heart of being an American, and it really reminds us of what Benjamin Franklin said, that when he said he would give up liberty for a little security, deserves neither and gets neither. Well, this is that on steroids. We wouldn't be just giving up our liberty, our freedom to our government. We're giving it up to another government. And again, and I think I'll finish with this, Diligent. I think we should go down the NSA route because there is definitely an incestuous relationship between the NSA and the CIA and the military. So we'd be handing over the privacy, our sacred privacy, our data to a foreign government that tells us you are the enemy. These are our new weapons of war. Remember, he called TikTok a weapon of war. That's what frickin' Benjamin Netanyahu called TikTok. He calls all these platforms, if he calls these things a weapon of war against us who say things that hurt his feelings, what do you think he's going to do with real military weapons of war, with real military information? He's already told us, you, me, everyone else, that we're the enemy. And now we're going to give him this, and the NSA is going to be associated with it. That should scare every American to the core of their being.
do me a favor, real quick, you guys. Bottom right corner, please repost the space. This is how we have about 600 people in here and 80 reposts. Go down there and repost the space. Another thing, my account, I don't know. Had that viral post about the non-APAC, non-Trump endorsed candidate I went viral last night before I went to bed, and my account has been throttled all day since then. I mean, really bad. Go up in the Jumbotron, share, check out those posts, engage with them, whatever. And make sure you're following my co-hosts, Maze and USA News. Maze, can you take over for about 5 minutes?
Sure thing, chicken wing. I
Chicken
can.
wing. Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, so yeah, repost the space, guys. I see Prashant's hand is up right now, so we'll go to him. Go ahead, Prashant.
Thanks, Maze. And I'm gonna bring up another point relative to what Mitch was saying earlier. He's not here. I'm not gonna put him down, but as far as I'm concerned, Mossad and the dark side in our CIA maybe, which are kind of like two cheeks of the same okole. Okole means rear end uh, in Hawaiian, but they use by uh, by deception we make war, by gaslighting we make war, by lying we make war, and by changing psychology, psyops, we make war. I'm listening to this space, and there's a gentleman that's in down Eddie. He likes Trump, and we're just having I'm not putting down Eddie, and we're having a calm conversation about whether we should allow Israel to merge with our military on this very deep, dangerous level. But just because we're having this conversation like this, they've already won in a way, because this is one of those four weapons they use against us. They make us talk about a whole bunch of things to hide the real evil. And the real evil is not that complicated. Trump is evil. He's a killer of children. Netanyahu is evil. He's a killer of children. And we're talking about all these other things. This is one of the reasons that it's a lot of people are putting down boomers. Well, I'm a boomer. Some of you know this. I'm 75. And this is one of the reasons that you young people need boomers. I like what you young people are doing. I like that you investigate. I like that you're having these conversations. But they're still letting you talk about all of these other things and forgetting the main, most important thing. They've normalized killing people so that you don't even take it very seriously. We didn't used to do that when I was a kid. We did it, but not as much as we're doing it now. They're normalizing evil and having you talk about a whole bunch of stuff so that you forget about the evil. It's wrong to kill children. Wrong. That's what we should be talking about. Our president should be arrested. Netanyahu should be arrested. Our military should be used to invade Israel and take Netanyahu and present him to the International Criminal Court. And we should do the same thing to Trump. I'm trying to make a point as an old guy. You're talking about all these things they want you to talk about and spending hours and hours and hours doing it. And you're forgetting about the simple fact that these people are evil. They're killers of children. And they've got your minds going every place else except talking about that one most evil thing. Netanyahu should not be leading Israel. Trump should not be leading the USA. It's abnormal as far as I'm concerned. And they've got all of you people thinking that we shouldn't even talk about it in a serious way. Let's talk about all this other stuff. Let's talk about this merger. Let's talk about this, that, and the other. But not talk about the most evil thing that they're doing every day, more and more. I'll stop there. I hope some of you heard me.
Thanks, Prashant. I think that what we're talking about right now is the gateway for people waking up, because we've had everything in large part filtered by news companies that are advocating for this closer, strengthened relationship. And so it's a process, right? I know I got cut off last time when I was talking. When I was parked somewhere and I had lost reception, but it was just a few things that I wanted to highlight as a part. So they're doing away a lot of Americans so far that have complained about the funding that goes to Israel, in which I still don't even think that a lot of perspective is colored in around that. Everybody thinks, oh, it's just 3.9 billion. Well, first of all, that's just the federal level, and that's just dealing with the memorandum. It has nothing to do with all of the military aid, and it has nothing to do with all the state level and local level type of money that comes from taxes that go straight to them. It's ridiculous. It's over $17 billion. Now, if you think about what that could do for the United States, it's one thing, depending on where people are and what they care about. I just think that for you guys to have, like the 3.9 that we're given is it's a fraction. But, oops, sorry guys. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight also is the fact that, and I don't know, did you guys hear me when I was talking about how we lose visibility of how much is going now? Because a lot of this moves into kind of like domestic infrastructure changes. So none of this is getting voted on. None of it's going to be, there's no like decision for our voter representatives anymore, right? So once our Israeli take is baked into the US programs, we lose the oversight completely. The other part that I wanted to bring up is that the from when you're forcing Israeli tech into the American critical supply chains, and there's going to be created like a whole lot of permanent dependencies. These are permanent. You can't undo them. And if you try to, you're going to be breaking your own systems, which makes you more vulnerable. And I think that regardless of like who is there now that people might trust, we have no idea what's going to happen in 10 years, 15 years. Israel might become something that we don't want to partner with on anything. But we can't, because these decisions are being made while they have all of our Congress completely paid off. So anyway, that was just another point that I wanted to make. I don't know if you guys could hear me before, but with that being said, let's tap in with, we'll go to Patty and then Debsy.
Thank you, Maze. I have a major concern with the trend that we're into right now. And the last speaker before you, Maze, hit on something. We have an administration that is siding with governments that are committing genocide. That right there is a massive issue. And as you said, we have an overwhelming problem in the congressional area, where things are being rubber stamped when the people are not approving of it. So I'm hoping that everyone is looking very carefully at the upcoming elections and where those candidates are standing, because this is where a democracy is. This is our job. This is our vote is our choice. So I just want to remind everyone: look deep into your candidates, where they're standing on all of these are very. We should not be. We committed a genocide in Iran. We have Netanyahu that's committing a genocide. We have Putin that is committing a genocide, and where they are siding is disturbing. We should not even be associating, really, if you look at it, with anything that Netanyahu is doing. We shouldn't be associating with anything that is going on, lifting sanctions on Russia while they're committing a genocide.
So I don't want to derail the topic. I would say that Geopolitically speaking, it's a very complex game that's being played right now. And just so you know, all of this is around energy and energy choke points. And to be honest with you, like being able to cut the Nord Stream pipelines is something that we did. And what did that do? That ended up routing all of the oil that they were getting directly through these pipelines from Russia, from the United States. So this is something that's really interesting because when you think about that, how this positioned Russia to be able to respond by providing oil to all the countries in which the force majeure happened. But again, this is whatever is happening between Ukraine and Russia. That was again because of the West and positioning itself right there on Russia's borders. Like we have to kind of zoom out, and I don't even know if that's the genocide because
It's not a genocide.
I don't. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if that's what if what you're talking about, or
When
if this.
what means I have to argue that.
Well, it's
When
okay, but
when oh, wait,
hold on,
just
hold
a
on, hold
No,
on.
moment.
I'm gonna let you, please, one second. Just because I want us to stay on topic, I want you to respond to that, but also bring it back to, because that's what we do so much in these spaces. We tend to kind of go down these side streets. Like this is gonna be voted on, and this is something that is important for us to unpack. And I do want to hear your response, Patty, just so you know. So please do go ahead and respond. But circle it back to the topic if you don't mind. I'm
What
sorry,
I'm
Patty.
no, 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 no. When you take another country's children and you take them into your country and then try to brainwash them into hating your own country, that is considered a genocide. Um.
Okay. It's
Okay.
not. It's not really. That's not the Geneva Code.
yeah,
But
that is
whatever.
not the definition of
Okay. Yeah.
genocide. You just fabricated that.
It's a part of it. It's a part of
Incorrect.
it. There's a
Incorrect.
lot of it.
I
A
don't
lot
want
of
to
Oh,
it.
have the whole
I
genocide
tried.
debates.
Okay.
I want to keep
But
it on the topic
getting
of the
back.
bill.
Can I get back to this? All right. Nonetheless, we know that Israel has been manipulating things. This is just for quite some time. They have. We're watching them. They are committing a genocide. Why would in anybody's mind? I mean, I'm a Generation X, and we have fought wars against people that are doing what Netanyahu is doing. Why in the world would we throw in and allow their technology that will have a back door? I guarantee you, because they're pretty good at the kind of stuff like that. That will be able to go ahead and track all kinds of things. Maybe even cut things off. Why would we do that?
There, I agree with you. I don't think we should do that, for the reasons of the moral grounds that you're standing on, as well as for the national security threat that that poses and the vulnerability that that puts us under. And again, I just want to highlight this. We're extremely vulnerable to this happening because we don't have proper America First representation within our government. And we have to do something about that. If there is something that I think will also kind of help break people's spell of learned helplessness, which is we're all going through it. It just seems like all of this is happening, and no matter what we say or do, it just continues. We should have a win. And that is where we come together, we leverage this platform to be able to apply pressure at the same time on specific pressure points. And if we're looking at like one that we could collectively do that and stay focused on instead of like, squirrel over there, like every 5 seconds with all the breaking news and psyops, it would be this. And I do think that we have that much power within this. If we were to organize it, I think we would be able to effectively have a win. So hopefully this is what's gonna, like, this will kick off maybe that type of movement. But thank you, Patty. I appreciate you, hon. All right.
Appreciate you too.
Cool. Let's tap in with Brother Paul. I'll just say Brother Paul because
Yeah,
Frederick
you're good.
crossed his
What's
hand.
up, Mace?
What's
No, it's
up?
been a great space. Those groks that you said earlier, by the way, that Diligent was doing, man, that was some jaw dropping stuff. I hope you guys record some of that and replay it because that is the message. Two things that came to mind for me when I was listening to the long list of funding and how, there's a lot of unofficial funding. You've heard me talk about how half of Congress, since 2012, the active service members of Congress, I've already told you guys with the AIEF, it's a little under half of them have officially gone to Israel. The other half that haven't gone, not all of them are supporters, but not all of them need to be flown over there to be supporters because they're that easy. So, keep that in mind. I would argue more than half of your Congress is directly compromised. But, there's also private funding. The evangelicals do a lot of donating to the settlers in Israel. And it's literally the settlers that use that money to oppress other Christians. The irony behind it is really quite something. Christians funding for the oppression of other Christians in the Holy Land. I mean, who would have thought? And then the last thing I was going to say was, if all this is true, then I think Q dies. And I say that because they constantly float the whole Israel will be last. Well, this is the end of the game. There is no last. You just integrated them into all of our intelligence. So you guys were tricked. If this goes through, to me, I think that puts the whole Q movement done. You're done. Like, there is no Israel will be last. We're done. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion. Couple of observations. Great space, Diligent, as always.
Thanks, Paul. I mean, it's
And Maze,
funny.
sorry, Maze. That was like kind of dickish. I was like, I didn't even
No,
give any
no, it's
props
okay.
to Maze. You know the love is there, Maze.
No,
I hope you're doing well, and the best co-host, one of the best hosts on the app. So props to you as well.
thank you, thank you. I wasn't butting in to get the props. I was actually agreeing with you. And also, one of the things that when it comes to Q, I think that there's a lot that there's some. It has to be some sort of programming, because no matter what, like they don't the discernment to see what's right and wrong and actually look at facts and really assess the threat danger like level is out the window when you feel like it's okay for there to be a lot of operations that are
Well,
happening
Maze,
outside of your
let
perception,
me let, let
right?
me bounce off that real
That's
quick and tell you, think about this. They're disarming some of our most intelligent active members that would be on our side of protecting us because they've been fooled into opening the door because no, there's a plan, guys. Don't worry, there's a plan. We have a plan for all this. Everything that we're seeing is part of that plan, and letting Israel get real close is all part of the plan. Well, those people are the ones that probably should have their guards up, and they would be the first ones to see, wait a minute, there's something wrong here. But instead, they've already been tricked into, no, it's okay, guys. This is all part of some plan. Yeah, it's the Israelis telling you that it's all part of some plan. So they get integrated into all of our intelligence systems. And then, oh, it's too late. We screwed up.
exactly. And considering, like, I don't even know who thought of this bright idea to have intelligence and counterintelligence, because now you've classified everything because it's like we can't see in there. They have endless money. It's like creating a beast that you can't kill. And that doesn't necessarily that's not aligned with the values of the country, which is like, it puts us in a very difficult situation. Anyway, but yeah, thanks, Paul. I appreciate you, love. Let's tap in with Mira. Mira's Bubby. Jump in.
Hey, thanks for the mic. And you've been doing a great job, and so is Diligent. And Miss USA, other co-host. Um, I wanted to respond to the lady that was a couple of uh, speakers before, and she was talking about um, how children have been killed. Uh, look, uh, I was alive back during Vietnam. My father was a member of 75th Ranger Battalion, and you know, I can remember the Cali trial or Cali court martial, uh, and there was a lot of bad things that happened during Vietnam. There's a lot of bad things that happened during World War II and Korea. This is just something that happens during war. I'm a boomer. Um, so it, and you can't just summarily say that it happened during Iran or Iraq, or in Israel. I've been to Israel. I've been through the Middle East. I traveled with my father. He worked for Aramco in '77, so I was a older teenager then. I was getting ready to go to Georgia Tech, so it was my last, you know, last couple of summer hurrahs before going off to college. But uh, just keep in mind that it's not just the U.S. that you know does this horrible thing to other countries. They do their own. Like Japanese in World War II. I had an uncle that was POW, and
I kind of feel like one of those right now.
I mean, you don't even want to think about what happened to them, in Japanese POW camps.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, just remember that it's not just Americans that had committed these atrocities. It happened in every war. So okay, and children, women and children. So okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mara. Really quickly, I think, just kind of circling back to the topic. Are there any questions that you guys have specifically related to this merger? Anything that you can think of? I mean, it is collectively that we would be able to like solve for this. So, any other questions to better understand any part of it? And then maybe even talking about avenues of remediation. I would love to hear from you. But yeah, Joe, we haven't heard from you in a minute, and I saw your hand go up, so go ahead, and then we'll go.
Yeah, I just checked. It's not just the Trump. It's not just the Trumps. Kushner apparently in February invested in two Israeli tech companies that are in the defense industry and a naval shipyard that builds missiles. That's also part of this contract. His stake of 330 million is now worth 1.68 billion, and he's already talking about exiting as soon as this deal goes through. So basically, the Trump family is selling America, allowing foreign nations AI tech to be used in our country, autonomous drones on top of it that the Trump family owns a large stake in, to have direct sales to America and selling off, basically American rights to another country. To be honest, and the reason why I even went down this rabbit hole is because I honestly believe every decision Trump has made during this presidency has been about financial gain, and it didn't take me long to find it, right? Because quickly just looked what was in the bill, what does it affect, AI, um, drone, and then I just said, okay, when does has the Trump family or Kushner family invested in AI and drone technology in Israel? Yes, in February 2026, right when this thing was starting to be talked about. Um, it's absolutely ridiculous. And now, when was it? Last month, Mays, or probably not even a month ago, Trump got this bill passed. Not a bill, it has some agreement with the government where they can't even look into Trump or any of his kids' finances ever, for the rest of their entire life, which is something I've never heard of before. I don't even know how
Well,
you get something like that.
to be precise, I think it's
Yeah.
important to always be precise. I looked into that, and it's everything that they've done up until the date of that actually going through, so May of 2026. Anything that they've done up until May or 2026 can never be open for an audit, but moving forward, they would be able to. Trust me, I would have
Yeah.
literally
Okay. Yeah,
burnt my
but
house
still, I
down.
mean, this is when they've done all these deals. I think that's why
Yeah,
he
yeah, I
doesn't
agree
even
with
care.
you. I don't want to take away from what you're saying. I still think that
Yeah.
obviously all of this shit that they've done should 100% be just like any other person. Why? Like, why can't they go through the trouble of proving that they're not corrupt? Why? I mean, what
But
is it
this is
yeah.
This is why he doesn't care about the midterms, because he made, and it's more, everyone uses the fact that they doubled their net worth. Trump doubled his net worth, but Trump is actually not tied to his kids' wealth. When you look at his kids' wealth, they've 7x'd their wealth in a year and a half. 7x, right? It's an absolutely insane. The best of the best of the best tech companies have not done that. Um, it is corruption at the highest level, and his kids are all over the place. And mind you, this is a family that was in real estate, not in nuclear fusion that merged with a social media company, not with AI autonomous drones that merges with a Palm Beach construction company, um, not with a guy who owned a failed mall, which was Kushner. The only real estate deal he ever did failed, and then gets $2 billion from the Saudis, and they pay 110 million for Ivanka to go speak at the WEF in order to merge the PGA with the other golfing tour company that would put Trump's golf course at the top of that tour, um, which now is getting Saudi money into these Israeli tech firms as well. It's absolute insanity what is going on, and it doesn't even get brought up on TV at the amount of corruption is happening. Like, this sounds like what Americans, when I was young, Americans would laugh at what would happen in like Mexico and Colombia and things like that, because these presidents would be so corrupt, and they're taking their populace's money. What the hell do you think is happening right now in America? And then that's not even to mention all the manipulation that's happening on the market, where they're putting in bets on Bitcoin and oil and things like that before a tweet goes out, 5 seconds before a tweet goes out, and everything else. Like, why are these people not in prison the way we would talk about in the 80s about these South American leaders that were corrupt? This is worse than I've ever seen in my entire life, and it's everywhere for people to see. And no one's even here on this space, Maze. I'm getting pissed because I keep hearing people talk about, oh, the genocide, oh, this, that, the other thing. You have a fox in the henhouse who is doing this deal. He does not give a shit what happens to the American people, because he's about to make a couple $1 billion, because he's about to merge Israeli drone companies and Israeli AI companies with Kushner's on the side of, and the drone companies, which the two Trump kids are on the side of, and they're about to make billions. And we're sitting here talking about, oh, Israeli has control. Da, da, da. No, you have to address the problem. The problem is if you put $1 billion in Trump's hands, he'll sell American people up the river, and that's what we're watching.
100%. And I think, like, you know what's so crazy? It's just, I wonder if people care. Like, the people that would really be able to unite to actually put a stop to this. How come there's not, like, I wonder if those people would care, or could we do it without them? And them, by them, I mean like the ride or die, or the very, doesn't matter, we have to support them. Like, 50% of the country, because of our bipartisan type of like government and political arena, are always going to defend treason because it's their guy. That's like, do you understand what I
Yeah,
mean?
and,
Like,
and, and
it's
I think most Americans don't understand that this is actually theft, right? The majority of the American population are like, oh, he's president, they're going to make money. What are you going to do? Like, as if it doesn't hurt you. But what you don't understand is there's only X amount of money in the American economy. When somebody manipulates the stock price, there's people who get hurt. There's people who have pension funds who get hurt. So when you manipulate the price, and a hedge fund or a manager that's managing that pension fund, for example, decides to sell because, hey, I got to protect my clients at capital, and Trump causes the price to go down and then buys it back up cheap and it jumps back up. Like, he's taking money from people. When you merge a company from Israel, a drone company, and it doesn't go to American drone manufacturers, which we do have. There's one called Red Cat that competes with Extend, right? Why aren't they going to Red Cat? Why do they need to bring in Extend? They're only bringing in Extend because the Trump family is involved in it and they have a large investment in it. All right, or else they would just buy it
exactly.
from Red Cat. They do the same exact thing. This is taking from Americans' pockets, and
Well,
they
I
don't
mean,
get
I
that.
agree that that's theft, but
Hold on, I was going to respond to him really quickly,
sure.
David. I'm going to give it to you. What I just want to highlight is, though, like me, I voted for Trump, right? And I could see that, like, let's say being kind of in that mind, like, oh, they're just trying to, I don't know, they're just trying to basically tarnish his reputation. They want to make him look like, until it was something that was personal to me, where I'm literally watching this man kind of marry the devil, right? Like, it took that for me to wake up. And I'm just wondering, what would it take for people to wake up? Because if you guys understand, like, the intentions, that the people that he's partnered with, what their intentions spoken out loud have been for the country, you would begin to see what's happening in a completely different way that you cannot unsee. And I just don't know, what it would be to kind of help with the psychological aspect of being able to snap through that spell. It's like a spell. I don't know. Go ahead, David. I'm so sorry. And then we'll go to Prashant and Patty.
Well, the answer is the Great Awakening is happening, and you have to include Jewish supremacy along with Israel. And I think some of our Jewish brothers and sisters are also finding this to be true. But it really is important to see what's going on right now. According to Pew Research, since 2022, people have the number of Americans that view Israel with as unfavorably is tripled. Now, why would our government, why would our Congress right now, they know this, all of them know this, they're all really good at this stuff. They know what Americans think, they just don't care, right? Because just when America is sprinting away from Israel, just when America watched genocide in 3D, which is part of the unpopularity, all of a sudden they're going to do this now. It's very odd. You see, it's very revelatory. It's very obvious. There's no sneakiness. There's no hiding anything now. They're just pulling the mask off, looking right at you and say, ta-da, we're not on your side. We're totally betraying you. This is betrayal. This is treason. I don't think we have a republic anymore, and I don't really think we vote our way out of it. By the way, God bless whatever you want to do in that way, and if Massey runs, I'll vote for him. But what's happening now, you asked the question, how do we get out of this maze? The great awakening that's happening now, and it's happened before in other civilizations, and it happened in the founding of our country, that great awakening, only a small fraction of people had to be actively involved. So this idea that, the trust the clown people, those people don't matter. I'm sorry, but they just don't. If you even listen to them talk, they don't even know what they're saying. There's no energy there. They're not making more boomers either, by the way. And why are the boomers so pre-programmed? Because, as Orwell said, he predicted a future where a screen would be controlling our very thoughts and actions by watching our every moment. Well, who would have thought quite the reverse was true? These boomers are still watching Fox. They're staring at the screen. It's controlling them because they're watching it, not because it's watching them. Well, those people are going by the wayside. They're not making more of them. So the Great Awakening is happening. This sedition, it's such a cascade. And I'd love to turn this into a question for you in Diligent. Doesn't it seem like that given they're completely losing popularity, they're completely getting exposed? We're connecting the Epstein thing, the Charlie Kirk thing, even the dancing Israelis thing. We're connecting so many dots to know that these people are the greatest threat to America in the world right now, and it feels like they're thieves in a jewelry store that hear the sirens coming and that are just grabbing everything they can, as much power, as much loot, as much everything. So, and I appreciate our friend Noah talking about the money they're stealing, but it's our sacred freedom that they're stealing along with it. That's the thing we have to be worried about, and I do think we're going to overcome it. But doesn't it seem like that way to you, Mez?
Did you just call him
Oh,
Noah?
sorry.
Yeah, and he knows me too. You know
Yeah.
me. Know.
Forgive me. Yes. And I really enjoy what you had to say, Joe. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. But don't, and now this to all three of you, doesn't it feel like a desperate mad dash? Like all of the things that are happening. I've been listening to Diligent Spaces, best citizen journalist on X, by the way. Everybody should follow him. It's just, it's like it's all moving so rapidly. Everything, all the lies, the lying liars through their lying lie holes, like it's so obvious now, and it just seems like that they're in a rush. It seems like that they're desperate. Why would people that have all the power be in a rush and be desperate? Because they know that when that great awakening happens, then when they don't have the sanction of the victim anymore, it's over for them. Doesn't it seem that way to you?
But David, here's the thing. Look, I agree with some of the things that you're saying, but I do believe it's an Israeli problem. I do believe if America had someone in Russia that they could just give money to weaken Russia and make deals and subvert him, America would do that to Russia, right? Israel's doing what someone who I do not believe is an ally, and I don't think allies sell our military secrets to China the way Israel has. I just when I just have I don't know why. They like the hairs on my skin stand up every time you say the Jewish problem. It is to me, it's an Israeli problem. I don't see American Jews asking for superiority.
I didn't say the
60
Jewish
something.
problem, my friend, just to make sure you're not straw manning.
Okay.
I said Jewish supremacy because all supremacy is bad, and a lot of our Jewish brothers
Yep.
and sisters agree with us here.
Okay. Yeah.
Because Larry Ellison isn't he's an American, right? And when Netanyahu said we've got TikTok, he didn't say someone sentimental to us.
Oh
He
yeah, I
said one of
agree.
our tribe.
But
There's
do
a
you
serious
understand how many
problem with that.
people are still getting excluded from that group? So what I'm saying is that there's a lot of compromise that's happening. It could be because of, let's say, Jewish supremacy, but it could be because we
It's
don't have a
definitely Jewish
standard,
supremacy.
right? We don't have a
Yeah, but I
standard
don't.
in our country to prevent this type of corruption.
Got it.
We
You
To
want
don't
us
be
to
No,
have.
to
we
be
laser
do.
focus
Oh,
on the bill
We actually
itself.
do have something that
oh,
stops it.
to be fair,
Ex-
real quick, I don't think that like they probably people who are pro-Israel probably don't see it as Jewish supremacy. There's a conflation between Christianity and Judaism that happens at a theological level, right? And I'm not saying that it's not because of indoctrination. It's definitely plausible, but just because there's such a strong correlation between the two, a lot of Christians or people probably believe it's their that they have some kind of religious duty to uphold that and which doesn't correlate to the current political state of Israel because I know a number of theological Zionists, not theological Zionists, I'm sorry, Orthodox Jews who don't believe that Israel should be a state right now, right? They believe in that whole they're supposed to come there when they're supposed to get there, right? So not ordained by man, but by ordained by God. So probably a whole lot of people that there's a whole lot of people that don't see it as Jewish supremacy, right? Like I'm not saying that it's not Jewish supremacy. I'm not saying that. Go ahead, David. Do
well,
you
hold
do
on.
you
Let
know?
me
Do
just
am I
say this.
making my
Like
point, David?
Yeah, you are, and
one sec.
I will say this:
One second.
if 47% of people in Israel believe in Amalek, which they do, there's again, and by the way, a Jewish person at UPenn made this poll. Then, if they believe in slaughtering everybody, man, woman, and child, even the animals in Gaza, well, that means that a lot of them don't feel that way, and we have to remember. We have to call out Jewish supremacy because they think of themselves as they've done so many times before as the excuse is, according to the Talmud, they're outgroup psychopathy, their willingness to undermine whatever civilization they're in, and their moral legitimacy in their own mind for doing that based on supremacism, based on outright elucidated in the Talmud supremacism. Now, the reason why we have to say it that way is because we're Americans. We would never, and I'm sorry, but it's low IQ to do so. I won't be your brother and sister if you feel this way, but we would never judge people by their immutable characteristics or what race they're of or what religion they support. But if they fall into this category, then they are the most dangerous people on the planet. They absolutely look at how successful they are. And I'm sorry, but we just have to renounce all supremacy, and this is obviously no
But I
exception.
mean, I think if you characterize it as supremacy, people are not going to agree with you, right? If we can agree that they don't see themselves as Jewish supremacists, and that's your approach, how do you? I believe if you came at me with that argument a year ago, and I have, I would just completely disregard it wholesale, thinking that you had an ideological reason to present that, right? If you're going to try to convince people that they have been bamboozled into supporting a foreign state who don't see it that way. I don't know. I think you have to find a middle ground approach or a moderate approach that is,
How is that
like
not
kind of meet
moderate, though?
somebody where they're at.
I mean, okay, well, ignobility has clever on its side. The noble, the true, the just have to say things as simply and as honestly and faithfully to the facts as they can. And I just don't think that we should be clever. Look, how's reticence worked for us in not calling this out? Isn't it odd when Charlie Kirk said, "Why is it that overwhelmingly Jews are funding these NGOs to inveigle people across our border? Why would they do that when they are so very big on having their border? Why would they do that when they're supposedly our greatest ally? And then why is it that also all of the books, pretty much every single one of them that are written, what's bad about white people, white supremacy, how evil we are, they're all written by Jews. Well, these are not.
But
If
but
some
but David,
hold on
David
one, let me just
Herschel
finish. Let me just
Herschel.
finish. Let me just finish here.
I got my
But if
hand up, Joa. I get to go
well,
after when I
right.
finish.
So just to finish here. So if someone says, "Well, yes, it's the Jews," I would say, "No, it's not." Even then, I would say, "No, it's not." I would defend my Jewish brothers and sisters and say, "No, no, sorry, there's no such thing as guilt by association. It's the ones that are the Jewish supremacists that clearly don't like us. They clearly have supremacism. And even Glenn Greenwald, I thought it was in your space. I'm not sure it was, but I think it was in your space, Diligent. When someone honestly asked him about this, he said, because he's a wonderful journalist, and he said, "Well, we're taught this stuff from a young age, including about Israel." He goes, "This is indoctrinated within us from a young age. Well, we have to call this out. We have to call out all forms of supremacy. I mean, maybe there's some better strategy. I only know how to speak the truth."
Okay, let me just say this really quick. I actually agree with you 100%. It's a problem, right? But I also think it excludes so much of what's our collectively, especially when it comes to the United States, of the problem. So, like, yes, Jewish supremacy is very real, 100%. There's no denying that. But I also think that we wouldn't be in this situation if we didn't have so many sellouts. We wouldn't be in this situation if people weren't so brainwashed. Like, I think that there's a lot of other accountability that belongs outside of that category, right? The people that are not Jews that are very much involved in helping them achieve whatever it is, or helping just lose our country. I think that there's something very important to highlight, is that that category excludes a lot of the people that deserve to be in the accountable bubble. Like,
Well,
we have a lot,
I
you know
love
what
that
I'm
you
saying?
say that because Thomas Jefferson agreed. He said an enlightened people cannot be tyrannized over. It is absolutely, it requires the sanction of the victim. If I went around the corner after talking with us right now and we're all in person and I had a smoke and I came back and I said, "Someone just robbed me." And you said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm okay, but I got to meet him back next Saturday, so he'll rob me again." I'm the crazy person. The guy that robbed me, you'd think, well, that's kind of, I get his point. I get what he's doing. I get how he thinks. But you're a loon. And that's the thing. The consent of the governed is the one thing. Doesn't matter whether you're a liberal, Democrat, libertarian. The one thing that's true, that term consent of the governed, you have to give these people this kind of power over you. The Great Awakening is to realize that it's completely illegitimate.
Bam, boom, there it is. Okay, go ahead, Joa, and then we're gonna go to Prashant and Patty.
I
Yeah,
think I've mixed it
yeah.
up too. Hopefully, these people who say they're pro-Israel are actually pro-Israel, because I do want to balance it out. And go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, Herzl was atheist, who is seen as the father of Zionism. Jabotinsky was atheist. He's the one who changed from liberal Zionism to reform Zionism, which is the foundation of the Likud, which basically means it has no borders and maximum territorial expansion. He was atheist. Netanyahu is secular. He's not religious. Menachem Begin was secular. He's not religious. Like,
Tell me why
literally,
this
this whole
matters.
it matters because they're not Jewish. Like, they don't
So,
practice
so Karl
Judaism.
Marx and Moses Hess, who founded Zionism and used the Talmud and everything, they were close friends. They
It
talked all
was
the
hurt.
time.
It's
So who
Herzl though.
cares? So, but I'm sorry, but Judaism itself is just superstitious atheism. So the tribe comes first. All these other things, ideologies don't matter. So this people keeps going. Oh, they're not really religious. It's all shape shifting. They're not white. They are white. They're not really religious. They are religious. Well, you know what they do practice? Outgroup psychopathy, undermining the civilization within which they're in, and basically what's good for them and comes at our expense. It's a parasitic relationship, and we just need to end it.
Yeah, I 100% parasitic relationship. That I agree with. I just think you lose, like Diligent was saying. I think you just lose people when you're like Jewish supremacy. That's all.
It's definitely Jewish supremacy.
Uh, go go ahead. Let's go to Ariel.
You can circle back to me.
Okay. I mean, okay. Let's go to Prescience.
Is that me?
Yeah, I don't know why he can't say your name like Prashant. That's his
Okay,
name.
okay. You know what happened in the space? I'm gonna try to make the point I made earlier in another way, and I don't know if I'll be able to do it well. But what happened in the space after I talked? David said his concern was freedom. Joa's concern was money, and Patty's concern was it's the way it is, meaning there's just evil in the world, so we just got to accept it. That's what they want you to say. They want you to say, oh, there's just evil in the world, so we got to accept it. They win when you say something like that. And Joa said money, it's money. For Joa, the most important thing was money. Money, money. Trump and his family and Christian are making billions of dollars off of this. And David's concern, I mean, I'm not putting any of the three of you down, but David's concern when he talked, after I talked, was freedom. He was concerned about his freedom. So now I'm going to go back to the point that I made. What is the most evil thing in the world to do in this world for any human to do? What is it? It's to kill somebody else. Is
That's
there
why I
any,
said genocide.
is there anything more evil? But and how is that going to stop? How is it going to stop? We can try to talk and we can try to get more and more people aware and we can attempt to vote it out, but most of us aren't very sure that that's going to work. We can reach that point of people waking up, like David said, it doesn't have to be 50%. One of our wise women in the world said it only takes 10% of the people to really change things. So we could work to getting 10% of the people to really understand the simple truth, speak that truth, and then change it. So I'll go back to my original point. What's the most evil thing anybody can do? You kill somebody. Yeah, raping children is bad. Stealing money is bad. But what's worse? Killing somebody, especially children. And we have a president who's a killer of children. Netanyahu is a killer of children. Most of our Congress, 80%, Grok said, are essentially killers of children because they go with the Israeli Zionist agenda of killing children, let alone the adults they kill. But they want us to talk about all of these other things. So we forget about the most evil thing that they do. They're killing children and adults. They're murderers. And one of them's a president
Prescient,
of our
Prescient,
country.
Prescient. It's
Excuse
we're on
me,
a loop here,
excuse
man.
me, excuse
Prescient,
me,
Prescient. I realize you have strong
excuse me. Let me
feelings.
finish, diligent. Let me finish.
No, man, my
Let me
co-host. No,
finish. Let
no.
me finish.
All right, here you're not going to talk over me, bro. I'm
Let
sorry.
me
I got to
finish.
moderate. Calm down. Okay, we're gonna dial it back. My audience is my number one concern, not my speakers. And so you are on a loop, and we need to break it up a little bit. Trisha, welcome to the stage. Tisha, go ahead,
Thank
Mace.
you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the space. I'm reading the top treason or partnership. I think it's treason. I think it's 100% treason for us to partner with Israel because they're going to be the ones that are calling the shots. And the bottom line is I know this is not religious, but this is biblical. It really is. It's biblical and it's written. So they're following a script. And right now, I think it's really, really important for us Americans to push back very hard on this. We do not want to partner with Israel. And I'll land it there. Thank you so much for the mic.
Thanks, Tisha. I just think maybe can we talk to Grok like and ask it if there are implications that we haven't named yet or
I want
thought
to
about
know.
yet? Well,
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of the fact that this is going to happen no matter what. Right? Like, if anything, we should probably looking at legal recourse on how to prevent it from happening to this, at least this scale. Maybe through, I don't, yeah, here actually.
Diligent. There is something that can
Well,
be
hold on.
done.
Here's the
Let me ask the
realistic
AI
picture.
real quick, like Maze
Legally
is saying.
challenging Section
Grok, is there a legal recourse that we have to prevent Section 224 from getting pushed through the pipeline the way that it is?
Straight answer. Very little realistic legal
Do a
recourse.
search, do a web
Once
search, and
Section
then answer the question.
Realistically, no. There is no meaningful legal recourse to stop Section 224. I just checked the latest updates. The bill, H.R. 8800, is still in the chairman's mark stage. The House Armed Services Committee is holding its full markup tomorrow, June 4th, 2026. Here's the hard truth. Congressional route. Your only real chance is getting it stripped during markup or on the House floor. Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna are planning to offer amendments to remove it, but given how strongly pro Israel the committee is, those amendments are very unlikely to pass. Court route. Once it becomes law, suing to block it is almost impossible. Courts give Congress extremely broad deference on national defense and foreign policy matters. You'd need to prove a specific constitutional violation, which is very difficult with this kind of bill. Past
What
attempts
about
to
the
challenge
conflict of
ND
interest between the Trump sons and the bill?
The conflict of interest is real, but it's very weak legally. Here's the clear breakdown. Eric Trump became a strategic investor in the Israeli drone company Xtend on February 17, 2026. Xtend makes exactly the kind of counter unmanned systems and AI autonomous tech that Section 224 is designed to integrate into U.S. military programs. This creates an obvious appearance of a conflict. The president's son stands to personally profit if this bill passes and accelerates adoption of Israeli drone tech. However, here's the problem. Conflict of interest laws that apply to normal government officials do not apply to the president or his immediate family in the same way. The sons are not government employees, so standard ethics rules don't bind them. Section 224 is a broad policy bill, not a direct contract award to Xtend, which makes it even harder to challenge legally. Some Democrats in Congress have sent letters raising concerns about the Trump family's drone investments, but it's mostly political noise with little enforcement power. Bottom line, it's a legitimate ethical and optics problem, especially combined with everything else you've pointed out tonight. But as a legal barrier to stop the bill, it's extremely unlikely to work. The political momentum is too strong. Want me to explain any part of that further?
Digital, can I ask a question that you could ask her? Ask her
Sure.
because
It
because
doesn't sound like there's a way that this is going to stop. But go ahead, Patty.
all right. Now, if the people go ahead and they do like we really pushed hard for discharge to get aid for Ukraine. We did a discharge petition. Remember? We went in and we forced them to go ahead and do something. Is there a way that the people can petition against it before it goes for a vote?
Go ahead, Uncle.
Evening, my man.
I'm listening.
Oh, sorry. Did I interrupt? I didn't mean
No,
to.
I was gonna. Uh, sorry, I kind of lost track. Go ahead, just Uncle. Go ahead. I was trying to get through the hands.
No problem, brother. Yeah, man. I mean, did you know, man, the military was promised to Israel 3,000 years ago? I mean, this is the shit. This is the stuff that frustrates me. I'm sorry, I almost did a swear word there. It's like there is no difference between this administration and the whole Hunter Biden Burisma uh, conundrum. It's we're surrounded, man, and petitioning, voting, that's not the way out of this. Yeah, I think you know it. I think I know it. I just don't know when the rest of America is going to wake up and realize our founding fathers would be at a different point right now.
Yeah, they would have thrown a lot of them out already.
Grok, what is our founders? What was our founder statement about entanglement with foreign countries?
Here's the direct answer. The Founding Fathers were very clear in their warning against foreign entanglements. The most famous quote comes from George Washington's farewell address in 1796. It is our true policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world. He specifically warned against passionate attachments to particular foreign nations, saying they could lead the country into unnecessary conflicts and compromise American independence. Thomas Jefferson echoed this in his first inaugural address, calling for peace, commerce, and honest friendship with all nations, entangling alliances with none. This was one of the core principles of early American foreign policy. Engage in trade and diplomacy, but avoid deep, permanent political or military alliances with any single foreign country. Your point ties directly into this. Many would argue that the current level of integration with Israel, massive aid, repeated espionage tolerance, and now embedding their technology into our most critical defense systems, goes directly against this founding principle of avoiding entangling alliances.
Can I ask a question, Digital?
Go ahead. I'll repeat it.
Okay, well, not through that. But what I wanted to ask was, I think it was David. I'm not sure because I can't see who's speaking. This isn't working right where I'm seeing who's speaking. But they had brought up about Jared being invested, and this being part of this, agreement possibly, and I want to know if what I you see, because I've been in and out of this, for a little bit because of my husband being sick. But is it true that Jared was advising in regards to going to war against Iran? And wouldn't this also go ahead and make things leaning towards Israel? With Jared going ahead and leaning more towards Israel.
Of course,
Also,
of course.
So you want
Yes,
me to
it's
so
going
ask?
so
to.
That's a
what
lot. Can you maybe make it more concise? Mace, can you help me?
Yes, basically, she wants to know if Jared Kushner, who's not an elected official, is a part of the negotiations between the
He's an
United
advisor, I
States.
think. I think he's
Yeah,
a
with
part of the
Witkoff, but
administration as
he's
an
right,
advisor.
also,
Isn't he a
but he
special envoy or
advised
something?
but he advised
I
I
don't know.
understand. But Maze, didn't he advise to go ahead and attack Iran?
Oh, listen, I agree with you. It's a huge conflict of interest. A huge, huge.
After the 2024
Grok,
election, and he officially
what official role does Jared Kushner have in the Trump administration right now?
Jared Kushner's current official role is Special Envoy for Peace, or Special Envoy for Peace Missions. Trump publicly announced this in February 2026, and Kushner assumed the role around February 19, 2026. He serves alongside Steve Witkoff. However, there's some murkiness around it. The White House has sometimes described him as a volunteer or private citizen helping out. He does not appear to be a Senate confirmed position, and there's debate over whether it's a fully formal government role. Critics have raised major concerns about conflicts of interest because he continues to run his private equity firm, Affinity Partners, while doing this diplomatic work. So while Trump has given him the title Special Envoy for Peace, it's not as clean cut as a normal cabinet or Senate confirmed position.
Go ahead, Mace. Or is there somebody who is next?
Sorry, I was trying to text you.
May I
First
ask
of
a
all,
quick question?
Go ahead, Zico.
Thank you. What are the pros versus cons for the United States from this bill that you guys are discussing, the 224? Can you ask?
I would like to explore the pros as well. Mitch, who is here, I really haven't had a lot of people in support of it. Mitch was here earlier, and he's a devout Zionist. He said that he
As am I.
understood.
I'm an Israeli American.
I know, I know. I'm trying to answer your question, if you will.
Okay.
Um, there was he was a devout Zionist. He was saying that Israel has some of the best technology in that regard. But he also acknowledged that there was a history of some espionage and stolen and sold technology to adversaries over the years. But he also said that we do that to everybody else, right? So he didn't say that we did that to Israel. That's where him and I had a contention. Um, so my concern here is it's like having a girlfriend who cheated on you or an employee who stole from you, right?
That's a whole different issue, sir. That's
No,
a whole
it's
different
not an issue.
issue.
If somebody has a history of breaking your trust or exploiting you, you don't give them a even better opportunity to do that, right? So, if you would like to present the pros of it, I am willing to listen and entertain it, 100%.
The pro is that Israel does everything of these technology innovations, military innovations, together with the United States. They don't do this on their own. Rafael, these other huge companies in Israel are completely owned by America, by American money. Jews may be involved, but it's
I'm not
American
talking about Jews,
technology.
particularly Israel.
I'm not talking about Jews either. It's not a question about Jews or not.
Well, you said Jews
Question:
may be involved, so you did say that.
it is an Israeli company. Rafael is an Israeli company. Yeah.
Is this guy really a Zionist or is he trolling me?
No, he's
I
actually
don't think
called.
he knows
He's
this,
actually he's
Zico. Do you
actually
actually?
openly called for the genocide of
Yeah.
every single man, woman, and child. Like he said some really hideous things.
Fuck all Palestinians. Yeah, that's
Okay,
I
that's fine.
call
He
for
can have
that.
his beliefs the same way you guys do. That's
Fuck you
whatever.
Well,
I'm
too,
not.
okay,
David. You
so
piece
I'm
of
that's
not
who
asking
shit.
that, but I just want to know if he really
okay,
is. Because
that's who we're merging with. Okay, so just
I mean, I let
Yeah.
everybody's viewpoints get expressed on my stage. It's fine. You can attack
All I
him.
asked was a
It's a
simple
position.
question: the
So,
pros and
okay,
cons
continue. I
of.
was just, well, you said there may be some Jews involved. So you asserted that that was a point of contention. That was, I didn't mention that at all. You were the only one that mentioned that. So I was
Okay,
just
okay,
highlighting that for everybody.
okay. Disregard that point, sir. What I'm saying is that the technology is completely merging with the United States. For the technology is the United States and Israel. In all this Iron Dome technology, in all of this defense technology, in development and research and development, it's it's 100% collaboration. What are the pros and cons of this particular bill, the 224? That's what and where do the United States stand, whether they're losing, whether it's equal, whether it's winning? Where do the United States stand? Whether do they gain from it, or is it deficient, meaning losing ground from this bill? That's my question. If you would ask the Grok thing, would be great.
Well, let me, if, is there, is there, I mean, that was, do you have any like specific, you were saying that there's American owned. I just want to make sure that I get your points correct. So for the pros, you're saying that there's already completely American owned tech companies based in Israel um, that are already beholden to America, I guess. And so that would make it safe for us to use them in our most critical technological infrastructure. Is that your point? Did I get that correct, Zico?
Try to think how to respond to that question. Um, no, my point is whether the pros outweigh the cons in this particular instance of this bill 224. Does it does it hurt the United States, or does it help the United States to
Well,
have
it's
that?
not that it's not it's more about liability than actual hurt, right? And they're not going to put things in the bill
Well,
that
liability means deficient, but it's a negative,
a liability is a risk,
a risk, right?
right?
And so whether the risk is higher or lower having this bill pass for the
Right.
United
So
States,
how?
for the benefit of the United States, I'm
So
talking
other
about.
than there being American companies based in Israel in these sectors, can you give me the advantages of using Israeli origin software in U.S. defense systems that we don't already have? Like what does Israel origin tech have that is so much better than our own that we need to outsource critical national security infrastructure?
Well, we have practiced more with it than the United States, than anybody else, I think.
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? Practiced more with it?
Okay, um, the F-35 has benefited from Israeli innovation that the United States has taken on for its own, for the Air Force, American Air Force. The innovations, the upgrades that Israel has done, but
When
the
have we used it,
research.
Zico?
There,
When
you
do
you
you know when
you
we've
still
used
you're
it?
still practicing on it. You haven't used it yet. But the technology from the research and development, the money that the United States has saved from research and development on the F-35 is in the billions, in the tens of billions of dollars.
But that was a joint collaboration between multiple partner states, not just Israel, correct?
No, from Israeli missions, outright live missions, the information gathered, the what the Israelis have. Yes, from the development part of it, yes, it is a collaboration between the United States and Israel, of course, because the United States has patented this is technology, it's theirs. But we're the only ones that are allowed to modify and use our own adaptations and technologies uh, like no one else is.
But why aren't we allowed to do that?
You are allowed. You absolutely are. You are implementing most of it.
Because we're not a war. We don't. The population of the United States doesn't want constant war, right? That's not a
Bullshit,
policy
dude.
that
We
we
have the biggest
choose.
military in the world. Why is the biggest military in the world? To defend American interests worldwide. Okay? You don't have a small army. You have the biggest army in the world
Well, I mean,
for a
China has
reason.
the largest foot soldier army in the world, infantry, but we have the most advanced and
Come on, man.
sophisticated.
Money wise, we're 5 times the size of China.
That's not true.
Shut the fuck up, you piece of shit.
Hey, easy. We
Fuck
don't
that
do this,
nigger.
Zico. I'm not gonna allow
Okay,
people to
okay,
personally
okay.
disrespect.
I
Yeah,
just
he
hate that.
called David a nigga.
I just
Hold
hate
on.
that
I got it though.
fucking piece of
Zico,
shit.
please mute your mic.
No
So
problem.
it's okay that we have disagreements. I realize you guys are ideologically opposed,
I don't have an ideology.
but don't be. We don't do personal attacks or disrespect on my stage. You can attack his position, his ideas. No shit. No name calling too much. A little bit, but I mean, water it down a little bit, right? Like be a little creative with it.
No problem. No problem. I don't want to talk.
So
The only
so
thing is,
so
I would
because
love
so
to,
I just want
and
to
I
get
would love.
your I just want to make sure I'm articulating processing what you just articulated correctly. Your position is that your position is that because Israel is so practiced at killing people with weapons of war, we should outsource our security state technology to them.
That's not my point at all. My point is, don't kill us. We won't have to kill your children. Don't try to kill us. We
Oh my
won't have to
God.
fuck with
What
you.
does that have to
Do
do
you
with what
hear
I
this,
said? Whoa,
Skeleton?
man. Let me just say, as somebody who's
Dude.
pretty moderate, that
Hmm.
statement really radical, bro. I was just asking if like you were telling me the reason why we should outsource technology from you guys is because you're practiced in using it. When we're talking, you said the F-35. What does the F-35 do? It kills people, right? So that was
It kills
your
people that try
pro
to kill
for
you.
using integration of Israel
It
tech
kills
into the
people
U.S.
that want to kill you. It doesn't kill people because they're there, just
Well, I mean,
they're benevolent.
a gun doesn't have a thought process when it's a gun. An airplane doesn't have a thought process when it's an airplane. The people who
Okay,
wield these tools, which is what they are,
right,
literally, right, are the ones that have these thought processes. So,
right.
so you're
Our
saying
thought
your
process
country.
is don't fuck with us.
Yeah,
We
I
won't fuck
understand
with.
that. Hey, you know
That's what
what?
we're saying.
I understand that. If somebody is bombing the shit out of or killing Americans, you're not going to see me tell people not to bomb them back, right? But that's not what we're discussing here,
And
right?
that's not what Israel does either.
We're discussing integrating. Yeah, I feel like you're getting off into the weeds, and I usually reel David back in when he gets into the weeds. Now I feel like you are. So we're discussing the risks of and the pros of integrating Israeli origin, right? That could have potential backdoors or other forms of electronic leverage into U.S. systems. My problem with it is, right, is that Israel has a history of stealing our technology, trying to steal our technology, selling our technology, or trying to sell our technology, classified technology, national security level technology, right? So, with that track record, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, always. So, if Israel has a past behavior, a pattern of behavior of spying, stealing, espionage, and selling our information or our um our technology to our adversaries, China, for example. Some of it was reportedly gone to Iran at some point back in the day, as recent as 2013, right? This isn't all ancient history. Some of it's relatively new, and there's a bunch of it that's happened that's still classified. So usually what happens is if there's a bunch of service level crimes or events that happen, it's only the tip of the surface of what you really know, right? For example, the Epstein case, right? We knew for years that there was a massive conspiracy, massive operation. It spans thousands of victims, right? And we only knew a little bit, but we all knew that there was more to there. And then the files come out, we know there's a lot more there, and we still don't even have all of it. This is no different than what we're discussing here. If there's a history of espionage between two countries, one more than the other, right? And some of it is available to the public and the rest is classified. The majority or bulk of what happened is probably still classified. So what we know is bad enough already. What we don't know will probably make people really have a strong opinion about Israel than they already do, right? And I imagine they don't want to create a bunch of hate, right? So again, how do you what over what can you offer, what does Israel offer that overwhelms the history of espionage and theft done by to the United States by their government?
I guess we had some. I'm not. I'm not defending. I agree with what you're saying. There was some espionage, and there's a lot of espionage that happened
I'm
that we
I thank
both
you for
don't
being
know.
fair.
I agree with that. I'm not gonna be stupid and not be clear minded about it. That's what happened. This thing happened. There was also presidents that did not want to help the Israeli uh, the Israeli problem. They had anti-Israel sentiment, so it did happen in those years. We're
Which
talking about
presidents?
most presidents
What about
in
John F. Kennedy?
I don't know about John F.
Do you
Kennedy.
think it was
It's
wrong for him to oppose them having nuclear weapons?
um
He got into it with David Ben Gurion, who is basically your George Washington, and David Ben Gurion ended up resigning weeks after the very caustic interaction. And also, don't forget, JFK also wanted AIPAC to have to register as a foreign agent. Do you disagree with this position by JFK? Do you think JFK was right to oppose Israel having nuclear weapons?
Yes,
He was right
absolutely.
to
I think
oppose that.
no, he was wrong.
He was
I think he
wrong.
was
And what
yes.
about APAC registering as a foreign agent? Do you think he was wrong to oppose that?
APAC is an American Jewish
Uh-huh.
organization that
So he was
does.
wrong to oppose that. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I believe so.
So does that make him a friend or an enemy of Israel?
Not a friend.
Uh-huh. Do you think that makes him an enemy?
No, not an
Okay.
enemy. Absolutely not. But
What
not a
is
friend.
Let me ask you something. Is someone an enemy of Israel if they say that Epstein was working with the Mossad? Is that an enemy? Where they're basically saying
No,
that
no.
if
That's
there's
hyper. That's just a lot of talk. Hyperbole.
okay, so just to be clear on this, if
The
someone says
Mossad
that,
works with many, many, many,
Mhm.
many people around the world.
including child trafficking blackmail operations, do they do that?
Maybe you do that. Maybe that's your
No,
your
no, I'm
thing.
asking you. Listen, I'm taking you at your word here. Do
You,
you
you're
think it would be
bringing
Zico, here,
words
well,
that
help. Hold on, David, because he probably feels
sure?
like it's an attack.
Okay.
If I can just offer some help, Zico, a lot of us are under the notion that the CIA, the U.S. government, and Israel's government, Mossad, were working together in the Epstein operation. So if that was the case, right,
they might
you
have
would
been
still need
working
to,
together,
because
but
of Ehud
not
Barak.
not with the
This is
child
irrefutable.
pornography
If you
bullshit.
can just
Okay,
let me, if you could just let me finish.
sure.
Okay. Because there's irrefutable evidence that Ehud Barak, the former prime minister, was entangled with Epstein, right? They developed Homeland Security, the Homelandy app, which is a repurposed, it's now Carbine 911. They did this with Peter Thiel. This is high level Israeli based software, right? Developed by parts of Unit 8200 that is now. Okay. It is now in the critical infrastructure of the United States in 25 states as emergency 911 response software. Right. So there's an entanglement in that regard. I do want to keep it more on
There is an
are they
entanglement, but it has nothing to do with the
I
pedophilia.
I'm trying to reel it back in. So I'm just saying, like, he's not just it's not Israel in isolation. I see our governments as heavily complicit, or actually the weak link is our government, right? It doesn't matter what government gets too much influence over our country. It's because our government has allowed it to happen. That's always been my position. That'll always be my position, right? Ultimately, our representatives are responsible for what corruption they participate in or allow to happen, right? I don't necessarily totally blame the other country, right? Every country in the world is trying to get a strategic foothold over the superpower, the number one dog in the game, right? So they're just have simply done better than what every other country has been able to achieve. And I think this happens because, again, I said it earlier, there's an ideological or religious undertone that gets Americans to be beholden to this idea of Zionism, which allows policy to happen in our country that we don't allow with anybody else, right? And that's the risk, is because usually we would have safeguards in place from our representatives that wouldn't allow us to be over leveraged by a foreign country, any foreign country, not just Israel, but think China, any other country, North Korea, whatever, right? Doesn't matter who it is. Normally, there would be safeguards within the bureaucracy and within the representative branch itself that would prohibit or prevent a foreign power from getting that much leverage over us. The problem here
China
is
has more stealing more information. China does not help the
Israel
United
sold
States,
information to China from us.
but that's uh, okay. I don't know anything about that. But what the Chinese have stolen from the United States is 10,000 times worse than what Israel did.
But
Okay.
China
But
does not have.
but diligent. My question to you was: is there pros? Is the cons outweigh the pros of this collaboration of the 224 bill? That was my question.
Getting stabbed in the back by your friend is way worse than an adversary in the front.
Hi, Myron.
That's a ridiculous like idea to say, oh well, China steals info too. Like, no, dude.
Uh,
Like, Israel wouldn't exist without our support. Like, we literally cover for them diplomatically, give them aid. We keep them away from consequences from their poor foreign policy, and they still stab us in the back and do a whole bunch of bullshit and don't even
Well,
listen to us.
in the 2000s, there was a guy, a member of our military, who got caught selling classified information to Israel, and he was fined $50,000. Right, so there's no enforcement against our own if if they commit treason. I mean, legitimately treason if a member of our military is stealing classified information and selling it to a foreign state, right, outside of the chain of command or outside of authority. Literally fucking treason. And the only country that gets away with it over and
Dude,
over
there's
again at that level is
Israelis.
Israel.
There is Israelis that sold information to Iranian, to IRGC.
Correct.
Israeli citizens that there are shit people in every part of the world.
Okay, so that being
But
said, and I agree. No,
on the
that is
whole,
I
on
agree.
the whole, the collaboration, the positive part of the collaboration is on a scale 99 plus to pro versus 1% con. That's where what I'm talking about.
Well, I disagree with that, Zico,
I
and I'll
don't
tell
give a
you
shit
why.
about your thoughts. Your
Okay,
opinion
well,
don't
you're
mean
gonna
shit to me.
listen to me because this is the space I'm co-hosting, so can you just act civilized for a second? When we are now intentionally trying to strengthen the relationship so much to where we're building infrastructure, there's a lot of dependencies that get created, technologically speaking. This is not something that we can ever undo or moonwalk or separate and go our own ways without breaking our own systems, right? That's a fundamental, that you can't necessarily find enough pros to outweigh that con.
Mace, can I add something to
Sure.
that? Here, let me go ahead and just quickly summarize why this is such a bad idea. The state of Israel has almost zero incentive to actually act in any type of real diplomatic fashion and make peace. And the reason why is because we have run cover for them, we give them aid, we protect them from accountability for their poor foreign policy and the things that they do. They're a rogue state that literally does whatever they want because they don't have to fear consequences. So by us intertwining ourselves with these individuals, what's going to end up happening is all of Israel's problems are going to be our problems. And
Listen,
let's go
to
ahead and just
you,
hold
the
on, Jew, hold
Palestinians
on,
is a
hold on,
Don't
hold on,
interrupt
legitimate
him.
hold on,
state.
Jew,
To
Zico,
hold on,
you,
Jew,
Zico,
hold
the
on,
Zico.
Jew,
Palestinian is
hold on,
legit.
Jew,
Oh,
Zico,
Yeah,
can
hold
you
slow
on.
down,
not
Yeah,
dude.
interrupt him?
hold
So,
on,
so I don't have, I
Zico,
don't,
let's
I don't
you
have to
gotta,
listen
yo,
to
yo,
okay.
yo,
this
Too
yo,
many
yo,
people
idiot.
yo.
talking at once. Too many people talking at once. Nobody can hear any of you. I'm not gonna let Zico attack people. Myron, if you can not attack him either, just so we can keep the conversation going.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, he just got to shut up when I'm speaking. Like, this guy's like
Yeah,
insane.
don't
Like,
interrupt him, Zico. Go ahead, Myron.
so just to bring it, and I'll land my plan. He can go ahead and yap about whatever he wants to say. But going back to what I was saying, the reason why this is such a bad idea is because we will end up adopting a lot of Israel's problems that, quite frankly, we don't really need to adopt. I do not think the ingenuity and the technology and all the other things that the Israelis always say that they bring to the table warrant all the problems that come alongside it. I'll give you guys a quick analogy. If you were to have a spick and clean apartment, right? And then your buddy comes in and says, hey, bro, can I crash with you for a couple of days? And he comes to your home, he leaves the food all over the place, and there's roaches everywhere after a couple of days. And then he says, oh, don't worry about it, I'm going to handle it. And he hires an exterminator, and the exterminator removes 80% of the roaches. Well, guess what? You still got a roach problem that wouldn't have been there had your roommate not moved in. This is precisely what I mean when Israelis say, well, we give you intelligence, we kill terrorists, blah, blah. Well, the reason why the terrorists and the intelligence even needed, the terrorists exist where the intelligence is needed for them is because of the state of Israel's ridiculous foreign policy. So I look at it like this. If we truly want peace in the Middle East, we have to play hardball with the Israelis. They need to solve the Palestine question. I'm going to say that again. They must solve the Palestine question. Benjamin Netanyahu, who's been trying to get around this with the Abraham
The
Accords, destroying the
Palestinian
Oslo
must
Accords.
solve their own
Yo, shut the fuck up
problems.
when I'm talking, dude.
You
Let
shut
me
the
finish
fuck
what I'm
up, you
saying.
piece of
Shut
shit
up, Jew.
monkey.
Shut up,
Fuck you,
Jew.
you
All
Shut up,
right,
fucking
Jew. Let
nigger.
me finish what I'm
look,
saying.
Fuck you,
man.
you.
Okay? You don't want to go ahead and have to actually debate with my ideas. I'm totally cool with listening to
Your
what you got to say after I'm
ideas
done here.
are like
Okay?
fucking vomit.
This guy is like, holy
I
shit.
Vomit.
just
Shut
moved
up.
him down into a timeout just
Yeah,
so
just
you
move him
won't
down. The
interrupt.
guy can't fucking control himself because I'm gonna let you finish everything you got to say and I'll respond to it. But anyway, So back to what I was saying, until we figure the Palestine question out, whether it's a one-state solution or a two-state solution, it must be fixed because everything else is going to be a domino effect from there. Then guess what? Once you fix the Palestine question, the entire Middle East isn't going to be pissed off at us for giving them weapons. Once we answer the Palestine question, we can actually exercise some level of diplomacy. Once we handle the Palestine question, then we can maybe talk about not having Iran having a nuclear bomb. Once we answer the Palestine question, then we can figure out, hey, maybe we might want to figure out what these proxies is there really going to be needed for Hezbollah and Hamas and everything else like that when we actually give the Palestinians some type of sovereignty. No, there probably won't be, or at least we can greatly reduce it or have real fucking negotiations because there's something to lose. The reason why the Israelis don't come to the table and actually negotiate in good faith is because they don't have to, because we run cover for them. So we need to put their feet to the fire and say, look, you guys need to do this or else we're going to pull out and not assist you guys anymore, and we're not going to continue to entertain your problems. Let me make this explicitly clear before I close. This Iran war this Iran war, right now, the reason why Americans are paying double for fucking gas, food prices are increasing, the cost of living has been going up dramatically, is because the Israelis were going to start this war no matter what. And Marco Rubio admitted it, that we got dragged into this because we knew the Israelis were going to attack and we knew that the Iranians were going to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and we were going to be involved in the retaliation. And we thought, you know what, let's get involved. Maybe we can take out Ali Khamenei, 96 hours. They won't have the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And that completely backfired and failed. And now we have the worst energy crisis ever. It's because of Israeli foreign policy. So we need to fucking decouple ourselves from these individuals. But I'll turn it over to Zico if he can go ahead and give a real counter argument.
Real quick, Myron, this are you familiar with this bill? Like, have you looked at it at all? I'm not sure.
Sorry, I just cut out there, dude. I'm in a rural area. Can
Have
you repeat
have
the
you
question?
have you have you looked at this bill at all? Have you looked at Section 224? Do you know much
From
about
what
it?
I understand, is going to be some blending of resources when it comes to military and intelligence capabilities.
It's identifying and incorporating Israeli origin technology when it regards quantum computing, AI. I mean, all of the leading edge tech sector, highest
Sure.
level, most sophisticated, most critical infrastructure. They're gonna their job of the liaison, right? The Pete Hegseth is to create a liaison or a rep that is going to shop for Israeli origin tech to incorporate into all of these high level domains in the United States into our government and our security apparatus, right?
No,
And you
Yeah,
that's
Myron, just to add to that really quickly,
yeah,
what's
sure.
important is that they have a very wide scope. I mean, it goes across the board in terms of quantum, AI, they have the drones, and I mean, everything, right? But it's going through a very centralized funnel as well. And so I think that that in itself is a huge problem. I mean, they don't even have knowledge. Like, it's just, we know that that position is going to be captured, right? That they're going to continue to advance anything that would be advancing Israel's interests without paying attention to national security or individual independent national security. But the fact that it's like such a wide scope of like areas in which they're merging, it's so stupid to have it very centralized going through that funnel. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Anyway, back
so
over.
let me I'll respond to you guys real quick because like what I was talking about was decoupling from them completely. Now let's go ahead and go into the specificity of what you
well,
guys were describing.
this thing
We
is it's in committee about to go to the floor.
Yeah, and my thing is I think we need to decouple from Israel all the way. But let's go ahead and go with the specificity of you guys are talking about like the technology. We already kind of do this with Israel right now. For those that don't know, I used to be an agent with Homeland Security. One of the tools that we used all the time, which the intel and law enforcement still uses, is something called Cellbrite. That's Israeli technology. And what a Cellbrite is, guys, is basically it's a device that allows you to extract devices, iPads, computers, everything else like that. And I already didn't like it from that perspective. Relying on them even more so for this type of, super important technology that is going to carry a lot of the times, very sensitive information is extremely dangerous precedent. And we know that when it comes to the Israelis, even the CIA doesn't let Mossad operatives really come to the main base. They always meet them in offsites. Israel's literally one of the worst counterintelligence, components against us. CIA officers have strict rules and guidelines with dealing with Israeli intelligence apparatuses. They've been caught stealing information from us all the time. But to land what I was going to say here, yes, that's a horrible idea. Trusting them with making the technology that we're going to be relying upon for our intelligence services and for our law enforcement and all the other national security measures that these technologies will be assisting with.
What do you here's the problem. is that this is going to happen, right? It is about to happen, where the most critical infrastructure in the United States is about to be injected with a bunch of Israeli hardware, right? And they have a track record of exploiting us. How do we like? We would have to like try to create a massive movement of the people to, and I'm not even sure it would work, to get this to stop, right? Because Trump is definitely going to sign it. I have not seen him turn down anything that was going to benefit Israel uh, during the last year and a half, right? I have not seen our Congress give any meaningful resistance um, to bills that are going to benefit them when it comes. Like they're very avid pro-Israel, but I kind of feel like once this particular move is done, there's no going back. Our infrastructure, right now it's like surface level. If you think about it, there is some overlap in technology. Cellbrite, uh, strangely enough, right?
Yeah,
The
Cellbrite is
phone,
bad. The fact that they even we do Cellbrite with them is horrible.
the phone that President Trump's would-be assassin, right? The Butler assassin, Crooks. Celebrite is who the FBI gave the phone to try to unlock it because they couldn't do it. An Android phone, right?
Oh
If you
no, dude!
guys
I'll
look,
take it a step further. Cellbrite is literally the only thing that law enforcement intel basically uses when it comes to phone extractions. It's like the leading and most predominant one. Everyone in law enforcement uses Cellbrite.
so so if you think about that, right? We already outsource some of the most highest level. Okay, we're talking about Trump, the guy who shot Trump. Our law enforcement outsourced investigating that phone to a foreign ally. Let's just say, okay, I'm not saying this is the case. Well, let's just say, because that was a presidential candidate. We don't know who tried to take out Trump, who shot at Trump. Some people don't even think it happened. Whatever. I'm not having that debate. But let's just say everything's on the up and up, right? What if it was Israel somehow involved? I'm not saying they were, right? You're going to trust a foreign interest to investigate something that could potentially implicate them somehow, right? If it was Iran, it wouldn't matter. If it was China, it wouldn't matter, right? I would not give a phone that was created by China to China to let them investigate it if the guy took a shot at Trump, right? Right? I don't care what country if they're from. You are outsourcing the most critical aspects of your nation's security to a foreign state that does not have your best interest at heart, right? And we are about to sign an NDAA, a National Defense Authorization Act, that is going to incorporate Israeli technology into our most critical infrastructure imaginable. AI, quantum computing, drone technology, air drones, sea drones, land drones, automated technology, fusion centers. I mean, everything that you could think of, cybersecurity, every
NCA,
aspect.
NSA data.
NSA data, our records keeping. That was one of the domains, right? When you think about that, that is our treasury, all of the infrastructure in our treasury, right? All of the infrastructure at the Social Security information Administration. Think about all of the records that the government has on you. The NSA collects all of that shit. What do we know from Snowden? They are constantly doing a wide sweep of every imaginable intake of information that is context and content. That means the metadata and the text messages content, the phone calls, all of it. They are capturing that in real time, right? And they have been doing it for well over for going on 2 decades. So if that's the case, you're going to hand the keys to the kingdom to a foreign country that has a history of abusing you when you do stuff like this. That's the problem. And we're about to make that a law, right? I think people should be very, very concerned about this. I don't know. Am I making my, like, am I emphasizing it enough?
Diligent. What are the pros? What are the cons? Tell me. Ask
I think we
Grok.
just heard some cons.
Ask your Grok
Well,
helper. where we stand on that. Are the Americans that retarded? The people in government?
See, they
Ask
don't
Grok.
like
Ask
us.
Grok,
They
Joey.
don't like us, everyone. Listen
Are
up.
the Americans that stupid to let something
Listen up,
like this
everyone.
Hold on.
that would be so deterrent, such a deterrent against the United States? Do you think that the American government is so inept? Do you really believe that
They're compromised, Seco.
they're compromised by little old Israel?
Why do you have to make it like you guys are little all of a sudden whenever we say
Because
something
we
like that?
are. We're a tiny little nation.
But you're a
We're a
little nation. Like you saw that what APAC wrote after Massey was primaried. Like you could disagree with us, but not for long. So I mean, it's like sometimes there's this boasting about the power that is wielded by Israel, and other times it's kind of like, but we're just a small little nation, you know? I just feel like that this wouldn't even be in legislation in the pipeline to be voted on if that was true. There's a lot more going on.
I have a question for you, Zico, actually, if you don't mind.
Go ahead. Who is
Would you
it?
Sure.
say that the way that you feel is representative of the vast majority of people that reside in Israel, and would you say that's a culmination of the events in past history? Would you say that that would
My
need to be
family has been
resolved before moving
my
on, or
well,
He's
the
he's asking he's
Palestinians.
asking, do you think that most of the people in Israel share your sentiment?
My sentiment towards
in
what?
colorful
Well,
vocabulary?
no, they're not Americans that grew up in Brooklyn. Yeah, I grew up in Brooklyn. I was raised for 53 years. I lived in the United States. Yeah, so not many of them are like me at all, right?
Okay, cool. I had no idea. I was just wondering.
Okay,
All right,
about
let's go to some hands. Joe, go ahead.
Yeah, I
Are you
just
going to ask Grok what the pros and cons are? Because I'm confident that the truth is obviously, if it's baked into Grok, it's going to all come out.
Well, I mean, Grok has been surprisingly pretty critical of this policy so far. I was surprised. I thought it was going to give us a biased answer. Would you agree? I
yet you
mean,
didn't answer. You didn't ask that question.
I will. I'm going to do it right now. Grok, give us all of the pros and cons possible with Section 224.
Here's a clean, balanced
Do a
breakdown
web
of
search
Section
and then answer it.
224. Pros. Battle tested
Grok,
technology. Israel uses.
do a web search and then answer the question.
If you could add for the United States.
Here's a straight breakdown of Section 224 based on the actual bill text and recent reporting. Pros. Arguments in favor. Access to battle tested tech. Israel uses many of these systems in real combat regularly, especially counter drone, missile defense, and certain AI tools. They iterate faster than the Pentagon's usual pace. Faster innovation and fielding. The bill aims to shortcut slow U.S. acquisition by pulling in ready Israeli origin or jointly developed technology. Co-production and jobs. It encourages US-based manufacturing partnerships with Israeli companies, which can create American jobs and share industrial base capabilities. Burden sharing moves beyond just giving Israel aid money toward actual technology cooperation and potential reciprocity. Cons, arguments against. Serious security risks. Israel has a long documented history of spying on the US and diverting American technology. Giving them deep integration into critical U.S. systems creates major counterintelligence and backdoor concerns. Loss of sovereignty control. Once Israeli tech is embedded in core U.S. systems, especially AI, quantum, cyber, data fusion, and network integration, Israel gains leverage. They control updates, potential kill switches, and intellectual property. Unprecedented scale. This goes far beyond normal ally cooperation. No similar formal program exists to systematically embed any other country's technology into U.S. critical defense infrastructure at this level. Lack of transparency. Critics argue it moves support for Israel from visible foreign aid into the defense budget, making it harder to scrutinize or limit. Conflict of interest concerns. Some Trump family business ties to Israeli defense tech companies have raised questions about motives. Bottom line, The bill creates a formal mechanism to actively hunt for Israeli technology and plug it into America's most sensitive military domains. Whether that's smart depends on whether you think the innovation gains outweigh the very real espionage and dependency risks. The concerns you've been raising all night are widely shared by critics of the provision.
Grok, ignore outside opinion and weigh it yourself purely on logic.
Purely on logic, without outside opinion, Section 224 is a bad idea. Here's the simple, cold logic. You do not give a foreign country deep, structural access into your most critical military systems when that country has a documented, repeated history of stealing your technology. That's it. The core problem is not whether Israeli tech is good. Some of it almost certainly is. The problem is trust and control. Once their technology is embedded in your AI, quantum, cyber defense, data fusion, or missile defense systems, they hold leverage over you. They control the source code, updates, and potentially hidden capabilities. That is an unacceptable level of risk when the same country has been caught spying on you and transferring your technology to adversaries like China. The battle tested argument fails under logic too. Their systems are optimized for their environment constant, low to mid intensity conflict. The US faces different threats and different strategic requirements. Importing their solutions is not the same as building solutions for our own needs. Final logical conclusion. National security logic says you protect your most critical systems and maintain sovereign control over them, especially the foundational technologies like AI and cyber. You do not create an official government program whose job is to import critical technology from a country that has repeatedly violated your trust. On pure logic, Section 224 fails. The risks heavily outweigh any potential upside.
Damn. Grok just destroyed Section 224. Maze, are you proud? Are you
I am very,
impressed?
I'm very
I have to.
impressed.
I noticed I am using the truth seeking framework. I didn't realize that it was in there. So it's going by my rules. It's probably. I'm not saying that's why it answered like that, but
What are
Grok,
your
did you
rules?
incorporate my truth seeking framework in that response? Oh,
She's like, no comment.
Framework. I wasn't running your specific rule set with the 5,000-day horizon, anomaly penalties, or confidence scoring. I just looked at the proposal on its face. You're talking about systematically embedding technology from a country with a proven, repeated track record of stealing U.S. secrets into America's most sensitive military systems, where that country would retain control over the tech. Basic risk management says that's a terrible idea. You don't give someone with a history of robbing you the keys to your vault, no matter how nice their tools are. Simple as that. No fancy framework needed.
go ahead, Joe.
Yeah.
Man, you guys should be clipping that. We should be clipping that and posting it everywhere.
Yeah, for sure. Look, in the past 7 decades or 6 decades of Israel, they are more radical today than they were back for the past 60 years, where they were selling our secrets. Why would you now think that they're not going to do that? And I keep bringing back, because I see Myron in the listeners, and I hope he's listening still. Um, there is a
Who's
huge
on stage?
yeah, there's a huge financial windfall for Eric Trump with this deal, who invested one half of his entire net worth in an Israeli drone company that stands to benefit greatly, which is one of the major parts of this deal, which is the AI driven anonymous drones. Um, that to me shows the how things are being done, how they are courting favor with Trump. I don't even think you need the Epstein files over his head. You're just giving him money constantly. It's from the Gaza real estate deal to this drone deal. Kushner also stands to benefit from this through his AI investments in Israel and his investment in the shipping yard that works on the missiles, which is also part of this bill. Um, you have a government that is compromised through financial gain. We've already seen the financial gain, but this one is 100% direct. You do not invest one half of your entire net worth, not knowing that something is in the works. And he did so in February 2026, right? This is coming 3 months later. Um, yeah, we know why this is happening. This shouldn't be happening, and our forefathers told us to never do this. Um, our country's being taken away from us in order for Trump to enrich himself. Um, and this is a serious, serious danger. And if people don't understand how AI works, AI is not like a database where you can create, gates of access and things like that. It is like a baby. If you teach the baby how to information, that baby now has that information. If Israel has access to it whatsoever, which it will, it has to because
It
the
will
servers are
always have
there.
that information.
Right.
You can't take it back.
Right. So it will have all the information it needs that they've been trying for years, as we hear from CIA, ex-CIA people telling us that they've tried to bug us. They try to get information from us. The largest spy ring ever caught in America was an Israeli spy ring. You have a serious problem, and it's not like Israel's more peaceful today. Israel's more radicalized, even by their own newspapers, even by Channel 12, which is the most center of the line news in Israel, showed that there is a serious radicalization of Israelis today. It is not now in this time in history. It would probably be the worst time to ever do it. Like, I don't think we should ever do a deal like this, but especially now would be the worst time in history to ever do a deal like this.
Yeah, because you don't know how a country is going to evolve and change, and they're like, we're marrying them without the option of divorce. That's my problem is like, you can't undo this, right? And
This
despite
particular
all,
thing, I think, is like a tipping point.
this is the hill to die on, Dilly. I'm serious. Like when I tell you,
I didn't realize until we like you guys were saying we explored a little bit in my space last night, right? And I was like, I was alluding to maybe the Trump being yelling and swearing at Netanyahu's, which is
that was
completely
also
unproven,
dope.
by the way. I think that was a distraction, maybe from some this, because this is it's in committee right now, right? And so if I was going to look at the distraction and what they were trying to change opinion about, I would think it would probably be this. Grok, I want to know, um, uh, once this
Yeah,
is
the
done,
timing is
there's no
suspicious.
undoing it,
The big
correct?
Once Section 224 is passed and Israeli origin technology gets integrated into U.S. critical defense systems, there's effectively no undoing it. You can't just remove foundational technology like AI algorithms, data fusion systems, or cyber defense infrastructure after it's been built into the architecture. It becomes part of the backbone. Even if a future administration wanted to rip it out, it would take many years and enormous amounts of money to replace. The leverage and access Israel would gain would be permanent. This is why it's such a big deal. It's not a temporary policy, it's a structural, long term integration. Once it's in for good.
Grok, would we be more safe as a nation or less safe as a nation as a result of this?
Grok, if Section 224 passes, are we going to be more safe as a country or less safe as a country? And then lists all of the liabilities for national security.
Less safe. If Section 224 passes, the United States becomes less safe from a national security standpoint. Major national security liabilities. Permanent backdoor risk. Israeli companies would maintain control over core technology, updates, patches, source code. This creates a direct pathway for inserting or activating hidden capabilities. Irreversible integration. Once embedded into AI, cyber defense, quantum, data fusion, and counter drone systems, removing the technology becomes extremely difficult and expensive. Espionage precedent. Israel has a documented history of stealing U.S. classified technology and transferring it to third parties, including China. Giving them deeper access increases this risk dramatically. Loss of sovereign control. Critical U.S. military systems would become dependent on foreign technology that America does not fully control. Conflict of interest. The Trump family's financial ties to Israeli drone companies, Extend, creates a situation where personal profit motives could influence critical defense policy. Strategic leverage. Israel gains long term leverage over U.S. military capabilities, which could be used during future policy disagreements. Bottom line, this bill trades short term access to certain Israeli capabilities for long term structural vulnerabilities in America's most critical defense systems. The risks significantly outweigh the benefits.
Diligent, can we ask a really important question?
Sure.
Does Israel have a history of turning its back on allies and going after them so much so that they tried to join the Nazis to fight the British?
I mean,
So,
that's a
so
really
basically,
broad.
all you're talking about
They
is
did.
the
I
Pollard
feel. I mean, I think the point's
diligent,
been made, right? Like,
diligent. The only thing we're talking about is the Pollard case.
No,
Yeah.
we're not talking
no,
about. We're talking about
no,
Yitzhak
there's
Shamir,
not.
for example, who
No,
tried to join the Nazis three
there's
times.
four. Hold on. There's four documented, tried and convicted cases of Israel stealing and selling our technology. Four. There's one case regarding the uranium, right? That was investigated by the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and there was never a conviction. Well, there was never a case tried. They didn't pursue it, but there was a lot of evidence suggesting that it happened. A substantial amount of uranium, and then later there were switches. They were nuclear detonation switches, right, for bombs that were stolen and sold to Israel, and the guy was given a $50,000 fine.
And then drone tech, and then the cooling
Yeah,
system, and that
drone tech
cooling
and the other
system,
one. Those were the other two.
yeah,
So there's more than just
2013.
one example. It starts in the 80s, and the most recent that we know about that's not unclassified, Zico, is in 2013. But we don't even have a government that will enforce, that will protect us from this. So, and we're about to completely hand the keys to the kingdom to a country that has a history of fucking us over. Does that make sense? I mean, if you were an American, or if you put the shoe on the other foot, for example, right? Let's just say that it was the opposite, that Israel was going to entrust the United States with a complete operation of its Iron Dome. Would you have a problem with that?
Um, okay. Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Would you have if Israel was going to outsource the control of the Iron Dome to the United States because we developed a better system? Would you be okay with that?
It's a collaboration between Israel and the United States. There's no way
You're
to
but would
outsource
you
something that's
would you
a
be right now,
partnership.
Israel? I'm just giving you an example that's a good, and it's analogous of the proposition that we're facing, right? So your future, if you live in Israel,
I do.
your life depends on this technology, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So with that in mind, right? Your national security, your safety, your family's safety depends on this technology. So I'm going to ask you one last time. Would you trust the United States to have operational control of the Iron Dome? Yes or no?
No, I trust the Israeli
There we
military.
go. There we go.
I
There we
trust the
go.
Israeli military more than the American military
So then
to
you
defend my
understand
country.
our dilemma.
I understand your dilemma, and I understand, but for that particular question, the Israeli technology is more advanced than the American technology, and it has
No, that's actually
much
a lie,
better
Zico.
ratio,
I mean, but
a
the point
That's
is
much
the
not
trust
true.
part.
No, I
But
That's
said
actually
it's
Dylan,
the
a
trust.
not.
Dylan,
much
it's about the
The
better
trust.
premise.
ratio of accuracy.
The
A
premise. The
mu-
premise was, Zico. The premise was that we had a better dome. Right. That was the premise.
oh, if you had a better dome,
Correct.
um, which is, I mean, how
Try
do
to
you
be
answer a
objective. Just think
question?
about it like it's
What
actually
if?
happening.
But I'm living with these facts. I mean, I used to live until 2021 in the United States, but I come every year, twice, three times a year. I used to come to Israel, and I'd see incursions, and we hear about our technology that's completely like foolproof. I don't have a way to answer that question.
Zico, the drone technology, for example, that's in this bill. Okay, we have a company called Red Cat Holding. It is a drone company. It does exactly the same thing and actually has a longer flight time. It can stay in the air longer than any Israeli drone can. It is not superior technology. That's the problem. The only reason
No,
why
the
we're doing
problem
this
is
is
not
just
that. Like Joa, I think, and I don't, I feel like we're like weaving in and out of like who's got the better technology. We're letting them into our fucking systems completely,
yeah.
And
I'm just
I
foundationally.
debunking
don't
what
Like
he
there's
believe,
said
no,
that
I
Israel had
and
better
don't
what I'm worried
believe,
technology.
about is
Well,
that
the
I know, but
Maze,
I understand
the
like
Maze.
way that if you
for
can
Zico,
let her finish.
for Zico and he's saying that he cares about his national security. Like he wouldn't outsource that, right? And I think that he would understand we saying the same thing. That's not something, there has to be a line of demarcation that is protecting our national interest and security outside of everything. Like everyone, every
But
nation, there should be,
Maze,
yeah.
please let me just say one thing. I don't believe that the United States would allow Israel to have the full control that you guys are talking about.
It's on paper.
It's impossible. I
It
don't
is on
believe that.
paper.
Well, that's stupid of the
I
American.
agree.
Thank you.
I don't agree with that bill. Then I'm against that bill myself.
Wow. Oh my
Okay.
God,
That was pretty
dude.
impressive.
Listen,
Much
but
respect.
Full circle.
I think we're misreading, and I don't believe that Israel has any intentions of going.
I'm not saying
ag-
intentions, right? We're talking about risk.
the possibility of a risk. Right. I understand your position. I completely understand that.
And so you were saying, does the risk outweigh the benefit? Right? Remember that's what you said, the pros versus the cons. Well, now you have a very good view of the pros and the cons.
But
You
I don't see Israel as a traitor to the United States. I don't see
Yeah, but
Israel
Zico, so
as
just
a traitor country
even
to
with
the
your
United States.
Zico,
I
even with
mean,
your opinion about that, let's just say in 20, 30, 40, 50 years, we can't undo this. We don't know what, the relationship is. Like we just have to be
no,
kind of very objective.
Grok said that it'll take a lot of money, but it can be done. It can
It would
be removed.
it would also put us at risk at breaking our own systems because it's foundational. And so anyway, but I do appreciate your honesty about that because I think one of the things that we should
This
really
surprised
zoom
the shit out
into,
of me. I respect that.
yeah, me too.
Diligent,
Um,
I don't live in fantasy land. I don't.
I'm not saying that you did, but I was just given your position
I've
throughout that
listened to
is
everything, and it's very, very enlightening. Everything is great, but I think the pros outweigh the risks, and I don't think the Americans would
you just said that you
let.
wouldn't support the bill if you were an
I
American.
wouldn't support the bill if it gave Israel full autonomy. Absolutely not.
Grok, you heard the Grok's independent assessment.
I don't listen to
Okay, but
AI
I
that
read. I mean,
deeply.
I read it to you, right? AI,
Yes, you
quantum,
did. You
drone.
did.
Okay, I'll read it to you now. This is in the bill. Okay, this is the infrastructure that they're wanting to incorporate Israeli technology over governing technology. Okay, governing technology, right? Artificial intelligence, quantum computing, drone technology, land, sea, and air, tunnel surveillance, right? Um, what else? Uh, network integration, right? Giant networks, record keeping, like data records, like government records, right? U.S. citizen records, agency records. I mean, pretty much every high level domain, anti missile technology, airspace defense, cyber security defense. I mean, every critical infrastructure and the most advanced field of combat that you can imagine is where we're integrating Israeli technology from this bill, right? That is literally, I mean, what I just said to you, the domains, that's from the text of the bill.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that Israel has full autonomy. That doesn't mean that Israel has full
It's the
autonomy. It
risk.
doesn't say
Remember, we
that.
were weighing the risks
Okay, we're talking
because
about,
you
yes.
agreed that Israel has a history of stealing technology, selling technology, right? Exploiting us in this regard, right? Historically, this is accurate. Anybody can look this up.
Hey,
Let's go.
Billy.
Yeah, but you know what, Dylan?
Go ahead, Uncle.
I
You've been
just
waiting.
one quick thing.
Oh, go ahead,
One quick
Mace.
thing.
Whatever.
I think it's important to
AB, I'll go to you
say
next.
this. Like, let's just say with that information about Israel, that would make it more of one. But the fundamental line is that no country should have that much access within our systems. Zero. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, I think that is
It's
putting
unprecedented, the scale that we're talking about here. It's never been done before in the United States.
right.
As
And
a
I
matter of
think,
fact,
yeah.
I'm not sure of any country anywhere that has done this.
Yep, and I think the focus should be on the fact that it is kind of almost pimping out the future. Like, we don't know what the future brings. You can't just, move into these types of like partnerships that are fundamentally almost impossible to undo. And doing so, without even, it's kind of like they're just trying to push it through the national defense authorization bill. It's not even going through the pathway in which the Congress and the committee and like following the normal process.
But this is also the worst of all countries. Why? We haven't even determined, because they won't allow us to know to what degree, we know it's to some degree, the Epstein group was working with Israel and
Because
Mossad.
we don't believe in
I think
Hold
you're
on,
getting off
hold
Jesus.
into the
on.
weeds, though, right?
Wait, but hold on. We have to figure that out first, right? Because before you share, if we suspect, if someone's on trial for doing something incredibly nefarious that involves their integrity, then we would want that trial to finish before we hand them over all of our data, right? So this is true of three things. One is that one. One is that, and this is according to Joe Kent, the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? There seems like there's some involvement. Obviously, Israel now own essentially their representatives own now TPUSA. And then the third one is the frickin' dancing Israelis. According to the FBI, they're not releasing that information. They're not releasing that information. They held those guys were working for the Mossad. They held those guys for months, and now they won't release the information to tell us
Five
to
Israeli
hold on,
dancing.
to
Oh my God. Oh
hold on,
my
Zico.
God.
To what degree? Hold on. To what?
Holy.
Hold on. Can you stop?
This is why this
Yeah.
derails, because like this is why
Yeah.
these
Oh,
bills go through.
but
Like, we really need to be, but
But we
I
do
feel you,
need,
Dave.
but it is important, it is very relevant to the discussion, right? Because when our government is refusing to investigate Israel for undermining our government, right? A blackmail operation, maybe they weren't. But when the Speaker of the House said there are national security aspects to this that we can't release, when Thomas Massey was forcing the issue on that. And then what happened when Thomas Massey did force the issue? That very country bought his seat and then openly bragged about it. So of course we'd have, so at the very least, Diligent, it is incredibly relevant to say that we should go back and have an open, honest investigation with the participation, no foot dragging, of our Congress on all three of these
You think that's
things.
going to happen before this bill gets
It,
passed?
I absolutely do not. I also don't think we can vote our way out of it, and I also think our government's completely
Well,
captured.
I'm trying to
But
be more. Pragmatic's always good. I lean towards
mhm.
pragmatic, but I think right now we have to be practical. Would you agree?
Well, yeah, but what strategy? What way
I'm not going
forward
to
than
say that right now. I don't want to get in trouble.
the strategy? Okay, okay, all right. Proceed, please.
Go ahead, AB.
All right, I'm tired. I'm coming back from a long day of work. I'm going to try to keep this succinct, but sometimes, sometimes, because I'm so deeply entrenched in politics and have been for so long, and I'm sure on any subject that you guys who are listening on the panel, whatever subject you're most familiar with in the world, or subjects plural, right? You watch people talk about it, and you shake your head because, like, they're not only wrong from what they're saying, but they're like so wrong that they're literally reversing cause and effect. They're literally reversing, like, like wet pavement causes rain instead of rain causes wet pavement. So I'll be specific here, right? I don't mean to, like, and I'm as factual
Can
as I
you
can here. Hold on. I don't mean to spoil, like, as I
I'm
say,
trying to get you to
movie
be
stuff.
succinct, though.
Yeah, I don't. There's just so much that was just said, but I'll try to keep it in like 2 minutes if you can give me that. Like, I don't want to be a spoiler, like in terms of like ruining a good movie and ruining 3 hours of spaces, but there's no there. I don't know why some people want to and other people don't care enough to look. It's one thing to have a debate, and we've had a million of them on Twitter Spaces, not here, but all over Twitter. Whether you like Israel or hate Israel, it's the worst in the world, the best in the world, somewhere in between. Fine, that's one subject. But why do you have to? I'm asking the plural to the public. Why do you have to mislead people? This thing is nothing like the way you're describing. Factually, you can hate Israel, think it's the worst country in the world, still hate them, or still love them, or still be indifferent towards them. But this is a joint technology development. Basically, they're converting is the wrong word. They're going away from the aid model, which some people have been bitching about, both in America and Israel for their own reasons for years. And they're saying, hey, we're really good at technology, America, obviously. Israelis, you're world leaders in certain aspects of military technology. We've been cooperating for decades anyway. So instead of us
Did you
giving you
say
money,
our world leader? Just want to clarify.
what?
You
No, I
said
didn't.
Israeli is your world leader
No, I didn't
in
say that. I said we
military
Americans, and
technology.
then I said we Americans, and then I said the Israelis are both world leaders in
You
technology.
said our.
You did.
Yeah,
You said
I said
your,
our referring
actually.
to
Go ahead.
Americans.
I'm sorry.
I said Americans our, and then
I didn't
Israeli.
note
That's
it.
what I know what I said. Yeah. So yeah, so that's what it is. No matter whether you like them or hate them, right? That's all it is. We have very similar arrangements with all of our NATO allies, with major non-NATO allies like Korea and Australia. Australia is a NATO ally, Japan, etc. It's very, very similar. It does not give America access to Israel systems that they're not involved in developing, and it doesn't give Israel access to systems. It only on stuff that they're jointly developing. Right? They're like, let's put our big brains together collectively. Right? No matter people who hate Israelis and hate Americans and like Americans know that they're both amazing at military technology in their own right. And that's like a known thing. And the people who hate them are like, fuck, you only win because anyway, the point is that's what it is. So I don't know why people want to engage in like
Are
deceiving
you an
themselves,
expert in AI,
even if you
UB?
want to, no
Let
matter
him
what your
finish.
let me just, yeah,
But
please. No matter,
let some rebuttal
it
happen.
boggles the mind. No, if no matter what your position is on any conflict or any issue, we as a public can't make assessments of things if you're deceiving yourselves or someone else, right? You can hate somebody.
But that's a
Hold
broad
on. Let him
sweeping
finish.
Yeah, it's
generalization,
not. It's
maybe,
about this
right?
subject. It's a factual
Well,
statement
but
that it is being. It's so easy. Please, everybody, go. It's a very short section, and go read it. And then once you read it, go search the internet on your own time. Don't trust me or anyone else. Definitely don't trust anyone else you're hearing. And see, is this a common arrangement, more or less, joint technological efforts on weapons among allies? That's all it is. No fucking. It does not give Israel access to stuff that's proprietary, only American. It's saying you're really good at AI. We're really good at building stuff in factories, or let's work together. That's your scientists, and that's what it is. It happens all the time. Now, if you don't, there's people who are being dishonest about it. I'm not saying here. Some people are saying, listen, if I hate Israel, I don't want to work with them even on anything. I want to cut them off. I want to boycott them. That's a different question.
But
Okay.
that's not what's being said, AB.
Exactly. It's not, but it's being smuggled in for some of the people who are who want it to happen, right?
You're
But I'm just
making the
saying, as a
same
fact,
argument the
but
other
you're
guy did earlier.
minimizing
Hold
it.
on. You're
as a
making an argument for
factual,
something that wasn't being said.
I'm trying to give the
It's the
motivation for why.
liability of outsourcing critical infrastructure to a country that has its
So
own
that's not
interests.
happening, right? That's what I'm saying. All it is, as a factual matter, is jointly developed technology.
No. This is in the
And they're
text of the bill is
yes,
Israeli
and they're
origin.
transitioning away. Let me just finish. There's another step. The plan is to end the 3.8 or whatever it is $billion a year that Israel gets in coupons, essentially, to spend on the American industrial complex, which is the way that the military stuff has gone so far, along with cooperation, right? And say we're not doing that anymore after a few years. From now on, you're a really good partner, America. You're a really good partner, Israel. So we're going to work together, and we're going to pitch in half of it. We're going to pitch in half of the work, half the money, etc., on specific systems that we're working together on, not on everything. Israel doesn't get the stealth bomber because they're working with America on this shit. Israel gets whatever missile defense technology they're working on jointly. It's joint intellectual property and it's joint investment. That's all it is as a factual matter. You can keep on hating Israel
or keep on loving Israel. But that's a factual.
You're virtue
Why are
signaling.
you fucking like brain fucking yourselves
Diligent,
when
you
it's so
should
easy
come
to
and
find this
visit
shit out?
Israel.
Okay,
Diligent.
That's
If they let
enough.
you in, then you should come and visit Israel.
I should come
Continue
and
loving
visit
Israel, but
Israel.
they're not
Fuck
taking
no.
over America.
They would not let me come back, bro. Are you kidding?
Can I reply? This is the
Diligent,
most
they're not getting
intelligent shit I've
access.
ever heard.
Diligent, they're not
This
getting
is so
access.
dead
This
brain.
this is
AB,
a yes
you're
or no
not
question.
reading. You're not
Am I
reading what's
factually right
there.
or are you factually right?
No,
It's not a matter of opinion.
you didn't hear what I
Israel is
got
not
to
getting
say.
access. Hold on. This
AB, come on. We've had a really calm, like discussion with opposing views on this stage all night.
we're still calm.
You're getting
I'm just
all.
I'm just being very blunt.
But you're increasing the anxiety, right? It's been very chill, a very productive conversation, and you are disrupting.
But why would you have a 5-hour space when you could have spent 10 minutes on fucking Google and AI and discovered that this is not what you're talking about? Like,
if you will let me.
you're brain fucking everybody for 4 hours in a row. Why are you doing that? I'm confused.
Obviously, you're censoring me because you're afraid of what I'm going to say.
I'm not censoring you because I'm rebuking you. That's not the same thing. You're still able to talk. You're running a space. Rebuking.
He didn't even say refuting.
I'm refuting and rebuking, but you, not just you, the whole panel, on a factual basis. Not because I hate you, not because I think you're a bad person, just because you're 180 degrees wrong.
Grok, I'm gonna hold on. We'll let the AI do it. Grok, I want you to read what critical systems are affected by oh, it just dropped out. Okay, I'm not gonna ask it to have an opinion.
And then let me ask a question when you're done. So we'll get to the heart of what I'm
going to
claiming.
respond to what you said. Grok, I want you to don't give an opinion. I want to know what critical infrastructure in the USA is going to be affected by Section 224, right? Oh, fuck. It keeps getting booted. This is weird.
I was going to put an insert joke there, but I'm not going to do it. Like, this is so
Grok,
easy, man.
List the critical infrastructure. Oh, it's saying, what? I have Super Grok's
Fuck Grok, ask Joa. I can tell you what he said that's not factual. First, it's not a cooperation agreement.
Grok, what critical infrastructure will be affected by the Section 224? Whatever. I'm gonna give up. I'll read
Diligent,
it to you.
I promise you, I'm not a liar, right? I'm not. You can be concerned with Israel. You can think Israel's doing a genocide. You can think everything bad about Israel, but factually,
have you ever heard me say genocide?
No, but I'm saying, okay, the people who are on the space are the people who have that kind of view. That's okay.
You're making a generalized. You're making.
I'm not trying to change your view. I'm not trying to change your view on that. I'm just trying to factually tell you that this thing is simply joint cooperation on technology and intellectual property.
What it is. I'm going to read you.
That is what it is.
What's the definition of a
As
genocide,
a matter of
AB?
fact, and the Pentagon's appointing a coordinator to coordinate the joint programs that they're going to be working on together. That is exactly what it is. That is not a matter of opinion. I'm sorry you wasted 3 hours talking about it.
Here's what we're going to do. Okay. We are going to read the text of the bill verbatim because it's not long.
The section, yes.
This section is not long. Stop talking over me. Okay. I'm going to read it verbatim. And so there's going to be no spin, right? And if you're on YouTube, you can read it with me. Okay. The Secretary of Defense shall designate an executive agent as such term is defined by the Department of Defense directive, responsible for synchronizing cooperative efforts between the United States and Israel to expand and accelerate bilateral defense technology research, development, testing, evaluation, integration, and industrial cooperation. 1, identifying jointly, and this is the one I have the problem with. 1, identifying jointly developed or, now this is key, AB, because your entire argument rests on this premise. You're saying jointly developed, right? Okay, I'm going to read you. This is at the top of the section. It's the first clause, okay? Identifying jointly developed or Israeli origin technologies with operational utility for potential integration into U.S. systems and programs of record. Okay? That means operating systems, defense systems, security systems, and our record keeping apparatus, right? Not just jointly developed, but also strictly Israeli origin. It's in the text of the bill, verbatim. Okay. Now I'm going to read you the domains. Okay. We're going to talk about what Israeli origin technologies we're going to integrate into our systems. What domains of the U.S. government are they going to be integrated into? This is from Section B. Domains and cooperative efforts, the affected technology areas slash systems explicitly listed. 1. Counter unmanned systems, aerial, maritime, and ground platform drones. 2. Anti-tunneling and subterranean threats. 3. Missile and air defense technologies. 4. Artificial intelligence, quantum, machine learning, and autonomous systems, AI and quantum. 5. Directed energy and advanced sensing, sorry, excuse me. 6. Cyber defense, electronic warfare, and digital resilience. 7. Biotechnology, biomanufacturing, and medical defense. Think COVID, everybody. 8. Network integration, data fusion, contested logistics. 9. Defense industrial base cooperation, manufacturing, and co production. That's a verbatim reading from the bill. So this is not a joint offer, joint technology basis. That is a strictly, potentially Israeli origin technology basis from the bill. You can
You're
respond.
so funny. You're so. Can I reply? Let me reply briefly. It's so funny what you're saying. Like you're basically you might as well be an Israeli weapons salesman because what you just said. And first of all, you pretended to be concerned. Excuse me, I'm out of breath here. I was just jogging. You're pretending to be concerned about the phrase programs of record. All that means in layman's English is programs that are going to be listed as official programs at the Pentagon. So let's demystify what that means. Programs of record does not mean you get access to records. Like, do we speak the same language here? Programs of record is the phrase, okay? And then you went on to read the various categories of things that they're going to either be working on together, or if it's currently totally a proprietary Israeli technology, and you were reading in one of those many categories of warfare or quantum computing or electronic warfare, which is all fucking awesome. That's like cutting edge of the cutting edge worldwide. Then the idea is, in that case, if it's a case that it's an Israeli technology, America will co-fund it in exchange for getting full rights to it and joint access to it, like the Iron Dome, like the Arrow, which is a missile But this
defense.
is
Hold on,
tailored
let me
more to
finish. I'll be done in 20
Israel.
seconds. I'll be
All
done.
right,
Yeah,
but
but
you've
make it
been
quick,
I'll
AB.
be
Done
done
in 20 seconds. I'm making a very clear point, all right? So that's what it is. It's all those categories that they're willing to work on to potentially become programs of record. And they've appointed, the Pentagon has, a coordinator to look into the feasibility Can
of
we
that.
agree that it's not a strictly joint operation when it comes to the technology we're integrating into our core systems?
It's joint efforts, either technology, which was the beginning sentences you read, or America purchasing or slash getting full rights. It's called technology transfer, like Israel does it with India, America does it with NATO countries. It's called technology transfer. So in some cases, the Pentagon's going to look into the feasibility of
There's
a
no
full.
historical precedent of something of this scale happening ever.
That's absolutely not true.
That's absolutely not
It
true.
is
They're
true.
already doing these things with
No.
NATO That's all they countries do and is major minimize. Like NATO countries and major not.
It's not
We're,
at
we're
this
doing.
scale, not for critical
Okay, just a
infrastructure.
second, because I just muted for 1 second because this is they're
No,
going
you
to
can mute
literally
him.
take
He's had
over
his
public
time.
space.
And I let him
Okay,
go first and I responded. And I let him give him a rebuttal, but just
see,
reel it
I
in for a minute, AB.
appreciated that Zico was at least honest and he wanted to know. He asked a question, and I asked, I was curious too to get to the truth, right? But then there's this like massive effort to completely minimize this by people like Mitch, and AB now just doing the
Now
same
you're
thing.
generalizing the way that he was. That's not
Well,
helping.
no, no, no. That's what he just did. That's what he
I know
just
what he
did.
did.
And
But
so
it doesn't
this is,
matter. It doesn't change the fact. The fact of the matter is that they're trying to incorporate Israeli origin technology into almost all of the most advanced critical infrastructure the United States has. And once this genie is out of the fucking bottle, there's no putting it back in. Right? This
and
is
yeah.
handing over the keys to the kingdom. Like, we already feel like we're captured by Israel. Wait until they control all of the most advanced critical technology infrastructure America has. So even if you wanted to revolt and wanted to drive all of Israeli influence out of Congress, out of our executive, you wouldn't be able to, because they have all of the leverage of all of our most critical self-defense infrastructure, right?
But
That's
that's
the
but
problem
that's
here.
not what. Why are you like? We just went over what it
Can
means,
we
and
have someone besides AB speak for
you
a
li-
second?
you
Okay,
literally
let's go to Sam. We're gonna
you
go to Sam.
literally read the
We
plain
had your
language.
we
I
had your
explained
moment,
to you the
bro.
plain
Jesus
language.
Christ, I can't fucking deal with it.
Programs of record. That's what you're
AB, come
hanging your
on,
head on.
bro. Come on.
The
It's
problem
not.
is, are
It's
you
all
gonna
right.
let
It's all
me
right.
fucking talk or no? Let me just
Yes,
say
I'm
something,
trying to
Debbie.
mute the space. Will you just let me
Thank
reel
you.
it in?
Okay.
Thank you. You need a sound bowl, Maze? Let me.
Well, I'm working. I can't right now, but I
Boom.
do. Yes, I need to go. Yeah. But anyway,
All right,
go.
there you go.
Okay, thank you. Listen, this is the problem. I think that yes, there are times where we need to get all of like the opinions of people, but you have somebody like when we're talking about this as being America's national security and making sure that there's a line of demarcation between what is shared and what is not shared, and then whoever's going to be at the helm of that, which is very centralized, even to your own admission, it's creating a role that's going to determine this. And that role is more than likely going to be extremely pro Israel. And how do we know and assess whether or not that person is going to have that line of demarcation in mind? Do we even have things that can, this is just not something where we can, I feel like whenever we're just getting people that are constantly minimizing it, we never really get anywhere. And I think it's important to understand that this isn't a debate as to like whether or not this is dangerous. It's kind of like this is dangerous and what are we going to do about it kind of space, you know?
Maze, it's you're maximizing things that are in not really the things that really don't matter in today's world, in what we have today, the agreements and understandings between the United States and Israel. You're maximizing things that are irrelevant to today's to this
They're not
agreement.
irrelevant
They're
to
completely
Americans, Zico.
irrelevant, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I
I,
know,
I
but
Diligent, diligent.
they're not
Can
irrelevant
I
to
make a
me.
point? Can I make
Hold
a
on,
point, please?
diligent.
That's really important here that people are
Wait,
missing. It's it that you read diligent. You read that it is a network integration and data fusion, right? That is in that agreement that you just read.
It's in the
That is
text.
that is the biggest problem in this whole thing is the fact that in that thing is they're selling AI. AI is a black box. You don't know how AI actually works. The servers will still
Hey,
be in
Joe.
Israel. It
Joe, I
is
have a
does not work.
question.
Hold on, can I finish, Sam? That is the
Yeah.
problem. Is if you give the brain to weapons, which is what this is, okay? If you give the brain to weapons to a different country, you don't have control of it. Do you understand? That is the problem. And to say otherwise is ridiculous because this isn't joint. And every critic about this whole bill has been the fact that this is actually a one-way thing. It basically allows Israeli military industrial complex to act like an American industrial complex where it doesn't need to go through certain rigors and checks and can be sold as if it's American. That is the problem. And with AI, that is the hugest risk because most people don't know how AI works. And the way AI works is not like a database. It's not like selling a jet. It's not like selling a tank. It's not like selling microchips. It's not like any of that. It is a black box that is very easy to put in things that would extract data. And Israel has, for 60 years, extracted data from Americans, sold it to our enemies. That is the issue.
That also isn't true, but I'll leave that aside
What's
because
not
you're gonna.
true? What's not true?
What that last sentence you said is not true, but I'll
Well,
put that aside. That's not the main
AB.
purpose of the conversation.
We've spent an hour
AB,
here.
shush.
Even if you
That's
think it,
proven.
but
That's
Joe, let me respond
proven. And
briefly.
Grok has even shown it.
Let me
All right,
respond
hold
People
on,
have
briefly and
hold
gone to
on.
calmly.
jail for doing so.
Hold on.
Let me
So
respond briefly
we
and
have
calmly.
hold on, you guys. So
Yeah.
we have Ziad up on stage. Okay, he is, and I'm just going by his thing. And to be fair, he's Palestinian, so there's probably some bias here. I'm going to acknowledge that first, right? He says that he wrote a research paper on this, so I'm gonna let him offer what he has, and then Sam, I'm gonna let you go next. Go ahead, Ziad.
Thanks, Diligent and Maze. By the way, I'm going to speak about this literally not from a point of perspective where I'm Palestinian. When it is about academic work, it has nothing to do with your background. I'm doing my PhD at King's College at War Studies, studying military sector and civil sector. Give me just 2 minutes to explain to you how much it is important to understand something.
Okay, if you can, you have a heavy accent, so I'm going to ask you to speak slowly.
Okay, so when
Give me 2 minutes, okay? Because I need to connect the 3 points together
You
so
got
you
two
can get
minutes,
it.
and then I'm giving it to Sam.
Perfect. So section 224, when speaking about cooperation, speaks about specific technologies and areas that you mentioned some of them. One, AI. Two, quantum technologies. After that, cyber technologies, biotechnology, autonomous systems, advanced manufacturing, semiconductors, defense technology, joint production, technology integration, industrial cooperation, and trusted supply chains. It also calls for bilateral research and development, joint testing and evaluation, technology integration, industrial cooperation, licensing agreements, joint ventures, and co-production of military technology and systems. The problem, the serious problem is that is being debated globally, and not only in the case of the US and Israel, is that in every system you have the military sector and then you have the civil sector. The blur line between the military sector and the civil sector is very important to keep focus on once you start crossing it. Now, the new introduction in that word is that the military sector is telling you, I want to go for innovation by allowing me to open the gate for using the ecosystems of the civil sector to try to improve and develop myself. Once you do this in your own country, that is one case. Once you do this between two countries, it is a different case. Meaning what? That once you go by that section and that agreement, you're opening the gate for Israel to go into at least, I chose for you the most top 10 important civilian ecosystems in the US that Israel military sector will have access to in order to go for that innovation they speak about, which is one, universities and higher education ecosystem. Two, research and development ecosystem. Three, think tank and policy ecosystem. Four, AI ecosystem. Five, cybersecurity ecosystem. Six, technology and startup ecosystem. Seven, data and digital infrastructure ecosystem. Eight, venture capital and investment ecosystem. Nine, human capital and talent ecosystem. And 10, defense industrial and manufacturing ecosystem. The most important 3 points to understand about that is that in non-militarized societies, there is a huge debate whether this is ethical or not when you have the military sector that should be under the civil sector and the political leadership and not above it by having an access to the civil sector or not. However, in the case of that specific agreement that is being discussed, you're talking about opening for Israel the gate to the whole American civil sector to study all of these 10 points, which are called the ecosystems of the civil sector. And you know what is the most dangerous thing about that? Is that Israel, in its military sector, is known for using the knowledge they get there to then use it in the private sector. Meaning what? That former officials, workers, commanders, whatever you call it, that serve in the Aman, which is the military intelligence of the IDF, or the intelligence sectors that fall under the civil sector inside Israel, take that knowledge, then start working on it in the Israeli private sector, then sell that knowledge in the private market globally. So focus. The end result is that they will get a product that they got by studying the civil sector, the ecosystems of the civil sector within the US, then develop products that the US will not have any influence or control on which of these products will be sold out or to who they will be sold out. A perfect example is Pegasus or many other products that were produced by Israeli intelligence slash military private sector companies that used it and sold
For
it
my audience,
globally.
and just because
That's it.
we're
I'm done.
okay.
That was
I'll just add
fantastic.
this for the audience. Pegasus is the most effective, or well, it was. I don't think it is anymore. 0 day exploit that was developed. It was because of its general use. Right. There's a lot of very effective exploits that are developed for mobile phones. Mobile phones. Everybody has one. Your entire digital copy of yourself is pretty much in your phone. Um, Pegasus was an Israeli developed technology that could get into pretty much any phone without a user action, right? And what does that mean? That means that a lot of times, if somebody wants to gain access or exploit your phone, you have to open an email, you have to open a push notification with a link, right? You have to open a text message that has a link to bad software, and that would inject that software, download it to your phone, and then run a program on your operating system and compromise your system. What does that mean? Pegasus, particularly, does this without user interaction. It just has to be sent to your phone, and your phone just has to receive it, right? For it to inject and install on the system. And then after your system's compromised, it can do screen captures. It can do password or keyboard. Catch all of your typing, right? Any of your typing. A keylogger is what it's called, right? It has a keylogger, which means it captures every password you put in, every text message you send, everything you type out, any private notes that you type for yourself. You don't even have to send them anywhere. A keylogger catches anything that you type into your phone, has access to your cameras, has access to your microphone, your geolocation data, the biometric data, all of the sensors that are on the phone. Every piece of hardware on your phone pretty much goes to this server where you could be monitored once the exploit is put on your phone. Pegasus was developed by Israel 80, I think it was 8200. It might have been former 8200. That happens a lot, and I don't want to get over my skis. But it was developed by Israel, and then it was sold to bad actors worldwide. A lot of our adversaries, like, uh, this was used on Jeff Bezos, right? Um, North Korea has it, right? We're talking about countries that hate us have access to this technology. This is an example of what we're talking about, right? That's Pegasus. That's just one example. Are you refuting what I'm saying, AB, that this didn't happen?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to the.
I just want to know if you're asking yes or you are refuting.
Yeah, I'm
that
refuting the
happened?
North Korea. I was refuting the North Korea part. But yeah. But listen, like
No, hold on. I don't want to have the whole debate because I want to go to Sam. I promised he was next.
Okay, but just 15 seconds. I just want to get back to the core point. All this is interesting, but it's kind of like throwing spaghetti against the wall. The core
It's
point of
not. It has to
yeah,
do
yeah.
with
So
are they
please give me my
trustable
15.
with
Give me
this?
15, please. I
No,
promise.
no, no,
I'll
no,
be
no,
AB,
no,
you're
no.
so
15
fucking
seconds.
cocky. Shush.
Bro, no, it's okay.
15.
But come on, dude. Come on. I'm trying to moderate the space. I was being nice and trying to see if you disagreed whether or not
You asked me a
Pegasus
question, so give me
happened.
20 seconds to answer it. 15 or 20
Let's
seconds,
go to
no more than that.
Sam. It's Sam's turn. Sam's on your side
Didn't
of
you
this.
ask me a question?
And you said no. So you
Correct.
answered me. Okay. Sam, go ahead.
Can I go after Sam?
Yeah, maybe. Sam's on your I'm trying to give it balance. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I mean it
Uncle,
is
you're
kind
next.
of it is kind of hard to follow the argument because there are a lot of different points being made.
Tell
I
us the
did
pros and cons of allowing Israel access to this level of infrastructure.
Yeah, I mean to just assume that they have blanket access to all these ecosystems based on how it's written completely negates the fact that we already have legal provisions that protect all of these sensitive areas. And it's not giving like blanket access, it's appointing one individual, a director, which is arguably the most uh, safest way to compartmentalize this stuff. Um, I mean, you guys can laugh all you want, but like this is my industry. You guys clearly don't know
Did
what you're
you ever
talking
hear it,
about.
But can you
Edward?
be
Like for
I own
specific?
instance,
two. I
Hold
like I
own
on,
two
hold
mean,
on.
AI companies, and you're
like
Can you
yeah,
be
talking
okay,
US.
specific, Sam?
yeah. I mean, you owe two AI companies, but you don't even know what data fusion means in terms of defense policy. Data fusion has nothing to do with intelligence. It has everything to do with sensors. So and how
That's
sensors
only one aspect
compile
of it.
information. So you can own as many AI companies as you want, but I mean you're getting hung up on the jargon that the
So
defense
tell me, what's data
department
fusion, Sam, besides what you
uses.
just said? Because it's much broader than that, or it could be even more restricted than that. What
Well, I
is
mean,
data fusion?
it's more broader than that if you don't know like specifically how it's referenced. But the way data fusion is referenced in these documents is not what you're referring to. Data fusion is referring to one very specific case. Data fusion is not like some secure network integration. Data fusion is sensors and how sensors talk to each other, in particular, like air defense
Like
systems
drones
or
flying over
infrared
top of your country
systems.
with AI that go back to an Israeli computer,
Yeah,
like
no,
that
that
kind of
doesn't.
sensor?
Yeah, but that's not how this stuff works. I know, like you think like all of these sensors are just plugged into one classified system
and they all just have like a giant network that spans around the globe where they all talk to each other. But that's not how that
No, it
works.
goes onto an intelligence graph, and you create an intelligence graph, a knowledge base based on that, and that's how you
No, I
build the
mean that's
base.
not how that works either. These systems are closed. They don't even talk to each other.
Actually, that's
One
not true. That is
So
patent.
one
No, hold
so
on.
drone
No,
can
data
no.
talk to
Trump.
data
another
Hold, hold
drone.
on.
That's
fusion.
Hold. No, no.
ridiculous.
That I can. It's provably false because Trump signed an EO last year that removed the data guards between all of these systems explicitly. Explicitly.
No,
That's
not
the
between
whole
systems,
purpose of the
between
EO.
ministries, between
Yes,
departments
between ministries,
within
not
the
Oh, you're
federal
between
talking
government, so
about
they
in
could
on
find,
Israel
so they
side.
could find illegal
that's
immigrants
within
and like
and that's
fraud,
within the
waste, fraud,
federal
and abuse.
government. And that's within
Man,
the
why can't you
federal
just state
government.
factual
That's
things
not
factually,
Hold
bro?
on. You
and
said
that's
ministries. We
within
don't have
that's
ministries in the
and
United
that's no,
States.
but we do have
Departments,
we have
departments,
federal
departments.
Well,
departments
it's not my fault.
that do
You
talk to each
invoked a
other.
foreign
No, and I
fucking
I
term.
remember
said both words.
and I remember we've spoke about this in the past. And what that removed was the ability. It made it easier for
To
federal
share
law
data
enforcement
across systems.
agencies. Yeah, but for federal law enforcement agencies, federal law
No, no,
enforcement
no. It was the
agencies.
Treasury. It was every. It was
Yeah, but
every
I mean,
agency.
the
From
Treasury
different
does
parts of the
have.
executive branch. From different
Yes,
branches.
yeah,
It
that's
allowed
Which
it
correct.
is
allowed
every
better
There
sharing.
agency.
is no U.S. Department of Defense organization that is on the same network as a federal law enforcement agency. We have very explicit provisions against that. It is a
The
huge crime.
CIA has its own quarters in the Pentagon. This is provably false. What
No,
you just said
yeah,
is
but
provably
yes,
false.
yeah, but the CIA is a foreign
It is an
intelligence agency.
intelligence
Yeah, but
agency.
it is targeted at foreign intelligence,
Is
not
it?
the United States. Yes.
So they never operate in the United States.
Yes, the CIA
They
does
By the
not
way,
never
so
operate in
does
operate
the
in the
China.
Defense
United
Department.
States.
The Defense Department also
They weren't
operates
caught
outside the United
breaking
States,
into the
in case you forgot.
computers in Congress. Is that your position?
Wait, what's your
This,
Really?
point with the Pentagon
this,
CIA thing? What's even
That
the
didn't
point of
so
happen.
saying that?
yeah, I'm confused.
You're
I mean,
confused.
The Pentagon
I
is
can.
where the
Let me
Department of
help you
Defense
unconfused because you said
operates.
that these systems are all compartmentalized. There's a senator. The Senate has its own computer systems for the senators, and the CIA shares a database with them, and they were caught breaking into the senator's side of these systems.
Yes, we
This
know
is
that under
publicly
John Brennan,
available
but what does it have to do
information.
with the price of tea in China? Okay, yes, that you're right, that happened. They
Diligent, can
spied.
you
John
ask
Brennan
Rock?
spied on Dianne
It
Feinstein.
proves my
Can,
point because at the risk here, right? What you're doing is you are trying to rationalize away and minimize the risk. The risk is actually here, right? The government is moving away into sharing data, not compartmentalizing. It's been compartmentalized and restricted for years. Trump is doing everything. This administration is doing everything to consolidate data sharing between departments, between agencies, between all of these different facilities in a way that's never been done
Yeah,
before.
but
At the
Diligent,
same
you're
time,
conflating
hold
three
on,
different
don't interrupt me.
categories.
I'm going to
Diligent,
drop you down.
to shut these people up. Can you just ask?
So the Trump administration is consolidating the power of the data sharing within the federal apparatus. This is provably true, right? This is documented. Anybody can look this up. At the same time, they are talking about integrating a foreign origin hardware to facilitate the data sharing of these agencies, not just militarily, but in every conceivable metric. When you're talking about AI, quantum computing, networking, right? These are in the text of the bill. I'm not pulling these out of my ass, right? AI, quantum computing. Are you telling me that no other like government agency is going to be using these networks, these capabilities, quantum computing, massive networking, the data sharing protocols that were just rolled out by Trump? They're not going to affect all of this. It all ties in together. These are all variables that have to be factored in when we talk about the risk of allowing Israel origin hardware to be installed at the highest level within our government, period. Right? It's a liability. I'm not going to act
Okay,
like it's not.
fair enough.
Can you ask
But it's a
Rock what data fusion means in this document instead of being
hold on.
gaslit by this panel? It's
I can tell
ridiculous.
you,
I'm just saying
I am
what
a
you're doing.
computer
You can
science
have,
major. I can tell you what it means, but we can ask Rock.
but I'm just saying, Diligent. I'm just saying,
Because what they're
you're
saying
mashing,
is
you're
absolutely
conflating.
ridiculous.
Joe, give me 1 second. These are all well, not all, but several valid. There's several valid points mixed in with the non-valid points. But my problem is, number one, you're
I'll say unintentionally, because I think you're a well-intentioned guy. You're unintentionally objectively misunderstanding what this is, and then you're mashing together several different points. So, like the fact that the CIA under John Brennan, the Obama administration, illegally spied on the U.S. Senate, which did happen, including one of their own party members, Senator Dianne Feinstein, who was the head of I think the Intel Committee or whatever, maybe Armed Services. It doesn't matter. That they wanted to about like torture issues and stuff like that. That's wrong and illegal, but that has nothing whatsoever to do with whether or not we should share technology with any country, which again also has nothing to do with what this actually is. If you don't want to if you want to cut off relations, I'm saying if a person, not you, but if a person wants to propose to cut off relations with Israel or any other country, that's a fair debate to have. But that's different than mischaracterizing what
he said that this was affecting the military.
I'll land the
And then,
plane
and then
in
he said
5
that the
seconds.
military doesn't work with the CIA. That's why I brought it
No,
up.
I don't think
no,
he
I
said
didn't
that.
say
Of course,
that.
the military
Nah.
works with the CIA. They
Yes,
work
of
closely
course.
together. In the whole war on terror, they were like they had spooks embedded in all the special forces. I'm sure Sam knows that 20 times better than I do. And all these, so of course they work
Zero
together.
unit in Afghanistan.
They should work together. Why
CIA,
wouldn't U.S. spies work with U.S. soldiers? Of course they work together, especially if they're both
the
foreign
military
focused.
uses the CIA for intelligence all the time? Grok,
Yes,
Yeah,
explain
yes,
yes,
fusion.
and
yes. I
they're
agree.
legally allowed
And there's
to
nothing wrong with that, and that's good.
under
Explain
U.S. law.
fusion
They're
as
legally
it.
allowed to.
Grok, explain the term fusion as it's described in the bill. I want you to define it in this context. Maybe Grok's glitched out. I think it is.
No, but we agree.
About
We don't have to argue about this point because we agree. Of course, the CIA works with
AB,
the
stop
military.
trying to control the space,
I'm
man.
just trying to get it to like a logical
Let's
point.
go to
We agree
Uncle.
on
He's
that,
been waiting
so
for
we
a
don't
long
have to
time.
get stuck on it.
AB, come on. Hey, Uncle, go ahead. Repost the space, everybody. We'll go for a little bit longer. Bottom right corner.
Diligent. I'm going to do my best to just simplify this. Am I the only person who's ever read The Odyssey or watched Star Trek: The Next Generation? This is a modern day Trojan horse, and they are getting it in advance because they can see the demographics shifting in America. You get this thing in, and just like the Borg, and just like that damn wooden horse, when we are finally had enough with Israel and have said no more, and not only that, let's say we start getting aggressive with Israel. Well, too bad, so sad. You will assimilate. Resistance is futile. This is all this bill is in a very simplified version. And to allow such a Trojan horse concept into America is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard of in my life. And you can argue the semantics all you want to, AB, but a Trojan horse is just that, a Trojan horse.
It's the exact opposite of semantics. It's
Hold
literally
on. I want
polar
Grok.
opposites, right? It's not semantics.
Grok, I want you.
That's my main point. This is what he does every fucking time. Have an honest conversation, right? So let him.
Okay, I gotta put you on timeout, bro. We were having a really, really like very constructive conversation, and you are consistently talking over everybody. I'll
Yeah,
bring
could
you
I?
up in a second, but you got to
Do
moderate
you?
yourself a little bit.
Yeah. Do you
I'm
mind if I
hosting a
make a
live stream at the
couple?
same time. I don't have the bandwidth to babysit. Go
Do you
ahead,
mind
Sam.
if I make a couple points? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the term data fusion in this context is a DoD engineer referencing term. It's not intelligence fusion. That data fusion in this particular context is
In
talking
what
about
particular context, Sam?
the NDAA section 224.
Right, but what it does is it's basically allowing in an interoperable type way for information to be dashboarded, right?
No,
It is
it's
essentially,
talking about combining radar, infrared, and optical sensor feeds into
It's
one
not just
targeting
sensors.
picture.
It's satellites, radar, drones, ground sensors, electronic warfare systems, human intelligence, and cyber resources.
All right, can I just make a few points and then you guys can
you can, but I mean,
I'm
that's
defining
a
it.
lot
Thank
more
you.
than you're minimizing, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'll get to those other points here in a second. So the intel sharing that the U.S. does has a very deliberate process when it produces intelligence products that it shares with its allies, and that's governed on a much higher level than the NDAA. Fusing intelligence systems is something that the United States historically has not done. We have portals in which we share products with foreign countries, but those have already gone through a rigorous vetting process before they're allowed to leave our hands. Even with some of our closest allies, they don't have carte blanche access to our intelligence, and you can tell because if you, I know you guys have looked at a lot of leaked or recently declassified intelligence documents. If you ever see the acronym no foreign on it, what that basically states is regardless if it is a ally that we share information or we have information sharing mechanisms with, no foreign means no foreign, which means absolutely nobody outside the United States can have access to those documents. Period. End of story. Section 224 doesn't contain any sort of foreign disclosure authority as well. So the intelligence sharing mandates and the waivers, like I said, are usually governed by a much stricter policy under the NDP or the national disclosure policy. When you guys were painting the picture that this hasn't been done before, we have
at this scale is what I said.
Yeah. Well, I disagree with that. So the AU KUS, which is the Australia UK US trilateral agreement, does run a shared classified information cloud with those
This is
two
true. Five Eyes.
countries. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but
And in this particular
that's not our infrastructure.
this particular shared information cloud does exclude New Zealand and Canada for a couple different reasons, but we don't.
But it's not our infrastructure. It's data sharing.
I wish we had
It's a
more
full take with the
Americans
5
that do
countries,
what the
right? Full
fuck they
take
do.
means
I
context
swear to
and
God.
metadata, right? You can, anybody that wants to know how our government shares data at scale with foreign governments can just go watch Citizen 4, right? That is Edward Snowden's documentary, his full interview with Glenn Greenwald when he disclosed what the NSA and the CIA and our government was doing as far as spying on its own citizens, aggregating data at scale. Well, why is this a problem? If you go back to Citizen 4, they explicitly name Israel, right? Where we hand over Israel everything in this regard, sharing data, but they don't share it with us. This is explicitly stated, particularly, right? And then you move the needle down. That was over a decade ago, right? How more sophisticated, how much better with the rise of AI and technology advances, how much like more in-depth information are they gathering on us at scale? You think about the NSA, the CIA, the Department of Homeland Security. Look at the big beautiful bill. Look at Trump's EOs. He explicitly said that all of these agencies are now networking and sharing their data at scale across the board. They say it's to improve efficiency at enforcing the law, right? And finding and tracking migrants or whatever. All well and good. But what happens when a foreign agency, right, has access, backdoor access, potentially? I'm saying potentially. I'm not saying they're going to do it, but it's definitely a possibility, right? What happens when this monster, right, that they're creating, this consolidated single authority, centralized power structure, data sharing power structure that has the physical threat of drone systems and policing behind it, right, is even just influenced by a foreign state. Let's just say that it's not completely captured. Our critical defense infrastructure. What happens if we have a foreign policy that Israel doesn't like? Are they going to disarm our missiles at one point in time? Our missile defense? You know, who knows what could happen?
Yeah. So the AU UK US does actually involve some advanced technology domains, and I know because this is the domain that I work in. This is my full time job. But there's two pillars that made up uh, this trilateral agreement. The two pillars are pillar one, which was to focus narrowly on helping Australia acquire and build a nuclear powered submarine. And then pillar two, which is to create a pool of talent of all three nations' defense sectors to help develop advanced capabilities. And I'm not going to specify which one I work on, but the six capabilities are artificial intelligence and autonomy, cyber capabilities, electronic warfare, quantum technologies, hypersonic and counter hypersonic missiles, and undersea warfare. And the way that this new updated framework in the NDAA Section 224 is written is word for word verbatim of the same trilateral agreement that we have um, with
Actually, it's verbatim two separate bills that they
with
proposed earlier this year
with the
that didn't get
AU,
out of
UK,
committee, so they
US.
combined them and threw it attached it to the NDAA.
And then the first signature product of that of this project actually bared fruits last month, I believe, with the underwater autonomous UAV fleet, which is currently being manufactured in conjunction with Anduril. And they're actually looking into adding other allies into this treaty as well, such as Japan and South Korea, to counter China, which is the whole purpose of this agreement, right? The whole purpose of this
Israel
agreement.
sold our IP to China.
Yeah, I mean, this is a contested argument, but
I mean, there was a Zionist on stage who agreed with it earlier. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, it was pretty much a consensus that this occurred.
yeah, I mean,
The
I don't
drone
work.
technology.
Yeah, I don't work in the.
The guy who was accused of doing it was convicted. So I mean, I don't know how it's contested if he was convicted of a crime.
Can I ask Ziad a few questions since we still have him
Yes.
up here? Okay, great. So Ziad, when you're talking about the level of, I guess maybe the blurring of lines when it comes to what the Israeli military will have access to, you're saying that this, in the way that you understand it, is doing that. Can you break that down a little bit more, just so that we can understand?
Yeah. So when I forgot his name. It is true that there are specific regulations within the US to keep an eye on what goes in and what goes out, like specific systems that are put in place. But the problem with this section is that it opens the gate for Israel to go into research again into the ecosystems of the civil sector within the US, where these restrictions cannot apply exactly when you're talking about exchange of intel. We know that there's the Five Eyes and the AUKUS and other NATO projects that are similar, but there the government is in full control of what kind of info goes in or out. But when speaking about research, again, when you open the gate for the military sector to have an access to the civil sector of another country, not your country, not the same country itself, you are literally allowing them to, for example, go and examine human expertise, academic knowledge, reach out to professional networks, and then use their knowledge in order to innovate their abilities from a military perspective in order to come up with new products or knowledge. Then after that, the most concerning thing is that in the case of Israel, and Israel knows that. I'm not saying that as if I'm like trying to push, like to criticize Israel. That Israel by its nature is a militarized state. And once they finish their service in the military sector, they use their knowledge to be employed in the private sector, then sell it as a product. And there, the US will not have any influence or leverage on knowing where this product would go out. The problem is that this product will be developed on the research that is done on the civil sector within the US itself. You get it? So basically,
Yeah.
you're giving them the leverage to come within inside the US, research
and observe the civil sector within the US, get the knowledge that is needed to go for innovation when speaking about the products that the military sector needs. Then after that, it's moved to the Israeli private sector in that industry and sold out to God knows who. So that is the
So what
concern.
line, okay, so tell me, okay, the reason why I want to understand how you pulled that from the language is like, if we were to want to prevent that specifically, what line would we focus on
The,
in the
the,
bill?
the only lacking thing, to be honest, is that until now, whatever is within the US to try to protect the US national security in order to prevent that from happening is not developed to a level where it can deal with this new kind of an era. Because that blur line I spoke about is something new where the military sector is coming and telling you, well, listen, you're asking me to innovate, so you need to open access for me into the civil sector of the country that I'm working in. So even within countries themselves, take the UK, for example, there is a huge debate now about whether the military sector within the UK does really ethically have the right to go inside the civil sector within the UK and start using think tanks and universities and academics. Do you know what they're doing in Ukraine now? I will give you an example. So they send students to Ukraine. Let's talk about drones, for example. They send one student. He goes out and, for example, examines drones through the examining of CCTV use of it while it is being used there when talking about the war with Russia. That is like ethically something that no one can give you a final answer on. So imagine when doing this like on a massive scale through a formal agreement between two countries and opening your civil sector to another country, regardless of whether it is your ally or not your ally, because allies does not mean that you need to be super cautious also with your allies when exchanging intel or information or whatever. I'm literally speaking from an American perspective here.
Well,
But
so
if
yeah, you're right.
So your argument is that Section 224 in the NDAA is going to give Israel access to sensitive U.S. information.
No, Sam,
It
I'm not
has
saying
to
that.
be effective. It has
No,
to.
Sam. My concern, whether it is the US and Israel or any other two countries, my concern is that you should not allow a second country to have access to use civil sector and give them the leverage of reaching out and collecting information through research rather than having a
Brilliant.
specific
Yeah, but
frame of
but
exchange of info between the military sector. And by the way, just to correct one thing, you mentioned the CIA, right? I'm not sure if it is you or someone else. The CIA, by the way, is categorized under the civil sector, not the military sector.
yeah,
The
but it
CIA, the
yeah, but it
Mossad,
yeah, but it works with foreign intelligence, not domestic
yeah,
intelligence.
yeah. But he said there's
It's law
cooperation.
enforcement, actually.
Exactly. It is actually it puts the CIA in a bad place if you categorize the CIA as part of the military sector. The CIA is not a military sector. The
No,
CIA
but it's
is
part of the
under.
broader national security sector. Like, what are we like? We're splitting
I
hairs
want to
here. I
go
don't think.
Agreed.
to
Sam said
I want to go
that's
to
right.
Nico because
Okay, sorry.
he doesn't come in these political spaces ever. And he is he's more of a intellectual.
A great
And so I'm
guy.
really interested to hear what his perspective is on this because he doesn't I've never heard him participate in a political space. Go ahead, Nico.
Hey, thanks for having me up, Diligent. So I've got a question for AB and Sam, since they're on the opposing side of the argument. You guys are talking a lot about policy and definitions, but I'm wondering if you're predicating your entire argument unconsciously on the fact that words on paper and policy have nothing to do with what the government's going to do. Like, the government's going to do what it can do based on its interpretation of the language and the lack of people's understanding when it comes to the layman of the language. So are you guys just being obtuse, or are you unconsciously predicating your entire argument that that's not true?
Well, under that, let's go with your premise. If the premise is that it doesn't matter what it says about on words on paper, then we shouldn't be discussing a section of the NDA which is words on paper, right? So for sure, the government could go tomorrow, hypothetically.
No, that's not true.
We
We should
can, let me
absolutely
finish
be
my sentence.
discussing it because we're talking about what they
We could
can
just
do,
not
So
put the
not
words
what
down
they're
at all.
exactly. That's what we're discussing.
doing by what's
Exactly.
on paper.
We could not put
Exactly.
the words down at all, right?
Exactly. So we are discussing the words on paper. But I'm saying if we're going with your premise that it doesn't matter, then we shouldn't be discussing. But I think we should.
And the words
My
on paper.
premise is not that it doesn't matter. I chose my words very carefully. I said the
Right.
government is going to do based on what it can do, based on the interpretation of those words. That is not saying that the words don't matter.
That's
You're
always the
making a
case.
straw man out of my
No, you're
argument.
making a straw man. That's always the case. The government
I
can
am not
his
making
argument.
a straw man.
Yes.
I am not changing anyone
Yes, you
else's
are, because the
argument.
gov-
Learn to
hold on,
debate.
because I'm paying
How
very
am
close
I
attention to what
making
you're
a
saying.
straw man? How am I making a straw man? How am I
Because the
reframing your argument? Tell
Let's
me
not get
that.
hung up in the
Be-
semantics
be-
of it, right?
because the government can always take words, but the whole
How
point
am
of
I reframing your
the
argument?
whole point.
Tell
Let
them
me.
exactly how, AB.
The
Okay,
whole
so here's
point
what
of
we're
the
gonna
whole
do.
point.
You
The whole
said he was
point of
straw manning.
the whole
Nico,
point of
Explain
this
why.
narrative of this false.
Nico, direct your question at one, right? And preferably because AB, you have a hard time with these back and forths. Direct it at Sam, right? Because he's the calmer one of the two. Sorry, AB, it's just true.
He interrupted me. I don't. Well, I'm being perfectly calm. I'm just answering him.
Well, you said something that was completely false about
No,
what I was
you said
saying.
something. You said
Okay,
it doesn't
so
No,
matter
Sam,
you
what
accused.
the words say on paper.
Okay,
No.
so this is what I mean, right? So I want you to try your question, retry your approach with Sam, ask your question again. AB, just sit out for a second.
Okay, so I'm not reframing anybody's argument. I am making an argument. I am not saying that the words don't matter. I'm saying that they do matter because people in power are going to twist and interpret those words. If the words didn't matter, that would not be the case.
Vague language always gets exploited in laws, correct?
Yes, and the federal government took 7 years after the institution of the Constitution until they started violating it. So why are we pretending like they're not going to do that if we give them a window to do so?
But it's not just the federal government that's what we have to worry about exploiting the laws. It's a foreign government.
Foreign power, right?
Yeah, and a foreign power is going to have even more incentive to do so.
And nobody can logically argue that there won't be disparate motivations, right, Nico?
Absolutely. Like, you look at how Israel operates their government, they don't care about other countries. Their number one issue with how they operate their government is for Israel's benefit. And that's how every nation should be. I'm not going to give them crap for doing that. I'm going to give us crap for allowing them to do it to us because we're not setting up proper defenses to it and opening them windows with vague language.
That's all speculation, right? The best
That's
guide.
not speculation.
That's not
You weren't
speculation
asked
at
a
all.
question.
That's logical
Nico,
deduction, my friend.
Let me say
it's
something.
okay.
Let me say two sentences.
AB,
Let one
AB.
either him or Sam respond. This is
I asked
the best
Sam,
guide.
AB, please
Okay,
shut
Sam.
up. If you can't not press
frame
your
it as a
mute
question.
button.
I waited until you finished your point, and I'm trying to respond to you.
And I
AB,
did
I don't
not
have to
ask
drop
you.
on bro. Come on.
Is
I'm
your
trying
name
I'm
Sam,
trying to at least
AB?
have a balanced stage, but you can't just keep disregarding me, disregarding people speaking. Sam, so will you pose it as a question? Because I didn't hear a question. There was a statement. Will you pose it to Sam? Ask him your question.
Why are you predicating your entire argument that with ignoring the fact that the government's going to do what it can do rather than what it's restricted to do by the language, because it's going to interpret it how it wants?
Say the last part again.
Why are you assuming that the government is going to behave in a way that we want as citizens, given the vagueness of the language of the law?
I don't think the law on this stuff's vague. I think it's well established. I mean,
if it was well established, we wouldn't be arguing it. We wouldn't be in this situation.
Sam, or Nico, just be fair. Give him equal airtime. Let him respond.
Yeah. So your question is we're predicating the
He's
the
saying that
legal
you're
jargon.
presuming that the government isn't going to exploit the language of the law against we the people, right? And use it against our rights or for its own benefit, as opposed to, you know what I mean? The government has a history of leaning towards authoritarianism, right? Like our rights gradually dwindle over time. So, and it does that through vagueness in language in the system. So what he's saying is that you're predicating your argument based on the assumption that the government is a good faith actor and is going to honor the language of the law and the way that we might interpret it or that it's written, even though there's vagueness in there. if that makes sense. Am I articulating that right, Nico?
Yes, it's not so much vagueness, it's more that they're going to interpret it whether or not it's vague, because the layman isn't going to understand it in the legal sense of how the words are actually defined when it comes to policy.
Like the same argument could be made with literally any law that's ever passed.
AB, shut up. It's not your
Yeah, well,
turn.
let
Nobody
me.
asked you a
It's
question.
Nico. I'll moderate. You're going to trigger him, and then it's going to get real stupid. Let's move away from it for now, Nico. I think it's a good question, because we're assuming that Israel is going to be the only one that might exploit this. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that our country, our government, is beholden to Israel for some reason in a way that puts us at risk. I asked the AI, okay, the AI, a Musk owned AI, to logically list the pros and cons and whether or not this was to weigh this independently of outside opinion. And it was saying it was a horrible fucking idea, because of the risks, since Israel has a documented record of exploiting us in these very domains that are listed in the NDAA.
And inevitably, this is true for all contracts, by the way. Nico's point about when motivations, inevitably, a country like an individual is going to have a disparate motivation from another one. You're all individuals and you want what is best for you. And sometimes, if there's if there's a point where it's zero sum between you and another individual, then you're going to weigh that with your own life, your own future in the balance. It's obviously, like, this is very, very obvious that at some point, if there's wiggle room in every language, by the way. The devil's always in the details. If there is some point, which there inevitably will, where there will be a zero sum position where it's better for Israel to think and interpret the language one way and better for the US to interpret it another way, obviously Israel's going to think of it in their own what's in their own best interest, which will be at the expense of the American interest, which of course why we shouldn't do this.
A very good example is this is the law firm that argued that Citizens United was a free speech right, and now they're saying that using money, like boycotting Israeli companies, is not a freedom of speech right, and that it should be banned in America. So depending on how you interpret it, literally the same law firm interpreted the same exact action, which is giving money or deciding not to give money, as a completely opposite from one another. And this happens
Well,
constantly. You just use it the way you want
I'd,
to.
I'd like to add something to that. It isn't a freedom of speech right, because a lot of people don't understand the different subsections of the First Amendment. It's a freedom of association issue. And that's what's being violated there. We need to be specific about our language there. Freedom of speech confuses people because there's a lot to the First Amendment other than freedom of speech. It's why you can't be forced into a union anymore, because it violates freedom of association. It's why employers are allowed to fire people without cause. It's because of freedom of association.
Yeah, I was just giving you the legal argument they used to get Citizens United passed.
I know, and it was a flawed and malicious argument because it's designed, in my opinion, to confuse the layman on the difference between freedom of speech and freedom of association. Like, boycotting something has nothing to do with speech, it has everything to do with association.
Yeah, what's crazy now is that boycotting and divesting from Israel, they're using the opposite argument that money is a freedom of speech issue, but if you withhold money, it's not a freedom of speech issue. It's a ridiculous argument.
Can
But
I add to what Ziad said earlier? So Ziad was speaking to the ecosystem like framework, and I think that's really important. Um, it was a little hard to understand, but like as far as how he was saying it, but the problem is you have to be able to use this data. Like if you're going to do data fusion, right? Like command and control has a methodology behind this because it has to be fused usefully. So the clause of it, as far as network integration and data fusion and contested logistics, it sits inside a section that already mandates cooperation across these different sectors, right? Like cyber defense and biotech and whatnot. But if we focus on that, we'll never get underneath the top layer. We also have to get to like the digital signatures and literally
exact information and the permissions granted, systems wide permissions, in order to meaningfully fuse this data. That is, to me at least, that is where the red flag exists. If you're an American and you consider Israel, um, well, to be a separate entity at all, then you have to consider that a red flag because you have to combine digital signatures. And I'll just be clear about what that is, right? Like, to be clear, the digital signature is like a equivalent of a secure notary stamp, right? That both the US and Israel would share under this bill. And every piece of information that moves through this fused system, like if you're tracking a missile and or whatever, it needs to be proven trustworthy. So it's an unbreakable electronic signature that says, yeah, this data came from a trusted source. It hasn't been altered. It's legitimate. So to create and verify those signatures, both countries have to have like a PKI, and we know it's a shared PKI technically. Um, Basically, that's a joint system, and that's of high security digital ID cards in this scenario, if you will. And the trusted authorities that issue and check these ID cards, right? So here's my point: the bill needs data fusion, and that blends both like data from like say radars and satellites and cyber systems, whatever. Like they listed a bunch, social media, and even if you go cross sector like biotech, you can. So for that blended picture to be safe and usable, you have to sign the signature. If you don't have that, the digital signature, if you don't have that, both countries would have to keep passing data through really like slow translators. So the reason why this is a big like problem, as far as like any sort of like sovereignty operate, at all, is that you have to give out high level certificates for things to work smoothly, and you're able to get a lot just from the sheer amount of data in bulk that exists that the US has, right? And you have to, so I think we really need to, even if we ask Grok, we have to look at it from a perspective of like penetration testing, like a cyber defense perspective, because the reason why is because to effectively make good use, especially if you're talking about joint production of new systems, right? To effectively create new systems, that requires high level access, and it requires doing what you can to the maximum of your ability with that high level access to productively create new systems. I hope that's like clear or understandable.
You have to make yourself vulnerable to a greater degree.
Exactly. You have to. Exactly. Exactly. Like the idea that there's just going to be some surface level handoff of like data
No, there's not.
packets
It's
or
it's listed in the
yeah,
NDAA. I mean, it's clearly not. It's critical infrastructure.
exactly. But down to the literal permissions layer. So if you're
Well, I
Israel
mean,
and
I
you,
think it's
yeah,
funny that your name is Invetable China because they are a good use case example. The Howie phones had a backdoor installed in the chipset, the actual chipset, the processor.
Huawei.
Huawei, whatever. Right? Okay.
aren't backdoors all
I
installed in
will
all of them
defer to
though?
your expertise in all things communist.
Huawei,
AB.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
So, um, they they installed a hardware level backdoor. Now this isn't detectable at the software level. But why is this relevant? Right? Because Huawei phones are the most popular Android phone besides Samsung globally. They're number one seller outside of the U.S. markets or the Western markets. Right? So they're huge. They're all over the fucking place. And if there is an exploit that can give access to a state level actor like China, for example, or the uh, Chinese Communist Party, right? That can be used for data aggregation at scale, and potentially militarily, right? That has military defense applications, national security applications. The husband might be a high level general who has a closed off phone, a secured phone on a Wi-Fi network he shares with his wife that's using the Huawei phone that could be exploited, right? there's a lot of there's a lot of potential vulnerabilities in networks with just one weak link, right? They just need a lot of times they just need a way in, one way in. So if you think about that in those terms, right? I just gave you this is anybody can go look this up. It's is it HUW How do you spell Huawei? HAWUEI?
HUAWAIE, I think.
HUA. Okay, HUA.
WAI is
WUAI.
maybe. Yeah.
Yeah. So look up the Huawei phone. Huawei phone. I say Huawei because that's how it's spelled. And look up exploit. Okay, 0-day exploit or processor exploit. Right. And these are forensics. These are digital forensics. These are actual forensics. You can go see how they did this, what they did. Right. And we're talking about phones at scale. So look at Israel.
I'm surprised he didn't just go with Intel, to be honest. Like, that's the more widespread, the AMD as well, right? Like, that's where if you really want to get info on, backdoors and
but
whatnot.
because we check these a lot harder, and they want to be able to sell here, right? So if they want to be able to, we have the number one consumer market in the world. They depend on us, so they can't fuck with our shit too much, or they won't sell here. People won't buy their shit. They won't allow them to buy their shit.
No, I just meant for the NSA and whatnot. You know how that goes.
The NSA has got its own shit. I'm talking about foreign countries right now.
Oh, okay.
Right? We already know that the U.S. government has most access. They came out, and one of my it's funny, our congressmen are always behind this. I'm going to read this. C Ninja 919 on YouTube says, contact the chairman and ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee as they wrote and are pushing the provision that we are discussing, Section 224. Representative Mike Rogers, of course, it's Mike Rogers, and Adam Smith. Thank you for responding. So those are the congressmen that put that provision in there. But my point is, so you can call them and bitch. I don't think it's going to do anything. But if you live there, anybody can call their offices and complain. By the way, and they have to answer the phone. Especially if you are a constituent in their district, tell them you're a constituent and that you do not want that provision in the bill. Swap their phones, right? But back to what we were saying. If that China was a good use case example of what could happen with Israel, right? Israel, if it wanted to, could install backdoor access or even cutoff switches if they wanted to, so to speak, right? Some kind of control mechanism. They could install compromise into the most critical infrastructure in the United States defense systems if they so chose, right? I'm not saying that they are going to do that, AB, but it is something that we have to consider as far as risk. And they have a history.
Okay, you can consider it. Fine, consider it.
A history,
but nothing in this bill gives them that right.
Why are you interrupting me? They have a history of. They have a history. I'll let you respond. They have a history of exploiting this kind of access, not just internationally, but with us specifically. And I want to go to Rico Rock 2 because I've dropped him down twice, and then I'll let you respond, AB. Go ahead, Rock 2.
Hey, I guess good morning, Diligent. Thank you for the space. Maze, Lene, thank you for, co-hosting this. Good space tonight. I kind of a layman here. I follow politics. I can't get into nitty gritty of the wording and stuff. I just find it awful peculiar that I find Israel has lost its shine in the American public's eye, and especially with the younger generations. It's kind of, we've been told for 40 years that Iran's 2 weeks away from a nuclear bomb. We've been, Israel has stolen uranium from us from the Apollo affair back in the 60s and stolen from us and given information to China. Not a very trustworthy nation at all, in my opinion. Okay, I did a quick Google search of all of our allies. None of them have a record of
Yeah, but the
betrayal.
U.S. isn't either,
And
right?
excuse me, I wasn't
Let him
talking.
finish.
I wasn't talking. My question is this agreement goes through, how would our other intelligence agency allies look at us? Would they kind of hold back now and say, because a lot of them do not like Israel, would they like shade away from
Would they
our
see us as a compromised, as a
yes,
liability themselves?
yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yes, and any information that we give to them, or or Israel
That's a
could
good
backdoor to
question. I think it's
them.
a fair question that
Okay,
has not been offered, actually.
okay, yeah, that's cool. I'll drop down. That was my
Well,
question, D.
Grok, what main Five Eyes or other allies do we share critical intelligence with at the classified level? Oh, fuck. All right. Anyways, it keeps booting. One more time. Are you there, Grok? Anyways,
Yeah, it's funny when people say grok on spaces, I hear rock, and I'm like, I jump. So
that's
yeah,
all
that
right.
that was my
I will.
question,
I'll ask.
and would that compromise our other allies in
What
the intelligence field?
allies
All right, good
do
night, guys.
we share um
Just look at who
the
kind of voted
most
for the two state or whatever, and that's what you can see. That's basically the world saying I like this side or I
agents
like that side.
with have a conflict with section 224. I see. I think yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. Go ahead, AB. I told you could go.
Yeah, just a couple quick points. And just because I'm just trying to provide clarity, right? In other words, separate issues so people can sort of decide for themselves what they want to think. So to the point you were making, Diligent, you or anyone else can have whatever concerns you want about whatever country you want. I don't share them at all. I think they're kind of kooky and paranoid. I've made that clear. But put that aside. That is separate whether you trust country A or country B is separate. It's a worthy debate, but it's a separate point from whether this section of the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, grants the things that we're discussing. Objectively, the case I'm making, objectively, not subjectively, it does not. Point two, quick one. This bullshit narrative, objectively bullshit narrative, was the genesis of it came directly, and you can confirm what I'm saying here, from the Quincy Institute, which is the literal Iran lobby, Iran government lobby, not like the pro-Pahlavi people, not the monarchists who want to overthrow the government, but the regime lobby. From an
Wait, are
article
you
that,
saying that the opposition to this is manufactured by Iran?
yeah, 100 by the
I
Iran,
haven't.
by the
I've
pro.
read the bill text, and I had
That's
my
objectively true. You can confirm what I'm saying. It's called the
my
Quincy
my.
Institute. Look at,
Well, hold on.
please don't
I
interrupt
just
me.
want to. I just
He called on
this
me. Let me
is
make my points. I'm almost done.
this
I'm
is a
almost done.
straw man, though. AB, I just
It's
want
not a
to. If
straw man.
I
It's
realize I'm
literally,
interrupting you, I just want to clarify my position. I read the bill text
you don't want
verbatim
people to hear what I'm
myself,
saying. Okay, fine.
and my position is based off of what I read.
Right. The narrative, which is fake, right?
No, I
I'm
read
just
the
telling.
actual bill text.
I'm not telling you where your thoughts come from. Okay, I'm just saying where this narrative began, and then when narratives come and spread, no matter what, whether it's
Bro,
about
your
COVID,
rhetoric.
it was literally launched by the pro-regime lobby, namely a specific place called the Quincy Institute. Look it up. Confirm what I'm telling you is
So if
objectively
you oppose
true.
Section
And
224,
three
then
point,
you
and my third
are
point, please.
supporting
I'm
Iran. Is
losing
that
my
what you're
train
equating
of
it
thought
to?
because you're interrupting me. I'm almost done. And my third point,
Wow.
what this section of the bill actually does objectively. You could think that they won't follow the law. You could think Israel's bad, but objectively, what this section of the bill actually does is essentially two things. I'm simplifying it, but not much. It's joint into IP, joint intellectual property, joint ventures between the Israeli military and the US military within certain specific sectors. And it is technology transfer, if the US wants, only one way from Israel to America, not the other way around. So they're not getting any of our shit. We Americans are getting potentially, if we want to, some of their shit. It's pure technology, and they will get full rights to sell it and buy it and market it and whatever. Israel and other militaries already have that. So that's all it is. Now you could think that no, I'm objectively right, and
Okay, you made your point,
that's what's
AB.
in the bill.
I want to answer
It's joint
Rock's.
Do you
intellectual
know what
property development.
objectively?
I'm going to read the answer for Rock to his question. I said, what allies do we share the most intelligence with that might have a conflict with Section 224? Best answer: the United States shares the most intelligence with the Five Eyes. If you guys don't know what that is United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. These four plus the United States make up the Five Eyes alliance, right? So the people that are bitching about America having a New Zealand partner, they're one of our most strategic allies. But anyways, the deepest, most integrated intelligence sharing relationship in the world, full take. That means that they share full takes of everything that they capture domestically and abroad, all with each other. One giant incestuous intelligence scaled network. It's crazy, right? Why these allies might have a serious conflict with 224. Oh, this is what Edward Snowden told us, Sam. Context plus content with the Five Eyes. Okay. They share the most sensitive data with the U.S., including signals intelligence, SIGINT, sources and methods, and highly classified operational data. They have strong counterintelligence concerns about Israel. Multiple Five Eyes countries, especially the UK and Australia, have historically been wary of Israeli intelligence activities on their soil and the risk of Israeli espionage against Western partners. Three, risk of indirect exposure. If Israeli origin technology, especially in AI, data fusion, cyber defense, and quantum, gets deeply embedded into core US systems, it creates potential backdoor or visibility point into systems that also possess Five Eyes shared intelligence. This could expose their own sensitive collection to Israel. Bottom line, the Five Eyes partners, and this is the same point that we have. So the Five Eyes are going to have the same concerns that I am listing here that have nothing to do with any other fucking countries. Five Eyes partners, particularly the UK, Australia, and Canada, AB, you're Canadian, would likely have the strongest quiet objections to Section 224. They already share more with the US than any other country on earth. So they have the most to lose if that relationship is compromised by deeper Israeli integration. Other close allies, such as Japan, Germany, France, South Korea, also share significant intelligence, but are not on the same near total level as Five Eyes. They would be less directly impacted, but could still view it as a concerning precedent. Sam, you can respond.
Yeah, I mean, we do have the deepest intelligence sharing apparatus with the Five Eyes, but it is not carte blanche. They do not have
Yeah,
complete
there's some
untethered
reservations,
access.
but it's the most out of anybody.
It is the most, and it's because we have a specific system set up for it, but there are still provisions in that. And a lot of specifically originated intelligence material still is not shared with the Five Eyes, as well as anything that's classified SAP or SCI, which a lot of our technologies falls under the SAP program. So
So,
at the end of
well, you're not mentioning because I
at
thought
the
you
end of the
worked in this
day,
realm,
Hold on, let
right?
Sam
Okay.
finish. He's almost done. I called on him. You can
at the end
respond
of the
if you want
day, everything that is
inevitable.
shared with them still goes through a vetting process to determine if it's shared via necessity, which is usually um, you know
But the concern is
but it's
legitimate.
not but it's not even just with the Five Eyes, it's with our own intelligence community. Like different members of the intelligence community isn't going to just like for instance, Diligent, let's hypothetically say you work on the China office of the CIA. You don't have carte blanche access to what's going on in Syria or Yemen or Iran. All of that information in itself is compartmentalized. So
So you're familiar with like Cybernet, right? And kind of like the use case of it as far as the military is concerned, specifically, because I don't know if you said you were defense sector or military intelligence, but in this case, this is like more so forensic intelligence, and if like a PKI architect would tell you, the intranet that the U.S. military has, as far as the classified intranet for secret level information, would be like Cybernet, and they have another one too. I don't just remember the name, but they have access to highly compartmentalized programs, right? And this is for the purpose, especially if you're referring to data fusion, for the purpose of multi-domain useful data fusion, which this bill actually specifically explicitly gives it permission for, right? Multi-domain data fusion. In order for data fusion to be done effectively in command and control settings, the system has to pull live classified data from a various source of domains, like say sensors that are out there and intelligence feeds and operational networks and whatever else, like social media feeds. Even they do integrate that as well. So you can't fuse satellite tracks and all sorts of other like telemetry, for example, if you're going by like military you can't fuse those if one side is locked out of the classified backbone. So if you give Israel cleared like personnel or any sort of a joint systems read and write access to all of these shared interfaces, then you have to think about it from like a pen testing mindset, especially with Israel. Of any country on earth that
Dude,
you want to be
you're a
like
literal
secure,
CCP
if you
operative
want
trying to
to,
run
oh
a
yeah,
fucking
I
op
know,
on a
nice
space.
steel man. I know, no, I know,
No,
nice,
it's literally in your
nice
Hold
strong
on,
bio.
You're an
man,
let
nice
him
strong
operative,
You're
interrupt.
man.
AB.
literally an
I
op.
agree.
Come on, I wasn't letting him interrupt you, AB. So,
Because when
He's
people
literally
start
a
making good
communist
points,
Chinese.
hold on a second, shut the
bro,
fuck up. God, can I just say this,
you
please?
heard me just
Every
talk shit
time
about
somebody
China,
makes,
right? I'm not a
I've been
fan
quiet. I've been
of the
quiet. I just want to,
CCP.
I know. Listen,
Bro, this is a
anytime
foreign
people
op.
start
That guy.
making good points, he's like, I can't. Let me just say a sentence, okay? You might, like, when people
Leave it
start making
muted.
good
Just say what
points
you
and
got to
they're,
say, Mace.
because he's going to keep going.
I said leave it muted.
Oh, okay, thank you. I just feel like anytime that we get any progress and people start making good points, you know what he does? He comes off and starts attacking the person.
I know
Not
what
even
he's
what he's
doing,
saying, but this is constant
but there
regression
are there are
from.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people on stage, 8 people on stage who oppose this, and there are 2 who are for it. He's one of them. So I'm
Okay,
trying
that
to
doesn't give
moderate
him the
his
fucking.
eccentric, very un self moderating fucking personality, while having a balanced discussion on this, right? So it's not in an echo chamber. And you're
All
not
I'm
making
saying
it
is,
easy, AB. I don't know. Sam gets riled up sometimes, but he's way more easier to talk to. I don't know.
Yeah,
yeah,
we're
and so,
different people, but I
Yeah,
just want
who's
to point out
why is he
that's a
still talking? Can
I
I
literal
have
just
no
finish
idea
my
why he's
sentence?
fucking
communist
doing that. He can't
Chinese
help
op.
himself.
See, I can't. I can't. I
Okay.
just muted him
I,
again.
I need a
This is
break, dude. You are. It's too late. I just want to think real quick. I want to take a moment. Make sure you're following both my co-hosts, all of our speakers. Make sure you're following them. If you want to support what I'm doing, turn notifications on. Piled on attacks for months since I started covering Epstein and high level stuff. Um, Posted a video of the group chats that are coordinating against me. Very interesting, pinned to my profile. Go check it out. But make sure you turn notifications on for Maze and Nico and Coyote and Lune. They're all Spaces hosts. The best way you can support any Spaces host by turning notifications on for their profiles, and check out my YouTube channel. If you want to subscribe, there's a pink button on my profile. I do subscriber only after Spaces, usually to give value to my subscribers, but I'm not going to do one tonight because we've already been going on almost 5 hours and it's getting late and I have to travel. So go ahead, Maze.
Can
All
I
you.
make a pay diligent? Because I
It's
gotta go to
Maze's
bed.
turn. And then you
Sorry.
can go.
It's 2 seconds, but go ahead,
no,
Mace.
no, no. I just want people to be able to progress the conversation forward without like all of the constant diluting. And he comes off and starts attacking
I
him
took care of
because
it.
he
I took care of
can't.
it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm good now. I'm sitting here with bells on. Let's go. China wasn't finished yet. I
Okay.
don't think.
If I
Inevitable.
could
Did you have
just
more?
if
Oh.
bring up a new point that we have not brought up.
If there are
Uh
any other pro-Israel or pro section 224 people who are for it want to come up and can be respectful, then come up. AB, I'm going to give you one last chance, but you got to stop talking over everybody. Go ahead, Joe.
You know what I'm
yeah, I
for? If
just
this is
want to
good for
bring up
China, it's bad for America.
I
No, I'm
I,
kidding.
I want to bring up, don't start too inevitable. The one who cosplays as being Chinese and he's an American. Can we
I'm an American in
if
China.
if we address the fact that this completely
Wait, do
changes
you
the
want
congressional oversight?
you really want China to win over the United States as an American? I got to ask him.
No, I'm in China. So I don't
Are you
want
afraid
America
to?
to
I mean,
lose, right? I don't want America to lose, but like I think it can be
it's a
zero sum. I
race,
think
who do you want to
Israel
win
is
the
a
race, China or
oh, definitely
America?
China, easily China. But like China winning the race
What?
would actually be good for America as well. So
Ah, man.
that's
Your
just the
Honor, I
truth.
rest
Okay,
my case. Thank you.
Diligent.
Yeah.
Can I make
Well,
my
like
point
I
so
mean,
you
he's
can go
okay,
to
allowed to feel
bed?
how he
I've been up
feels. I
here
disagree
forever.
with it, but it's
America
just
winning means Israel winning, which means global slavery. China winning I means mean, but if you were to multipolarity ask, and global yeah, if you parity. were, sorry, yeah, if you were to ask any of the
I mean,
pro-Israelis
China
the
doesn't
parts they
treat
were
its
saying
people
about
too well, bro. I
Israel,
don't know what you're talking about. Dissent, anyways.
I think
One,
everybody's pretty. nationally, what's the
Let's
word?
go to Joe.
Verbiage?
I told
So you
Joe he could
mentioned.
go, and then we'll go to
Yeah.
Ziad and Steve.
Thank
Hold
you.
on, man.
I just want to
Well,
bring
first,
up the point.
Oh,
I
I'm
want to
sorry,
bring up the
Coyote. It's
point.
moving around.
I want to bring up the point that this moves congressional oversight. Congress would no longer have any oversight over foreign military financing of Israel whatsoever. It would completely be under the Pentagon and under the president, and we'd have no control.
This is,
So
I
there is
mean,
a provision. I'm just to be
there's
fair.
a huge provision in this.
There's a
There's 3
provision for
sections of
oversight,
it.
but it's not very strong.
It's going to put it on a website available to the public. I don't think we've.
No.
It's
There's also
written. It says
a
briefing.
briefing.
Yep,
That does not happen in the
which
public.
is within 180 days, and then Section E says
6 months.
a written report to Congress Defense Committee, which is filled with people I love. That's sarcasm. And then G, which is public transparency, where they're going to create a website that's available to the general public that only lists unclassified information.
Because they're so good
Congress
at doing that.
cannot stop it, Sam. That's the point. It's not
What?
about transparency.
That is not true. The Congressional Defense Committees is still in charge of the Department of Defense budget.
Dude,
What
the
are you
goalpost
talking
just
about?
went to a
but
different
they can
planet, by the
decide
way.
whether to. They can decide whether to spend it on U.S. military industry or Israeli. Congress no longer has a decision like,
Where
hey,
in the
here, this is how
provision
much
does
you're
it
going to
talk
Joe, the
about?
goalpost is in a different planet.
Where in the provision does it specifically mention anything about spending money?
Because if it's
in any of the
do
section.
you understand how this thing works? This basically makes Israeli defense companies part of the U.S. military complex, and they're allowed to buy equipment from Israel as if they are American. That's what this does.
That's
This
so
means
does
un-American.
Congress
not.
no longer has any. Congress
Where
no longer has
in
any say
224
What
on
does
does
it
it
how
say
much it
matter?
anything
spends.
about that?
What does it matter,
Yeah,
though,
I
bro?
mean,
This is the
it
most.
does. It does matter. You can't just
But
make a
what are you fighting
stupid
for? You're fighting for
broad
Israel
I can
getting in our
answer that
shit.
question. I can
But,
answer
but
that
he's literally, what
question.
are we fighting for? To let Israel come in our shit? Bro, what the fuck are we doing?
That's
I
exactly
can
what he's
answer
fighting
that
for.
question.
dude. What you do behind
I can
closed
answer
doors
your
is your
question.
business. But
What?
I can
Which
answer your
question,
question of
Nico?
where.
Answer the question.
It's
Answer it.
again, it's not about where in the language. It's what the government can do when it is given the ability to. And I still have yet to get an answer to the question of why you aren't factoring that into your argument and why you're predicating it on the
Because
letter
he's
of the
biased
law.
towards the government. That's why. That's why.
yeah, I mean,
His bias.
I've seen with my own eyes the government choose to not spend money or send munitions to particular places,
Thank you for
regardless
making my
of the
point.
president in office. Congress has approved or disapproved successfully the sales of munitions to foreign countries all of the time.
It's a different
It's
realm
not
from data
like
fusion,
it's
and you
not
know
like
it.
these it's not like these debates
It's a false
happen behind closed
equivalency.
doors. Why? You're saying that there's no oversight. The oversight that is
I am not
provided in
saying that
this
there's no oversight.
supersedes in
Stop
a successfully
straw manning
function.
me. I'm
No,
saying the government will do what it has the ability to do, what it can do, not what it's restricted by policy. That is always how power has worked throughout the entire history of our country.
And this cuts out Congress.
Which means it can do it now. It doesn't need this NDAA provision to do whatever it wants to do. So if that's the debate you want to
That's
have, let's
not
have
true.
that
That's not
That's
debate.
true.
not the
But
debate
I
I'm
this
just
having.
explained
language,
Sit
how it
on your
does, but okay.
hands. Gain some impulse control and sit on your hands, AB. That is
this
not what I am
provision of the
saying.
law doesn't, it is what you're
Sit
saying.
on
I
your
understand
hands
English
so
clearly.
you stop unmuting yourself. You keep reframing my arguments because you don't have the intelligence to
No,
understand
I
them.
understood you
He
perfectly, and
doesn't
that's
know
what
the difference
concerns you.
between
Because this is not going
subjectively and
anywhere.
objectively. He doesn't even know the
Let's
difference.
go to Coyote.
My thing is this, Dilly. It's like last night I looked into it, and this is nothing jugging at anybody. I get it. I know how the diaspora goes, and I understand how I think we need to revisit the whole American part of this. And it's fucking like this is not good to have this conversation where you're arguing over a fucking foreign country coming into our shit, bro. Like, and it is, if there's this kind of tension like amongst each other, probably not good, like common sense. Like, but the thing about it is, it's like I understand all the aspects and how people can get consumed in it. But this ideology, bro, is pushing something that is so un-American as fuck this conversation, bro. This is the most un-American shit we could ever argue over is whether or not we should let any country, not just Israel, not fucking anything, bro, like that. You don't give them this much gain, and that's just common sense, is it not? It's fucking common sense. There's nothing to argue over.
We shouldn't be
Don't let
having to
foreign
have this
countries get this
conversation.
deep.
I agree.
No, it's fucking crazy, bro. And it's like I think are we doing something bad here by having this kind of by even arguing over it? And I don't know
Why?
the
If you
answer.
go look at the comments, people are vehemently opposed to this based on this conversation,
That's
and we've
good,
had
man.
both sides represented.
Yeah, it's just fuck, bro. It's scary. And
There's
I urge you, AB.
474 comments down there. The majority of them are in opposition. Go
But
look.
and
That's because the majority of the conversation has been controlled by people that don't even live in America. Like,
well,
of course,
They're not
well,
controlling it. They're
well, I do
opposition.
say,
They're in opposition to the
I'm
bill.
talking
What do
about
you
you,
mean?
AB.
yeah,
Huh?
I want to say this
I'm
last
talking
thing though.
about
It's
AB. He's
like
Canadian.
AB and Sam, bro. Like I'm gonna
I'm
be, but
surprised
it's
he's not
like
Israeli, to be honest.
let's look at the American aspect of this or whatever, and don't look at this shit's gonna penetrate, bro. Israel's fucking good with their shit, bro. They're gonna come in and they're gonna fucking do whatever they do. We can't even oversee
Well, I think we need to
Howard
figure
Lutnick.
out how to stop it from happening. That's where
Yes.
I'm at.
But we can't even oversee. We're talking about oversight. We can't even oversee getting Howard Lutnick. Obvious lie, bro. Like that fucking like we're not doing too good here. Our accountability is shot. We do not need to let this happen. It is
I
not
mean,
good.
because instead of everybody actually coming to a conclusion, that conclusion, everybody's sitting here
So we got
deciding
13
I'm
minutes
smarter
left
than
before I
you.
close the
Like that's
space.
all. That's all that's been going on.
We've got a few hands up. We're going to go through those hands. Again, I want to thank everybody for hanging out with us tonight. If you have just joining us, I'm going to reiterate for everybody. We're talking about the National Defense Authorization Act that is currently in committee in Congress. It's about to go to the floor, right? It has a provision called Section 224, which is a new Israeli U.S. partnership where the U.S. is going to assign an overseer, an individual, an envoy to shop for either joint or Israeli origined technology that governs AI, quantum computing. I mean, all of the most sensitive and sophisticated sectors of our defense, cybersecurity, information, data sharing, networking, data fusion, all of the various sensors that we use, missile and drone technology, anti-missile and anti-drone technology. I mean, literally every facet of modern day warfare, right? The modern warfare. They are going to shop for Israeli origin technology. We are arguing the merits of this. The majority, if you go look in the comments, and I'm basing it on the chat on my YouTube and all of the response, it is mostly opposed to this, right? That I see. And I'll run a poll tomorrow during the daytime when it's more peak, and we'll see how people feel. At least my audience, it's a bias sample, I'm sure, but most of them are conservative. To be honest with you, I do have some independent and Democrats too now, but mostly conservative. So it looks like they don't like this. Um, I had
That's the
Grok
thing, Billy.
I had
That
Grok
they
analyze it. I had Grok analyze it earlier, and it said that it was the risks outweighed the pros because Israel has a history of exploiting us in regards to this kind of technology. Right? There's precedent. And so yeah, it did. This is objective. You can go back and watch it on my YouTube channel or listen to the recording. 100%. You can see what I put in. It was a brand new prompt. That being said, we're going to go through the last of these hands. Thanks for hanging
Hey
out with
Billy,
us tonight,
I just
everybody.
want to
Much
last
appreciated.
thing on it, if I may. And it's just like the support. I've never seen this, and I don't think America ever has the support for Israel. Like on the Gallup and Pew poll, it is descending, I honestly don't want this, but it's like if they're pushing this for a reason, bro. They have to. I think it's a part of this right here is a part of this fucking psyop or whatever it is. But we have to take a look
Well,
at
the
that because
scary
that is
part
going to
is
intensify.
that if the U.S. citizens who are sovereign in this country no longer support Israel, what happens then? What happens when Israel has the access to all of our most sophisticated, advanced, and sensitive weapons and defense technology, and there is no longer a pro-Israel sentiment in the United States, what happens then? I would love for them to answer that question.
It's the eighth layer of warfare, and you become the enemy.
We become the enemy. I agree. Let's go to these. So we're going to go. AB, I want to get you out of the way first. We'll go to Ziad. You got 1 minute, AB, 1.5 minutes, and I'm timing you. Ziad, it's the same for everybody. Ziad, Sam, and then we'll finish with Nico. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, I'll circle back, as they say, as Jen Psaki, former White House Obama used to say. I'll circle back to the core point, right? I'm begging you with proverbial, not literal, tears in my eyes to quote a General Mattis from the past thing. Anyone listening to this can be in favor or opposed with partnerships with various countries, and that's a worthy conversation. I have a clear point of view on it. Other people have different clear points of view on it. But I'm begging you with proverbial tears in my eyes to not disable your ability to think. Before you decide whether you like this or not, know what this is. And I go back to the core point. Factually, objectively, and anyone in the audience, forget the people on the panel because there's a lot of ops going on, confirm what I'm saying. Factually and objectively, all this is on paper. We don't know what. I'll stipulate the point earlier made that the government can do whatever it wants, regardless of what's on paper. But what's actually on paper, which has triggered this debate, which was started by the literal Quincy Institute, the Iran lobby, is joint IP, that's joint intellectual property, which corporations and governments, especially cooperative ones, work on all the time, and technology transfer only one way from the Israelis, because they're better in certain sectors, to the Americans, which the Americans will get the full rights of. It does not, on paper, objectively give the Israelis backdoor access to all of our systems. All it says regarding those systems is these are the categories of warfare or weapons that we're going to work on joint tech together or transfer from the Israelis. That's what the law does. Once you know what the law does, then, or the section of the law, the 242, then you could decide, do I like it or not? Because
224.
anyone who's, what was that?
224.
224. Because
It
anyone
doesn't
who's
say it until it says it.
because anyone who's telling you that this law on paper, not what's actually going to happen, grants the Israelis or anyone else the ability to access all of our military systems, all of our communication systems.
AB, but real quick, I didn't
No,
mean
no,
to interrupt you.
it's
It's
your
just
every
you're
time you do
speaking
this,
as if you
every
actually
time you
No,
do
know.
you
this,
were you were already out of time. So wrap it up.
You're
So.
speaking like you
I am
know.
going to wrap it.
You're
Please stop talking.
propagandizing.
Lune.
That's it.
No, I'm the only one telling the truth along with Sam on this entire fucking panel because I know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about.
I'm not
Anyone
lying to
telling you,
anybody.
you're not accurate either. Anyone who's telling you that the
The
law
I'm not
liability is
itself,
there.
accurate.
That's accurate.
why do you have to interrupt me? I have 10
You're
seconds
supposed
Whoa.
to
left.
be
Just take a
done.
breath,
You're
AB.
over.
Why
Take
do
a
you have
breath.
these
We already
emails?
spoke about
Anyone,
the 223 and length
I'll be
earlier.
finished with this sentence.
Take a breath. Woosah.
Anyone, I'm taking a breath. Anyone who tells you that the law grants Israel access to all of our systems, as opposed to just working on joint intellectual property together or transferring technology from them to us, anyone who tells you that that's not what the law does, that section of the law does, is wrong or lying, period.
Six zipper tyrannic.
Thank you, AB. Let's go to Ziad.
Good job.
Yeah, quickly. First of all, the government has, made the decision. The headache is also actually for the security sector to deal with this. But before going for that bill, what has need to be done was to make the due diligence, whether to understand that there are safeguards set in place in order to protect any possible danger that would come with it. And by the way, the example that he just gave about the fact that the claim that all of this discussion is going back to the origin of some kind of an institution that Iran is behind it, exactly describes how much it is dangerous to open your ecosystems of your civil sector to another country to come and try to use it. Diligent, I have one request. I won't speak for 1 minute and a half. Oh, by the way, so what Sam said about the US being cautious about exchange of intel, that is right, but that does not apply on what is being discussed in that bill. But the mentioning of safeguards, by the way, that are in place until this moment. Check with Grok if these current safeguards do apply to confront the risks that come through this bill when speaking about knowledge, when speaking about ecosystems and civil sector and the military civilian pipeline.
And it would be super interesting to get the answer from there.
Civilian systems
Yeah. Ask Grok,
and data.
does the
I'll just do.
current US safeguards protect any possible
I got it.
risk
I got it.
when speaking about knowledge, when speaking about ecosystem in civil sector and the military civilian pipeline?
So, straight answer no. There are no meaningful safeguards in Section 224 protecting civilian systems and data. Breakdown Section 224 focuses on military cooperation and integration of Israeli origin technology into U.S. defense systems. However, and this is important, Nico, shout out to you. The language, this is on the screen if you guys don't believe me. I'm reading the response verbatim. Um, the language is broad enough that it creates serious concerns about spillover into civilian systems. The bill explicitly includes domains like artificial intelligence, quantum, machine learning, data fusion, network integration, and biotechnology. These technologies have dual use applications, both military and civilian. Okay. Once Israeli origin tech is integrated into the core U.S. systems, it becomes very difficult to prevent it from migrating into civilian infrastructure. There is precedent for this. Most of the advanced technology, including the internet that you're using today, right now, was developed as a classified personal military application, and then it was rolled out for civilian use after it got big enough. Okay. These
Thank you,
technologies,
Treason.
okay. Specific problems. One, no prohibition on Israeli tech entering civilian U.S. systems. That's true. There is no prohibition in the language that prevents Israeli technology from bleeding over to U.S. Private systems. That's true. Okay, I read the bill myself. Two, no strong oversight language limiting how deeply this technology can penetrate broader U.S. infrastructure. Three, data fusion and network integration are listed. These are technologies that routinely handle both military and civilian data. Bottom line, Section 224 has very weak, almost non existent safeguards when it comes to protecting American civilian systems and civilian data. This bill is written in a way that prioritizes rapid integration over rigorous security compartmentalization. This is one of the bigger vulnerabilities in the legislation. The military side could easily bleed into the civilian side over time, especially in areas like AI, cyber, and data systems. Good point, Ziad. That was a very good question. Thank you. It's a good note to finish off on. You can
Thank you
respond
very much
shortly
for
if you
having
want, and
me.
then I'll go to the hands.
No, thank you very much. That's the point I want to try to make from the beginning when speaking about ecosystems of civil sector, the misuse of it by the military sector, and it applies on any country, not necessarily only in this example.
Go. Thank you, Ziad. Go ahead, Sam. We lose you, Sam. All right, we'll go to Joa.
Yeah, I just want to point out, look, we all face propaganda, and I do implore people to please use your brain. When someone
Do your
tries to
own
position,
research. Don't take
yeah,
anything I say or my speakers say at face value. Please
yeah.
look at it yourself.
When people position this as a partnership, we already have a partnership with Israel. This is not about a partnership as AB tried to position it. This is a merger. It is very, very different than what we do with other countries. A merger means they are integrating their technology with ours. This is where the danger is, as Ziad pointed out. AI is does not work like sharing intel. It's very different. When AI integrates, yes, it's data fusion. Data fusion can be sensors, as Sam said. That's only part of it. But those sensors are basically one sensor. Let's say there's three drones. One sensor senses heat signal, the other one senses noise, the other one senses terrain. And the AI takes all that information and puts it all together. But guess what that data is going to do? AI needs a lot of data in order to operate and to be effective. So we would need to open up our data. We would need to open up how much things they can sense in order to create targeting. We saw what happened in December of last year when there were drones flying over New Jersey for almost an entire month, and the U.S. government told us, not hold on, not last this. It was December before, not this last December. Told us that don't worry, it's not alien, but we don't know what it is. We knew what it was. It was Red Cat and Palantir working together using drones on American soil that scared New Jersey people to death. That's the kind of thing you can expect once this merger, not a joint partnership, as AB tried to say it is, and listen to the words people say. It's important because people try to manipulate your opinion and think you're dumb and that this is a joint venture when it is a merger. And that's the key word, merger. We are not merging with a foreign nation, and we shouldn't.
That's right. We're not actually merging with a foreign nation. You're right. That's the first truthful thing you
It's
said.
a
You're an
technology
idiot, dude.
merger
Shut up.
Sorry,
that
sorry,
belongs
You're a
to a
gentlemen.
foreign
liar.
agent. Go ahead, Sam.
I walked away. Sorry, from my phone. So I
I think I'm going to
disagree.
host another space on this before the bill, when the bill, before it goes past. I think we need to, and I'm going to host it all day. I think during the daytime.
Yeah. I mean, I do think it's an important conversation to have, but I do think there's a few critical points that just aren't being understood. And I'm not trying to come off as pompous, but
I did some
this is
surface level research on this
yeah,
today,
yeah. And if
but
you
I'm
here's
going
the
to do
thing,
some more.
if you have any specific questions related to this stuff, and if you send me, a list of questions, I'd be happy, more than happy to answer them as well.
I like to do my
As
own
long as I
independent
can,
research, but
as long as
I
I
get
can
it.
share it with
Well, I
you.
definitely
But
will bring you to a space.
I disagree. I don't think it's a merger. I don't think that there's anything secret about it. I mean, this section isn't even law. It's a provision that appoints a specific coordinator within the Pentagon, to ensure that things are being done correctly.
And is he going to
It
be? Is he
doesn't.
going to be a Zionist coordinator?
I have no idea, but I
Why?
don't.
Oh
But I
yeah.
Well, I
mean,
mean,
but
wouldn't that
even
be a problem if this guy is selecting what technology goes into our core infrastructure? Wouldn't it be a problem if he is ideologically beholden to that foreign country?
yeah, I mean,
That would be
I
like
think
that. Wouldn't it be the same as saying, "Well, we're going to buy all of our military tech from China. We're going to put an American in charge of selecting what technology we use, but he happens to be a communist."
yeah,
Would you trust that guy to pick out the technology that we're using? He's beholden
yeah.
to that country. Is my point. I'm not saying that. I'm not equating the two. It's the same analogy.
Yeah, I mean, I think if the individual selected places in other countries'
Interest
aspirations
above
and
his.
goals above ours, then I think it's problematic, and that person should be removed from office. But I don't think that's necessarily the case, because the U.S., in my experience, operates from only a standpoint in which we have the upper hand, to
But
include
we don't do it
sensitive
with our
data,
lobby, Sam. That would be my
including
argument on that.
including sensitive data and information. Just let me wrap it up real quick, because I was taking
You're
notes on a
fine.
lot of
Wrap it
a
up.
lot of the points that were being made. There's a lot of points. I don't like chasing the rabbit around. So just really
This
quickly.
is a
So
closing argument.
yep, exactly. So I think that the key thing to focus on, like I said, I don't think it's a merger. The section 224 explicitly states that we may, not that we shall. It doesn't authorize a dollar amount. It doesn't mandate any sort of buying. It does provide transparency in three different sections. It requires a public website and annual reports to Congress through the entirety of it, which is only till 2030. Um, and it is supposed to provide a clean bill of sale, for the public, something that our other agreements don't do, in the current moment. Some of the information is publicly available,
Because it
but
has to go through
but you
Congress.
would
That's
but you
why
would
you don't have to.
but you would have to look that stuff up yourself. In terms of the protections, the reason why it doesn't mention protections in the section is because we already have superseding standing law, such as ITAR and exportation controls, as well as the classification systems that our government uses in terms of sharing sensitive information. And like you mentioned earlier, we do have a very sensitive, first of its kind cloud database with Australia and the UK. We're currently co-producing missiles, including hypersonics, with Japan, as well as this new joint innovation accelerator with NATO, which is super important because NATO has received
trillions of dollars from the United States, and they don't even come close to having the capability that Israel has. If we and I
Oh,
want to focus on a scary word
all right.
that was continuously being thrown around, data fusion.
How
Like I
long does it
said,
get? This is just propaganda all through the fucking
no,
sound
I'm
waves,
just
bro.
addressing all the points. If you
As
feel
if
free to
AI and
feel
a
free
It's
cloud
to
fucking,
Yeah,
I
but
can
feel
you
are
hear
wrap
it.
it
two
up because
things. They're
you are
so
taking
different.
you're going overtime.
Diligent. Come on, dude. Like
I'm closing the space. I said
they've made
2 o'clock.
1,000
It is
points.
2:06.
They made
Yeah,
1,000 points.
and
Can
you
I
just made
please
another
just
one. Like a cloud
I let
database
AB
is the
go
same as
before the last
AI, and it's
speaker. What do you
not.
mean, dude?
all right.
I was just saying, land your plane. I'm not telling you to shut up. Just wrap it up.
Yeah. I'm just I literally wrote down the points they made. I'm addressing them one by one.
Okay,
It as quickly as possible.
You wrote
Data
it down?
fusion.
it's
Data
fine. Let him
fusion.
finish.
It was a scary word that kept getting thrown out. It is a defense engineer term that means combining radar, infrared, and optical sensors. Signal processing is not done on a database. It's done on the system, which receives the information, such as an airplane. Data fusion does not break classification. We have
It
data
does include
fusion.
human intelligence.
We have data fusion currently operating across all NATO countries. We don't share non-foreign intelligence with any of those countries. Lastly, the Israel tech is getting plugged into sensitive systems as some sort of Trojan horse, right? Um, the U.S. is ultimately the one that decides what we adopt and what we don't adopt. There's nothing in this document that explicitly states that we have to adopt any of it. The second any anything touches the United States, it has to operate under
You said this
certain
already.
classification systems.
You said this. You said that it's already regulated. There's already laws in place that regulate this kind of that are safeguards built to prevent the invasion of foreign tech into our systems.
And then the last point that I'll just touch on um, is the point that Ziad made, which was that the ecosystems don't have governing bodies. All of our ecosystems have governing bodies. All of our ecosystems operate under these explicit safeguards, um, including our research, right? So the United States government case law has stated that any money that's given for research or publicly funded has to be publicly available information. And the only caveat is if that information enters a classification system. If that information does get put into a classification system, it is no longer publicly available. So if the US government gives a startup company $50 million to produce tech for the United States, and it is deemed that that tech is sensitive in nature, it then falls under a classification system. The amount of money that's given to that company becomes publicly available, but the specifics of the project remain classified. So,
Thank you, Sam. Go ahead, Coyote.
Oh man, that's just I do appreciate that because it's like I get to study the rhetoric on that and fucking see where that shit come from. I don't even know how this is a question, bro. On this, I'm kind of concerned about the people that are trying to convince us to let a fucking foreign country come. You know, like what are you trying to tell me, bro? Like it's like honestly, it's the most un-American shit I've ever heard, and it's hard for me to listen to.
you know what's
But I
funny?
can
You
appreciate it.
always say this, but I've taken at least 15 polygraph tests in my life where I'm
Okay,
asked
that
two
that gives you
questions.
credibility to where I should go fucking get Israel.
I'm asked two questions. Have I ever acted against the interests of the United States?
Yes, right
And
now.
have I ever provided material support to a foreign nation? And
You're
every time
propagating the
I'm
room
asked
right
those
now.
questions, I've always passed.
I just
So
gave you two answers.
well, I
Sam
mean,
is being
you're sitting here.
You
I mean,
guys are devolving when I want to shut things
claiming that
down,
I
and you
have.
guys are slinging mud at the very last minute.
You're claiming that I have
Coyote.
some
The
sort of
So
anti-Christian.
everybody up
loyalty
here is
to
getting
a
an
foreign
opportunity to make
nation.
closing arguments. The debate is over. Okay, so make your closing arguments and don't interrupt him. I didn't let him interrupt you, Sam, or anybody else. He made a general statement about the people supporting this. He didn't target you alone. Go ahead, Coyote.
Thank you. And just to think it's like people like saying some pretty American shit right there, and somebody to get mad at me right there for saying some patriotic Yankee Doodle shit. You know, it's just
Yankee Doodle shit. That's funny.
yeah, it's like I just don't get it, bro. It's like fucking cut down shit. But that's the
Let's
thing.
go.
I just worry that it's like they don't understand what happened, bro. Israel is good as fuck at what they do. They're
They
very
don't
fucking
see.
smart.
Is it fair to say that they? I mean, just is it fair to say they probably don't perceive Israel to be as adversarial as you do, right?
It's just like I understand it, but it's like bro. They're fucking good with it. They're not gonna give a shit when you come over here about like any of this
But
stuff about the
listen,
heritage.
you can get mad all you want, but if you look at the response to this space, right? Americans are not buying what they're selling, right? People are not buying it. The reason why there is so much attention on this space, despite everything else that's going on, is because this is an issue people care about, right?
No,
The
no,
reason why I get attacked from all sides constantly, all of the cancellations, the smears, doxing bullshit, all of it doesn't stick, right? The reason why they keep going after it is because these conversations are effective. Information flows outward from X, right?
no. I think it's a good. I think it's good. It's just I just worry about like on a mass, like because it makes me think about this.
The
Just like what?
audience response, they're not buying what's being sold. Go read it
No,
yourself. If
no,
you
no.
guys
I'm with it.
if you
I know
guys
the
don't
audience.
believe me, you can read the comments. People don't support this, right?
They can't.
It's not a popular move.
Got a dissent. We have to push. I mean, this is a big thing right there. It's like May said it the other day, and she was serious, and I know when she's serious, and she doesn't get like that. It's been a minute because everything's been tense. But I do fear that this whole little psyop thing or whatever is going on right now, that this may be the reasoning that they're doing because it does soften people up. I'm trying to think of all the dynamics of that, and I'd like to talk about that one day, diligent, like the
But
whole,
you
you
if
know,
you listen, the way that you fight psyops and debate is with objective or truthful debate, right? You don't win it by omitting conversation from happening. You omit it by letting the debate take place, and then the listeners who are hearing both sides are weighing what's being said, and then it's hitting home with them, and they're making an internal decision based on what's being said on where they fall on the issue. And it's more likely to happen, right? If it's not in isolation, if they're allowed to hear more sides, right? Like if somebody has them on in an isolated area, an echo chamber, where they're hearing all of this one-sidedness to it, right? They might be scared off. It's not as appealing, right? The reason why our country functions the way that it does is because the broader conversation includes more people to have an opportunity to weigh in, right? People want that. So it's the more popular thing to do, right? That means it gets bigger. There's more the spaces are bigger, the shows are bigger. Anytime dissenting voices are allowed to weigh in, whether you agree with them, whether I agree with them or not, and you have more of a chance of nudging somebody on one side or the other of the fence because people are fence sitters by nature, right? The most extreme or the most ideologue are the loudest, and the ones that are like us, we're constantly yammering on about politics. We're constantly yammering on about what we value all the time. Americans are not like this in general, right? They don't
can I push
have
back on
the
one thing?
dedication. They don't have the dedication to these issues that we do to spend all day yammering on about them, dissecting them, analyzing, researching, right? Like we do. So they listen in, they weigh both sides that are presented, and then they say, "Oh my God, I didn't know that." If you look in the comments, or if you look in the comments on YouTube, you see it. Oh my God, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Wow, this is way worse than I thought. Right? These are things that wouldn't have happened if we didn't have this conversation tonight. Right? And it
I,
requires all of us.
I understand. I just urge you on one thing because I keep questioning myself. It's like during this time, during a psychological operation or whatever this all is it healthy for us to allow certain shit? I mean, I have a I don't know. I'll just leave
We
that question
remain
out
the
there.
same regardless of what anybody else does. That's how you persevere, right? No matter how much mud or shit they sling at you, you just remain constant and keep doing what you do despite all of that, right? You just keep going,
Are the
right? That's
people
why I'm
rooting for
still
this
here.
bill America first? You think? Are they America first? Like, is this bill America first?
Fuck no, this bill's not America first. That's why we oppose it. This bill's fucking retarded. That's my opinion. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. This is incredibly concerning.
I think we should have a space focused on how do we go about that
I'm going
effectively.
to run a poll tomorrow, and if you guys will help me push the poll around, because my account is, I posted that Iowa result last night, and my account got fucking tanked on reach today, all day. It was like nothing. I looked. I have ways to see if I'm shadow banned, like unavailable happens to me sometimes, where my posts show up as unavailable if you don't follow me, or even if you do follow me sometimes, and that fucks with my reach. And I have to like reach out to people I know to get it cleared off at a stupid level. And it happens to me regularly. And whatever's happening today feels like that, but it's not the same. But I'm going to post a poll tomorrow. I'm actually, what I'll do is I will do an objective pros and cons analysis. You guys can look at it and weigh in if it isn't. I will try to be very objective. I'll post that tomorrow as a thread. I will follow it up with a poll. And based on those poll results, we will host a space arguing whatever the results are. Well, shit. Now the bots are gonna like whatever. My position is against this. I'm gonna just say that right now. I'm not a fan of it. It just sounds like a very big compromise to a foreign country that has its own interests, regardless of who that country is. Go ahead. We will, Maze. Yeah, we're gonna host another space on this. Go ahead, Colonel.
Hey, yeah. Hey, Dilly. Hey, thanks. Appreciate the great conversation. I would just like to push back on AB and some of the other guys and say there's no way in hell that, given the history of Israel, and I'm actually like pro-Israel, but given the history of their current government and the Zionistas that we currently have running ours, there is no way in hell that it makes sense to allow them to have access to all of our data, because what they will do is they will do what they do. They have a greater Israel project. It's legit. And and I don't hate them for having that. That's their project, but it shouldn't be ours. And the fact of what they did to Thomas Massey and what they've done in this country, uh, it's it does seem, and it's on its face. I mean, they have the congressman like literally just going out there shillingly openly for them, uh, and it's not in our interest. It literally isn't. And everything that we supported President Trump for was for not allowing ourselves to like getting past that Bush Zionista, what was it, New World Order, all that, get past that, let that go and let countries compete, and not so much let country compete, but like, hey, focus on us. And they won't do that. And the reason they're not doing that is because at the top, they're all the same. And so we're dealing with the uniparty and the whole nine yards. So we're gonna have to we are going to have to continue to basically point out all the inconsistencies, right? And diligent, and that's why I love your space. We've done this with Charlie Kirk, which we know that Charlie Kirk wasn't killed with a 30-06, and we know that that is a foreign op at the end of the day. That's in that, and our own government seems to be captured by that foreign op. So we're not in a good space. I'm sorry, this is a good space, but we're not in a good place and time.
In the country.
Yeah, yeah, and we need to fight and need to keep pointing out every bit of the inconsistencies that are in this, because it exposes those bastards every single time. Maybe you can get up here and throw all this shit down and everything else, and Maine and all the other guys, but they're always exposed because just a little bit of truth is like kryptonite, and it just blows everything up. So thank you for
Can you
doing
just
that.
compare me to Maine? I'm nothing like Maine. We have totally opposite points of view.
Well,
Maine Wonk, is that what you're comparing me to?
you did see you
I'm
AB,
like a
you did
dyed-in-the-wool
see you did
conservative,
see
and he's a
Ron Wyden
Democratic
today, right?
operative.
You
What
did
was that?
see Ron Wyden today, right? Like
Yeah, I saw a little
Marco
clip of it. Yeah,
Rubio was, I'm
yeah.
sorry, not Marco Rubio. It was
Scott
Secretary
Bessent.
Bessent. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
What he
yeah,
did to him and pointed out that his son is basically
yeah,
like
yeah. I saw.
an
It was a good clip.
Epstein.
It
All
was
right,
a
Like,
you
good clip.
guys.
so
I'm
Yeah.
sorry,
Maine
but
didn't do that.
I was
Sorry.
closing.
Okay.
Byron, I'll give you one too. We're having closing statements. I'm gonna have another space on this, um, by this weekend. I don't know,
Can
sometime
I
in the
just
next few
suggest?
days.
Well, I won't make any argument except to say, kind of echo what you said, Diligent.
Everyone should go read the section for themselves because it's really short.
That I do agree with.
It's not jargony. It's like a paragraph
Section
and a half.
224 of the current National
Section, yeah.
Defense Authorization Act
So I think this is good.
for
I'm
fiscal
gonna give
year
good.
2027.
Yeah. So my good advice, objective good advice. Obviously, you know where I stand in terms of whether it's good or bad. Is go read the section.
Subjective.
No,
You
but what
don't
I'm
know
about
the
to say.
difference, dude.
What I'm
You're
about to say is
subjective.
objective, though. Hold on. What I'm about to say is objective. Go read those
Will
sections
you
for
stop
yourself.
saying fucking objective? I said it once. You've been
Oh
like
my
a
God,
parrot all
that's
night, dude. You're killing me.
narrative
And then
seeding.
after you've read the short section, go read expert opinions that are for this. After you've read the section, and expert opinion, whoever you consider expert that's against this, and come to your own conclusion.
Just remember, it
because
was
it's
expert
been
opinions that
misrepresented.
were telling you to take the jab and that you couldn't wear a mask.
No, I'm saying
while
for
other
and
people were
against.
eating.
Go read.
Bingo.
Go read
Bingo.
opinions
Right?
that are
Crimes against humanity.
Keep that in mind.
Where's AB
I-
on crimes against
I'm
humanity?
urging people to read
Okay,
opinions that are against it
let's
and for it after they read the
thank you,
section.
AB. Thank you, AB.
Yeah.
Nico, and then if Myron wants to go or anybody who hasn't gone yet, we'll let them go. Lune and Maze, and then we'll wrap it up.
What's up, Myron?
Thanks again for having me on, Diligent. The last thing I want to close with is just talking about how human behavior works with incentive structures and nth order effects. You talked a little bit about how this allows Americans to buy the technology from Israel. The incentive structure that is going to set up is going to be completely analogous to when we opened up our manufacturing bases to China. They're going to be incentivized to undercut us. And then the people buying the technology in the United States, because it's going to be cheaper, are going to be incentivized to buy it because they are allowed to. And everything is going to go that way. And we are going to end up with a ubiquity of Israeli tech in our military infrastructure. It's going to happen if this bill goes through. Those are the natural incentive structures that are built into it. And that's the last thing I've got.
I agree. And it's also a good point to remind that I didn't know this before, that Trump's sons, both Trump Jr. and the other one, have invested interest in an Israeli drone company that stands to profit if this bill passes. So there's definitely a conflict of interest there. Myron, go ahead.
No, I just want to come back in and see what's going on. But yeah, no, I mean, this is obviously an issue. It's not good to get in bed with a country that's been known for, doing counterintelligence and espionage against us and selling our secrets to adversaries, even though we literally are responsible for their life. But yeah, and AB Sampson is a Canadian Jew faggot. That's all.
Better than a Sudanese faggot who should be deported and
Maze.
Yeah,
denaturalized.
I've actually served
Little
this
bit of
country.
That is
Shut
Amru.
the fuck up.
subjective.
Don't ever call yourself Myron. You're
That is a
Amro.
sample
I've
of being
literally
objective, AB.
see.
That
Here's
was
the
Listen
thing.
here,
subjective.
I've
Amro. Don't
actually
tell
served
anyone
this
else whether they're
country.
American or not.
You
Amro.
maple.
Leaving on a high note, everybody. We're leaving on a high note tonight. Maze, Lune, the floor is yours.
I just want to say one thing, because
Okay, go
unlike
ahead.
this guy, I've actually served this country. This guy hasn't.
Fucking
I took a
Amro's
pledge.
lecturing me. Go back to Sudan, bro. You're subverting.
He was
Have
in the
some impulse
military, AB.
control and let him go.
Yeah, so I find it interesting that this Canadian guy's in here talking about American policy and everything when I've actually served this country, put my life on the line for this country, and took an oath to the Constitution. I've arrested terrorists and done far more for this country than you have. So shut the fuck up, you maple syrup faggot. I hate when Canadians come in and comment on our shit. Like, dude, focus on your fucked up country. You're not even American. Shut the fuck up.
Maze,
I landed there.
Well, listen, I
Yeah.
actually agree with what he's saying, because not only that, if it's not that big of a deal, if it's such just a, legislation that shouldn't be, why are you up here trying to sell it so hard? That's what I don't understand. Why, like, to me, that's suspicious, right? We
Bro,
have
he's from
three
Canada
or
for
four
real?
people, hold on. We have
he,
three or we have 3 or 4 people that keep minimizing this, and they're all part of the same camp. Respectfully, I think it is an important conversation to be had, but also, Dilly, we can't,
I'm
like,
so glad we
I,
had this conversation because I
me
was
too.
focused on other shit. So shout out to you,
Right.
Maze, for bringing it to my attention.
Yeah, of course. I just want us to, like, be very focused on kind of pushing forward instead of constantly regressing and circling the drain with whether or not it's important. Like,
This debate's
okay,
going to be had with or without us, though.
yeah, but I think like, when I say that we have yet to really figure out how to use the leverage we have within this platform to apply pressure on a pressure point at the same
My
time,
secret
we haven't
power is
tried that
being
yet.
my secret power is being moderate, right? The reason why I'm consistently host big spaces despite all of the bullshit is because I allow they can hear multiple sides here, and I, even though I'm biased, I try to be fair. It's not always easy, right? But and the power in convincing people is allowing is not allowing it to become an echo chamber. There's a reason why only certain people listen to certain spaces that hate Israel all day, and only certain people listen to certain spaces that love Israel all day. And you're not changing anybody's minds who are sitting in there all the time. Right? If you want to actually move the needle, right? You speak to a broader audience, people who are not already married to a position. That is why I allow
May
the
I?
debate to happen.
May I just quickly just chime in one last thing? I know you guys are trying to wind down, but I do think it's important because May's brought up a very important point that certain people have certain allegiances. Look, I'm not going to sit here and like just go, "Who's the Jews?" But I will say that people need to understand that a lot of these people have dual allegiance, and when I mean dual allegiance, I mean one allegiance. Whether they might carry two passports, only one passport matters. This is shown. You look at Zionist Americans here in America, whether it's Ben Shapiro, Bill Ackman. These guys are one is Democrat, lifelong Democrat, other one's a lifelong Republican. Who do they vote for? They vote for the candidate that has Israeli interests. So I think it's very important that people understand whenever someone is for this, check where their allegiance lies.
I think anybody who
Yeah,
has who is
absolutely.
I think anybody who is a Zionist, their priorities have to be questioned when it comes to decisions of authority. With
That's like
American
saying
stuff.
everybody who's an Anglophile,
You're
which means they like
Canadian,
England,
bro.
has to be questioned.
I
I'm
can't
It's
sorry,
even
we're
listen
retarded.
talking,
anymore,
but
bro.
we're talking about people. I'm
We
sorry,
have
I'm
people
not.
who haven't said
Listen,
anything nice
Canadian.
about America.
okay, I don't have a problem with Zionists. Okay, let me finish what I was saying. Okay, what I'm saying is that Zionism, the very definition of it alludes to an allegiance to a foreign country.
No, it doesn't.
If
It
you are
alludes
an
to
Yes, it
American,
does. It
supporting.
said.
It alludes to
if
support.
you are an American, if you are an American in the United States and you have a governor or a governing body or a representative that is a Zionist, that means that they could have an allegiance or a preference or a priority of a foreign country. It's something that has to be considered,
But
right?
so
Period.
can anyone who likes any country, like
Why are
Amro
you trying to
loves
justify
Sudan and
Zionism?
wishes he was
Good.
working
Bro?
for Sudan right now.
I'm not.
Probably is
Can
I'm
working
I?
for.
not shitting on Zionism. You guys can fucking be Zionisms. Zionism.
But
Sorry,
I'm just saying the same
Zionists.
argument
Zionism.
applies to every country.
It does
No, but
apply to every
can I
country.
just listen? I
Hold
think
on.
there is a
I just want to.
differentiation.
I want our listeners to hear this. Right? If there, it's. I am fine with people being pro-Israel. Fucking be pro-Israel all day, right? But if you are making decisions that affect my life or the life of my child, and you are pro-Israel, I have the fucking right to question your priorities. Period. Period. Right? As an American, that's all there is to it.
Of course, but just don't define
AB,
it
nobody's listening to you.
automatically.
We'll listen to Sam, but not you, bro. You're from
But of
Canada.
course, but just don't define it the way Amro Foodle defines it. It doesn't mean allegiance. It just means you support this country existing.
I
That's
said
literally all it means.
prioritize.
So if
Okay,
you're an
Oh my
Mays.
Anglophile, you
God.
support England.
Thank you. Thank you. Mays, go ahead. I didn't
Yeah.
define it that way.
Yeah.
No, so here's the deal. We have a lot of decisions right now in foreign policy that are being made in America by people that obviously have an allegiance more to Israel advancing those interests, whether it's because they are being incentivized or whether it's because they are Jewish or whether it's because whatever, Christian Zion, whatever. Right now, it's very little of America First representation. So it is very important to question people's allegiance. They might like America a lot. They might, love or be pro-Israel. But typically when it's an issue that affects both, and one of them less favorable, like let's just say we're getting the short end of the stick with this legislation, then it is those voices, the pro-Zionists that come in here and try to minimize it, selling it to the Americans like it's nothing. Why do you care so much if it's nothing? Why even be in here trying to sell it and pitching, this idea that we just don't understand what the bill says? Go research it. That's
It's like
exactly what the
asking a
whole
dog
space
why
was
they chase
on.
cars. They're going to do what they do. That's what they want to do.
Right. Don't underestimate people's knowledge in here. I was in technology for 14 years. So when Sam thinks he's sitting up here talking about like you don't understand what data fusion is, what? I migrated an entire mainframe. Okay. So I have a very sound knowledge in technology, and I think that it just
tries to, it's very subversive. I'm not, and I'm sorry to insult, but I do think that right now it's critical. We have a very narrowing window, an Overton window that will be non-existent when they take this. This is the last time that there will be representatives that are able to vote on the amount of access Israel has. And what Ziad pointed out is that this is bleeding, the ability to bleed into the civilians. That's a
The
huge
precedent
deal.
actually, the precedent actually says that it will bleed into civilian technology. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. This has been the trajectory over. Anybody can look it up. And I'm just going to take this moment to remind everybody. One, Maze, I know that you listen. The personalities that we bring on here to discuss this from certain sides, I realize that it is very annoying for people to listen to who don't agree with them. Right? I've been consistent on this since day one. I allow different voices to be heard in my spaces, no matter what. Right? And I try to keep people from attacking each other personally. Doesn't always work out that way. I do my best. Um, this is my approach. I'm going to continue this approach. I am declaring I am vehemently opposed to what we read here and what we saw here and what we've discussed tonight when it comes to Section 224 of the National Defense Authorization Act. This is probably the most concerning piece of legislation I've seen since FISA or the Freedom Act or the Patriot Act. Far more concerning because that was about our government spying on us and having direct overreach of our information. Now we're talking about doing it with a foreign government, potentially, right? At the highest, most critical levels of our national security apparatus. Every single person should look up at congress.gov. You can just Google this, right? Google this. The National Defense Authorization Act, FY 2027. That's fiscal year 2027. The section that is relevant, and it is not a big section, so it is 224. So NDAA FY 2027, section 224. Okay. Read what they want to do. The most significant part for me is picking Israeli origin tech to govern systems that are involving AI, quantum technology, air, sea, and land drones, all kinds of sensors, all kinds of network and data sharing apparatus. It's all there. Read it yourself. Make your own decision. We're going to have more spaces about this week. Maybe multiple spaces if we have to. We'll go through it together. I'll put together research on both sides of this. If you want to send me a pros list, I will include that in my presentation I do tomorrow. Yeah, I think I have time tomorrow. I'm traveling, but I will include it by this weekend, right? And I'll do the pros and the cons. But I'm telling you, the
But
AI
Dilly, can
agreed
we
with
at least
me.
before we get to that,
The
that's
I
AI
about
think I'm
agreed
missing
with
a
me.
candidate.
This is not a good idea, and that's where I land.
before we that's cool. I think these are
No,
these
I'm
are
not
amazing
going to get
debate.
you. I can't let you have the last word over me, bro. I'm sorry. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Make sure you're following everybody on stage. Really appreciate you, and we will see you again
You didn't
tomorrow.
let me say
Subscriber chat
anything.
tomorrow. Oh, Lune, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say to those that are actually America First, and we're here to give some real, true insight to this topic, which is probably one of the most important conversations we can have this year. I appreciate you because that's what I was here for. And for the other person who can't help but have more estrogen than he does
Hey, no more jabs. No
testosterone,
more jabs. No more
well,
jabs.
I'm just saying,
Everybody, go
it's
back
just
and listen to the recording. I'm telling you, it's worth it. The analysis
well,
that we
basically, I'm
did.
just saying it's difficult because I would like it's difficult to leave with a like
I
clear
don't want to
idea
close out
of this
complaining, Lune.
conversation.
That's my point.
So that being said, I appreciate you guys and Zionists, they fucking suck.
So everybody, go back, listen. If you want to see what we looked at tonight together, it's on the screen on my YouTube channel. The link is both in the replies on my profile. The YouTube channel is also on my bio. Go to the live part of it. You can watch, listen, whatever. We went through the bill text, point by point, word by word, verbatim. We debated it all night. I definitely think every American should really, really look into this and weigh this because there is no going back, I think, once it happens. Have a good night, everybody. God bless you. Please pray for our country.